The sensual goddess is live streaming. By chance, I saw a live broadcast on the internet. A woman wearing a fox mask, sexy clothes, and graceful dancing immediately ignited the whole audience and made my life change dramatically. Chapter 1: The Woman in the Live Stream, The Missing Wife. Take it off, take it off. In the center of the dance floor, a woman wearing a seductive mask and clad in revealing lingerie was dancing sensually. As the music intensified, the crowd's chants grew louder, urging her to strip. To the audience's wild cheers, the woman slowly began removing her clothes and flinging them into the crowd, triggering waves of ecstatic screams. Her figure was absolutely explosive. The tight skirt hugged her voluptuous curves, especially her round hips that looked like they could bounce a hand right off with one slap. She wore black fishnet stockings that clung to her long, slender legs. Every now and then, she would teasingly tug at the stockings with her delicate fingers, letting them snap against her thighs, sending electric thrills through the crowd's eyes. Her legs moved rhythmically, clenching and releasing, causing her thighs to tremble enticingly under the dim, sultry lights. The atmosphere was intoxicating, adrenaline surging in every corner of the venue. The audience went feral, their eyes wild with lust. Many looked like wolves starving for meat, ready to pounce on stage and rip her remaining clothes to shreds. As the music reached its peak, the woman began interacting with some of the men around her. Hands started reaching out to grope her, and she didn't resist. On the contrary, she bit her lips seductively, furrowing her brows ever so slightly, her eyes dripping with unspoken desire. When someone sprayed champagne on her body, she even dipped her finger into the droplets and brought it to her lips, licking it slowly. Her actions were scorching hot, her every movement, her every glance filled with allure and ecstasy. The crowd was about to lose their minds, some even wanted to lick the champagne off her body themselves. I sat at my desk, my face dark with rage, fists clenched tight as my body trembled uncontrollably. Because the woman on the live stream looked exactly like my wife. The beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, her figure, the way she moved, it was all identical. Was my wife cheating on me? Had I been cuckolded? Staring at the screen, I wanted nothing more than to reach through the monitor, rip off that damn mask, and see if it was really her. My wife, Shinzai, and I had met and fallen in love during college. After graduation, she demarried me despite her family's fierce objections. I came from the countryside and had nothing. Shinzai, on the other hand, was the epitome of a rich, beautiful city girl. Her family owned a successful company and lived in luxury. My in-laws never approved of me. To them, I was a dirt poor loser unworthy of their daughter. They tried repeatedly to tear us apart. But Shinzai didn't care. She insisted on marrying me, even threatened death to force her parents to agree. After we married, our relationship was great. It was only this past year, as her career took off, that she started acting distant. But I never believed she'd cheat on me, never thought she'd humiliate me like this. She had her own company now, made millions every year. Why would she stoop to something so degrading as dancing in a sleazy live stream, especially in front of such a lecherous crowd? I didn't want to believe it was her. But earlier today, she called and told me she had to stay late at the office to inspect a new product delivery. And now this? My heart pounded in my chest as I grabbed my phone and called her. Usually, no matter what she was doing, she'd answer right away. But this time, it rang and rang, no answer. My gut twisted. A terrible feeling took root in my chest as I stared at the screen. Had I really been cheated on? I dialed again. Once. Twice. 10 times. 20. No answer. Despair crushed me. Still, I tried to convince myself she was just busy and hadn't seen the phone. So I called her secretary, Liu Xiaojie. The moment she picked up, I asked, "Secretary Liu, do you know why I can't reach my wife?" As I spoke, my heart leapt to my throat, dreading the answer. "Mr. Chen," she replied, "President Chen left right after work." I don't know what she did after that. My last sliver of hope shattered into pieces. I see. Thanks. Is something wrong, Mr. Chen? No, I forced myself to say, tamping down my fury. That's all. The moment I hung up, I let out a roar of frustration. Error. Gripping my hair, I trembled with rage and shame. I lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and tried to calm myself. She wouldn't do this to me, I whispered. She loves me. She defied her parents to marry me. How could she betray me like this? We been together for 7 years, 3 years married. She built a name for herself in beauty and aesthetics, became a rising star in Yuncheng. And me? I peaked in college. Now I was unemployed and living off her. Had she grown tired of me? If so, why not tell me? Why not ask for a divorce? Was this her way of crushing my pride so I could never lift my head again? Just then, the door opened. I looked up on instinct and there she was. Shinzai walked in, a trace of fatigue in her eyes. At 28, she looked barely 22 thanks to meticulous self-care. Willow-shaped brows, bright eyes like the moon, a flawless oval face like a sculpture by God himself. She was more than just beautiful. Her body was irresistible today. She wore a professional suit with a white blouse that stretched tightly across her chest. A pencil skirt hugged her slim waist and perky hips. Her legs, wrapped in sheer black stockings, looked endlessly long, accentuated by bright red stilettos that could send any man's hormones into overdrive. She took off the heels, revealing delicate feet with ruby-painted nails, the stark contrast against her pale skin alluring beyond words. She slipped into slippers and walked toward me, swaying her slender waist. When she saw my grim face, she immediately looked concerned. "Darling, what's wrong? Are you feeling okay?" Normally, I would have smiled and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry." But now? All I could see was that live stream, the men touching her, her moaning eyes. I felt sick. And then I noticed her stockings. There was a run at her calf. Instantly, an image flashed in my mind. A man ripping her stockings, Shinzai feigning resistance, murmuring stop it no while clutching his hand so he wouldn't let go. She reached out to touch me. I recoiled, muttering, "I'm fine." My voice was hoarse. My gaze toward her complicated. I tried to block out the live stream, to pretend nothing happened. But I couldn't. The image was burned into my brain. That run in her stockings only fueled the fire in my chest. "Why didn't you answer my calls?" "I lost my phone," she answered without hesitation. "I didn't know you called, or I would have picked up immediately." "Really?" I asked, narrowing my eyes. "Come on, love, why would I lie to you? I called Liu Xiaojie. She said you left right after work. No overtime." I didn't want to bring that up. I wanted to forget everything. But I couldn't. I was scared I'd go insane if I didn't say it out loud. At my words, panic flashed across Shinzai's face. Her eyes darted away. I noticed. The live stream flashed in my head again. Rage boiled up inside me. Then I suddenly stood up, my face. Chapter 2, Husband, you are really amazing, unlike other men. Facing my questioning, Shinzai lowered his head and remained silent, and the panic on his face became more and more obvious. Shinzai's subtle changes made me even more angry, and I wanted to strangle her to death. "I'm asking you a question." As I said that, I punched the wall hard. Seeing my angry look, Shinzai moved her throat slightly. "Husband, don't be angry, I admit that I lied to you." Boom. Shinzai's simple words immediately made my body start to shake. The woman in the live broadcast was indeed her, and she actually cheated on me. My best friend Lin Xingwan came today, and I'm with her. I was originally furious, but when I heard this, I was slightly stunned. "Are you telling the truth?" The next moment, Lin Xingwan's graceful figure involuntarily emerged in my mind, especially Lin Xingwan's slender and very flexible waist, which made people salivate. The most important thing is that Lin Xingwan is very sexy. She always wears very revealing clothes. Not only is the large area of white skin below her neck completely exposed, but even her pair of snow-capped peaks are half exposed, swaying and attracting people's attention. However, Lin Xingwan has always looked down on me and thought that I was not worthy of Shinzai. She has said more than once that I was a gigolo and that if Shinzai hadn't supported me, I would have starved to death long ago, and so on. I even advised Shinzai to divorce me and introduce her to someone better. Because of these, Shinzai and Lin Xingwan had less contact, and even if they met each other, Shinzai would hide it from me. And I have thought about it more than once that when I have the chance, I will make her kneel down and call me daddy and beg for mercy, and see if she dares to look down on me in the future. Of course, I'm just thinking about it. After all, Lin Xingwan and Shinzai are best friends. I dare not take any action at all. Even if Lin Xingwan flirts in front of me and makes my adrenaline surge, I have to endure it. Otherwise, when Lin Xingwan tells Shinzai that I molested her, my marriage will probably come to an end. Shinzai nodded hurriedly, looked at me apologetically, and reached out to carefully hold my arm. Hubby, I'm sorry, please don't be angry, okay? Actually, I wanted to tell you, but I was afraid you would think too much, so I didn't dare tell you. I looked at Shinzai suspiciously. Are you telling the truth? Shinzai nodded again. Hubby, I didn't lie to you, everything I said is true. Originally, Xingwan wanted to come back and live with me, but I was afraid that your meeting would be unpleasant, so I didn't dare let her come to our house. Instead, I found a hotel for her to stay. If you don't believe me, I'll call Lin Xingwan right now, or I can take you to their hotel to find her. Shinzai's words did not dispel my doubts. Because Lin Xingwan is very flirtatious and she often goes to nightclubs and flirts with men online, Shinzai being with her only makes me more uneasy. I even began to doubt that if the woman in the live broadcast was my wife, then this matter might have something to do with Lin Xingwan. Why did she come back from Guangzhou for no reason? Lin Xingwan is not in Yuncheng, but lives in Yancheng. He doesn't come here often, and whenever he comes to Yuncheng, it must be for something. Shinzai sighed softly. She had a quarrel with her man, so she came here to relax. I am not surprised by this. Lin Xingwan is so coquettish and unruly. It would be strange if her man didn't quarrel with her. She went out to cheat on someone else. Shinzai was not angry because of what I said about Lin Xingwan. After all, she knew who Lin Xingwan was. I'm not sure either. Shinzai shook her head gently, then looked at me pleadingly. Husband, can Xingwan live in our house? Shinzai said as he pulled my arm and started to act coquettishly towards me. I don't know whether Chen Zai did it intentionally or unintentionally, but when she pulled my arm to hug me, she leaned her body directly against me, letting her snow-white peak press against my arm. Suddenly, a soft feeling swept through my whole body along my arm. However, I did not get distracted by this. Instead, I frowned and looked unhappy. Hubby, Xingwan finally came back, and she wants to live in our house. If I keep disagreeing, she will definitely be angry. Shinzai pleaded with me. Besides, when I started my business, Xingwan helped me a lot, so let her live in our house, okay? I promise I won't let her target you. If she dares to say anything about you, I'll kick her out. Shinzai has said this, and if I still disagree, it would seem a bit ungrateful. Okay. Hubby, you're the best. As he said that, Shinzai stood on tiptoe and gave me a hard kiss on the face. Honey, I'm going to take a shower first. The moment Shinzai turned and left, he breathed a sigh of relief, but I had no idea. I looked at Shinzai's back and smiled bitterly. She loved me so much, how could she cheat on me? It seems that I think too much. Not long after, Shinzai finished taking a bath and walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Although the bath towel covered most of Shinzai's body, it gave people a sense of mystery, which made people imagine and couldn't help wanting to explore the mysterious area covered by the bath towel. Especially since there were traces of water stains on Shinzai's exposed fair skin, it gave people a kind of temptation of a wet body after being wet by the rain. Shinzai wiped his wet hair and walked towards me step by step. As Chen Zai walked towards me, the fragrance of shampoo mixed with Chen Zai's body fragrance rushed into my nostrils crazily. If it were in the past, I would have already been unable to resist and directly threw Shinzai to the ground, but now I have no desire at all. Even now I still feel a little nauseous looking at Shinzai. Shinzai seemed not to notice that something was wrong with me, and sat directly on my lap. Hubby, I thought about it. As she spoke, a blush appeared on Shinzai's face, making her look extremely shy, especially when paired with Shinzai's spring-filled eyes. It was even more lethal. At the same time, Shinzai slowly leaned on my shoulder, blowing hot air into my ear, and even created the feeling of accidentally touching my earlobe. Hubby, can you please satisfy me? Shinzai's hands had begun to explore slowly downwards, and at the same time, the bath towel on her body had slowly slipped off her shoulders, and her fair skin, sexy collarbone, and soft snow-capped peaks were pressed hard against me. Boom! For a moment, the desire in my heart began to rise, especially when Shinzai slowly moved away from me and squatted beside the bed. My desire was completely ignited. After all, Shinzai is very beautiful, especially when her brows are slightly wrinkled, her eyes are blurred, and the moans she makes while biting her lips make me feel extremely conquered. After making love, Shinzai lay in my arms like a well-behaved and docile cat. Hubby, you are so amazing, you make me unbearable every time, unlike other men. Hearing this, my face changed drastically, and I pushed away Shinzai, who was lying on me. Other men? What do you mean? For a moment, the live broadcast scene appeared in my mind again. Shinzai was surprised by my big reaction, and a look of panic appeared on his face. He hurriedly explained to me, "Husband, don't misunderstand me. It's all Xingwan's fault that she kept complaining to me today, saying that her man only takes 3 to 5 minutes to finish, and every time she is stuck in the middle, it's very uncomfortable, but there's nothing she can do. Unlike you, it can easily take more than half an hour, and every time I can't stand it, so I said you are better than other men." I glanced at Shinzai suspiciously. Really? Of course it's true. Shinzai hugged me and breathed hot air at me. Don't be so stern, okay? It's all other people's fault. I shouldn't have said anything that made you misunderstand. You know, I've only dated you and I only love you, so how could there be other men? I naturally hope that Shinzai made a slip of the tongue, but I am afraid that it is not a slip of the tongue, but the truth. After all, the woman in the live broadcast looked too much like her, and she didn't work overtime at the company. Now that you say something like this again, it's hard for me not to doubt it. Shinzai saw that I was silent and started talking about the past. Hubby, think about when we first got together. You confessed your love to me, and we went to the movies and the amusement park together. Talking about the sweet past, the smile on Shinzai's face became more intense and sweeter. As Shinzai talked about the past, scenes from the past began to emerge in my mind, but I couldn't laugh at all. All I could think about was whether Shinzai had cheated on me, whether the woman in the live broadcast was her, and whether she was really with Lin Xinhuan. If they were together, what were they doing? For a moment, I was irritable and said directly to Shinzai, "You go to bed early, I'll go out and buy a pack of cigarettes. Now I just want to be alone and calm down, and think carefully." Shinzai really cheated. What should I do? When Shinzai saw me getting up to go out, he grabbed me and said with tenderness in his eyes, "Hubby, are you still angry?" I looked at Shinzai with some complexities, and forced a smile from my face. "No, I just ran out of cigarettes. I went out to buy a pack of cigarettes and will be back soon." "Then come back soon, I'll be waiting for you at home." As soon as I left home, Shinzai also got up and took out a poker with a gold border from her bag, frowning and looking thoughtful. "You still dare to threaten me? Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" Shinzai didn't know that I didn't take my phone with me when I left home, and she didn't know that I had turned on the video recorder on my phone and recorded everything she did and said. Chapter 3: Find the live broadcaster. In fact, going out to buy cigarettes was just my excuse. My real purpose was to turn on the video on my phone to see what Shinzai would do and say after I left. After all, when a woman cheats, she will definitely feel guilty and afraid of being discovered, so she will do something abnormal or mutter something to herself. As for whether Shinzai would touch my phone if he saw that I didn't bring it with me, I wasn't worried. Video shooting takes time. If she turns off the video recording, or deletes the recorded video and re-records it, time will become a huge problem. At this moment, I was sitting in the car smoking a cigarette, feeling extremely irritated, and kept thinking, if Shinzai really cheated on me, what should I do? Is it just a simple divorce? If it was just a divorce, wouldn't that be too easy for Shinzai? Finally, I decided that if Shinzai really cheated on me, I would never let her off easily and would just simply divorce her. I want to find evidence that Shinzai cheated on me, kick her out of the house, and make her pay the price for betraying me. After making the decision, I returned home. Shinzai didn't sleep, but lay in bed waiting for me to come back. Shinzai was lying lazily on the bed in a set of ice silk pajamas, with a pair of eyes still filled with the spring charm of the aftermath, and the spring between her brows had not completely dissipated, but there was a sense of tenderness, and her delicate face was white with a rosy glow, like a ripe peach, very tempting. "Hubby, you're back, come to bed." I didn't get on the bed, but picked up the phone beside me and said to Shinzai, "My stomach is a little uncomfortable, I have to go to the bathroom, you go to bed first." I went to the bathroom but didn't go straight to watch the video on my phone. I am afraid of seeing things I don't want to see and hearing words I don't want to hear. If I don't watch it, I'll feel uncomfortable. In the end, I opened the video recorded on my phone with trepidation. After all, what needs to be faced must be faced eventually, and running away will not solve any problem. If Shinzai really cheated, I could control the grass growing wildly on my head in time. When I saw Shinzai take out the gold-plated playing cards, my face instantly darkened, especially when I heard Shinzai's mumbling words, which made me so angry that I was shaking all over. In my opinion, after Shinzai cheated, she was probably facing blackmail from the other party, and this gold-plated poker card was the ultimatum from the other party. Chen Zai, you bitch. I stared at the video on my phone with bloodshot eyes, wishing I could cut Chen Zai into pieces right now. But I finally resisted the urge. I didn't attack Chen Zai directly, nor did I question her. I knew very well that I would not get any answer if I questioned Chen Zai. She would deceive me with other lies and even alarm her so that she would be prepared. I took a deep breath, lit a cigarette, and tried my best to control my desire to kill. After smoking 3 cigarettes in a row, I slowly calmed down. After calming down, I began to think about how to investigate this matter. I don't have any evidence now, and the woman who was live streaming online was wearing a mask. Yes, live broadcast. Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind. I quickly walked out of the bathroom, went into the study and turned on the computer. I found the live broadcast account on my computer and took various screenshots, hoping to find out if I could get any clues from the owner of the account. A sleepless night. The next day, Shinzai woke up and found that I was not in bed, so he came directly to the study to find me. I used to often stay up late at night to play games. Shinzai knew about it and would always say something like, "Don't stay up late, it's too bad for your health." This time was the same. When Shinzai saw me sitting in front of the computer with the ashtray full of cigarette butts, she immediately frowned and said to me with a stern face, "Hubby, why are you staying up late again and smoking so many cigarettes? Don't you know how harmful staying up late is to your health? And you smoke so many cigarettes." In the past, whenever Shinzai complained about me like this, my heart would be filled with warmth, and I would smile awkwardly and then make all kinds of promises to Shinzai. But this time, I didn't do what I did before. I just said in annoyance, "I'm feeling a little down." Shinzai immediately realized something and asked hurriedly, "Husband, are you still angry about what happened yesterday?" I didn't say anything, just looked at Shinzai in silence. Perhaps Shinzai thought I was still angry about her going to see Lin Xingwan yesterday without telling me, so she hooked her hands around my neck and sat directly on my lap. Since she had just gotten up, Shinzai was still wearing pajamas. The pajamas were a bit transparent to begin with, and they were slim-fitting. Now that Shinzai was sitting on my legs, pressing down the pajamas, not only were most of her snow-capped peaks exposed, but even those 2 parts became more obvious under the pressure of the pajamas. "Hubby, please don't be angry." Shinzai hooked my neck and began to shake it, just like grinding soy milk. "I know I was wrong, so just forgive me." Shinzai said to me in a coquettish voice, "I promise I won't lie to you again. No matter what I do, I will tell you." Shinzai didn't say anything, so she leaned over and whispered in my ear, "Hubby, as long as you're not angry, I'll drink the soy milk you prepared tonight." When Shinzai said this, my heart trembled. Although Shinzai had drunk the soy milk I brewed before, it was only after I begged him for a long time that he would try it. Now that Shinzai has taken the initiative to ask for soy milk, can I not react? But if it were any other time, I would definitely be extremely excited, but now I really can't be excited. In my opinion, Shinzai took the initiative to say that she wanted to drink soy milk because she was almost discovered cheating on me and she felt guilty, so she wanted to make it up to me in this way. Of course, the most important thing is to fool this matter. In addition, Lin Xingwan and I don't get along, and Shinzai wants Lin Xingwan to come and live with us, so naturally he has to give me benefits to make me agree. This can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But now I have to pretend that I know nothing and also act excited, really. As long as you are not angry, I can do whatever you want me to do. Then no matter what you do in the future, you can't lie to me like you did this time. Absolutely not. Shinzai looked at me happily, "My husband is so good, I love you." As he said that, Shinzai gave me a kiss on the face. "Hubby, Xingwan is coming to live with us. Do you really agree? If you don't want Xingwan to live in our house, I'll think of a way to stop her from coming." Shinzai held my hand and said to me tenderly, "You can't let her make you unhappy, and you can't let her affect our relationship as husband and wife. From what you said, you will break off your relationship with Lin Xingwan for me." Shinzai nodded without hesitation, "No matter who it is, as long as it affects our relationship as a couple, I can cut off the relationship." How I wish that what Shinzai said was true, but the video recorded on my phone told me that all of this was Shinzai's lies. Shinzai has changed. He is no longer the Shinzai who loved me before. I looked at Shinzai with a complicated expression, "I'm just teasing you. She's here." If she wants to live in our house, let her come. Anyway, our house is big and the house is idle anyway. Shinzai looked at me suspiciously. Husband, are you really letting her live in our house? Let her come if she wants to. I said calmly, she doesn't come here very often anyway. If I don't let her come and live here, she will definitely guess that it's my fault, and then she will come and go crazy with me, and I won't be able to handle it. As I said this, I changed the subject and reminded Shinzai, but if she still treats me the same as before, I want to be polite to her. Hubby, don't worry. If she dares to treat you the same way as before, I will turn against her. Shinzai promised me solemnly. It's getting late, you should pack up and go to work. I forced a smile on my face. If you need me to help Lin Xingwan move her things, give me a call. Now I just want Shinzai to disappear from my sight as soon as possible, otherwise I am afraid I can't control myself and will ask her what the playing cards she had yesterday are, and what the words she muttered last night meant. At the same time, only when Shinzai goes to work can I have time to investigate who the owner of yesterday's live broadcast account is. Okay then. Shinzai kissed me on the forehead. You can catch up on your sleep later, and we will have dinner with Xingwan in the evening. No problem. Shinzai put on a white corset dress and prepared to go to work. I have to say that Shinzai has a great figure. Even when she wears a white dress, it not only does not overshadow her slender and fair neck, but makes it even more crystal clear. Especially, Shinzai herself gives people a sense of intellectual beauty. Now with this white dress, she looks like a banished immortal who has descended to the mortal world, so beautiful that it is beyond description. As soon as Shinzai left, I left home as well. But I didn't go after Shinzai, I went to find Xu Juanhao. Xu Juanhao and I met at an offline party hosted by the gaming team. He comes from an average family and makes a living by playing as a substitute player. However, this guy has a wide network of contacts and knows almost everyone from all walks of life. Most importantly, he also has hacking skills, which makes him an absolutely rare talent. Ever since Xu Juanhao met me and saw that I was driving a Land Rover, he has always wanted to hang out with me. But I rely on Shinzai for support, so how could I let him hang out with me? But Xu Juanhao doesn't know that I am supported by women. In his mind, I am the big boss. If you follow me, you will definitely have a bright future. Especially since I took Xu Juanhao out to play twice, he was more determined to hang out with me. If I really had my own business, I would definitely bring Xu Juanhao with me. After all, this guy is very smart and has hacking skills, which might be useful someday. I just came to Xu Juanhao's place, and Xu Juanhao seemed very surprised. Brother Fan, why are you here? Juanhao, I need your help with something. Brother Fan, you say? Can you find out who owns this live broadcast account? After seeing the account, Xu Juanhao was slightly stunned. This. I know this person. When I heard this, I became excited. Do you know him? I know him. Xu Juanhao said without hesitation. This guy is called Lin Dao. He's a pimp. He does some marginal live broadcasts online, and he even asked me to help him make an app and a mini program. Brother Fan, did he provoke you? I didn't answer Xu Juanhao's question, but asked directly, can we make an appointment? Able. Ask him out to me. Chapter 4, Whimpering Voice on the Phone. I don't know what Xu Juanhao said when he went downstairs to bring Lin Dao up. When he saw me, he was servile and fawning. Lin Dao, was it you who did the live broadcast on this account last night? Lin Dao glanced at the account and said to me in a flattering manner, Brother Fan, you don't want me to introduce you to the woman who danced with you yesterday, do you? My brows immediately frowned. Is there someone else looking for her besides me? What's the meaning? Brother Fan, many people watched the live broadcast yesterday and contacted me, asking if I could introduce this woman to them. Lin Dao said truthfully, but I don't know this woman at all. I frowned immediately and looked at Lin Dao in disbelief. You don't know him? Brother Fan, I really don't know him. Lin Dao assured solemnly, this was brought by another boss himself. I don't dare to take advantage of it. Who is this boss? I don't know. Lin Dao shook his head gently, they all call him Mr. Big. Besides, this woman is the one that the great master uses. If Brother Fan is in need of a woman, I can introduce you to someone else. Don't even think about her. When I heard what Lin Dao said, I was so angry that my lungs almost exploded. This person could be my wife, but now she is someone else's concubine. Do you know Mr. Big? Lin Dao smiled bitterly. Brother Fan, you think too highly of me. I am just a lackey, how could I possibly know someone like Mr. Da? I had originally thought of finding Mr. Da through Lindau, but now it seems completely impossible. You know who has a gold-plated playing card with a topless woman on it? Lindau didn't even think about it and blurted out almost instinctively, is it the Queen of Hearts? Suddenly, I became a little excited, do you know this playing card? Last night when I left home, my cell phone recorded the poker card in Shinzai's hand, which was the Queen of Hearts. I didn't have any hope when I asked Lindau, but I didn't expect that Lindau actually knew this playing card. Brother Fan, this poker card was issued by Mr. Da. Lindau explained to me, and the holder of this poker card is a woman, right? Suddenly my face turned a little ugly, my guess was getting closer to reality step by step. Shinzai may have really cheated on her husband, and the person she cheated on is probably this great gentleman. Brother Fan, since you have seen this poker card, you must not be an ordinary person. Lindau continued, this poker card is very useful. How big? At the Crazy Horse show hosted by Mr. Big, some women will be taken away directly if they are liked by some bosses afterwards, or they will be directly taken off their pants and fucked on the spot. Lindau explained very bluntly, if you have the Queen of Hearts and you don't like the other person, you can just refuse. At the same time, you can also choose the man you like and have sex with him. Of course you can also go and sleep with Mr. Big, provided that Mr. Big lets you accompany him today. For a moment, my fists were clenched tightly together and my face became as gloomy as water. Now I am almost certain that Shinzai cheated. But what I didn't expect was that Shinzai's adulterer might not just be Mr. Da, but there might be others. I don't know how many weeds are growing on my head now. Suddenly a sentence emerged in my mind, a pair of jade arms have been pillowed by thousands of people, and a little red lips have been tasted by tens of thousands of guests. I now wish I could find Shinzai right away and strangle her to death. Then, I took a deep breath and tried my best to control my irritable heart. When will this Crazy Horse show be held next time? Brother Fan is interested. Have. Since Shinzai cheated on her husband, she would definitely attend the Crazy Horse show. If I want to catch evidence of her cheating, I have to go. As long as I catch him, I will definitely make Shinzai leave the house with nothing. There's another one in 7 days. Lindau said without hesitation, but Brother Fan, not everyone can participate in the Crazy Horse show. My brows immediately knitted together, can't you just take me there? Brother Fan, you think too highly of me. I'm just a lackey, doing odd jobs in there. Lindau smiled bitterly, the best I can do is to help you register, but the registration fee is 300,000. The reason why Lindau live broadcast the Crazy Horse show was exactly for the above purpose. They asked Lindau to do live broadcast to help them make money and attract more people to participate. I was shocked. I originally thought that as long as Lindau led the way, I could get in, but I didn't expect that I needed to register, and the registration fee was as high as 300,000. And every time you need to register, you need to pay 300,000 each time to be eligible to enter. As he spoke, Lindau showed a greedy desire on his face, but these 300,000 are absolutely worth it. Brother Fan, you saw my live broadcast yesterday, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. There are many exciting things in it. It is definitely an enjoyment of the Emperor level. If I had money, I would definitely try it and feel the happiness of King Ju. I don't know what's inside the Crazy Horse show, but Lindau dares to say that King Ju's happiness must be something extraordinary. In order to find evidence of Shinzai's cheating, I agreed directly. Okay, I'll give you 300,000 if you help me sign up. I don't have money, but Shinzai does. Although Shinzai would definitely ask if I spent 300,000 directly, I could say that I lent it to a friend or played games, and I guess she wouldn't care. Then, I exchanged contact information with Lindau and transferred the money to Lindau. I'm not afraid of Lindau running away, after all, I can find Xu Juanhao. Besides, I have already met Lindau. If he dares to lie to me, I will never let him go. Brother Fan, wait for my news. Okay, when this is over, I'll treat you and Juanhao to some fun. I glanced at Xu Juanhao and said, you guys find a place, I'll pay for it. Xu Juanhao helped me a lot, so of course I have to thank him. But now I am not in any mood at all, I just want to find evidence of Shinzai's cheating as soon as possible. After I left, Lindau asked Xu Juanhao, where does this Chen Fan come from? I don't know where it came from. Xu Juanhao said softly, did you see my Land Rover downstairs? It's his. The big boss in my game is his friend and he is extremely generous with his money. Xu Juanhao changed the subject and said, "Is the crazy horse show you mentioned really that good?" "Nonsense." Lin Dao moved his throat. "If it's not my brother who's blowing you, maybe the goddess in your heart is in there, enjoying the pleasure under the crotch of these rich men. But this Chen Fan must be no ordinary person. He actually saw the Queen of Hearts sent by the master. From what you said, the Queen of Hearts is not simple, right?" "Nonsense, the Queen of Hearts not only can get the master to help, I also heard that the woman who owns the Queen of Hearts has assets worth at least tens of millions. I didn't know that Lin Dao was still hiding something from me, so after I left, I went directly to Shinzai's company to find her, to see what she was doing, and by the way, to see if I could find any useful clues in the company. I never expected that she didn't come to work today." My face immediately turned livid, and the anger in my heart grew. Did this bitch serve the master in broad daylight? Thinking of this, I called Shinzai directly. I originally thought that Shinzai would not answer the call this time, but I didn't expect that she would be connected so quickly. But before I could open my mouth, a soft moaning sound came into my ears through the receiver. "Oh, baby, stop it, I'm on the phone." Chapter 5, Catching an Adulterer in a Hotel. Boom. The moans and words made me feel like I was electrocuted and my body trembled uncontrollably. I thought about catching evidence of Shinzai's cheating at Mr. Da's crazy horse show, but I didn't expect Shinzai to start being so open about it now, and let me hear her moans and panting. At this moment, I just felt that my whole body was glowing green. An indescribable anger ignited in my heart. Suddenly my expression became extremely ferocious, and I asked almost in a roar, "Chen Zai, what are you doing?" "Husband, I. Shinzai's intermittent voice made me even more furious. I wanted to find Shinzai immediately and beat her to death. In an instant, a picture that made me furious appeared in my mind. Immediately, I yelled again, "Chen Zai, what the hell are you doing?" "Husband, I didn't do anything." Shinzai hurriedly explained, "You don't misunderstand, I. Shinzai. Xingwan, if you mess with me again, I'm going to be angry." Although I heard what Shinzai said, I didn't believe her. I just thought Shinzai was using Lin Xingwan as a shield. "Hubby, don't be angry, it was Xingwan who was messing around with me just now." Shinzai hurriedly explained, "If you don't believe me, I'll open the video for you now." I didn't expect Shinzai to directly tell me to start the video, so I agreed immediately, "Okay, start the video, I want to see what you are doing." The next moment, I hung up the phone and called Shinzai via video. As soon as the video was connected, I saw Shinzai sitting on the bed. Not only was her hair a little messy, but the white dress she wore when going out had also slipped off her shoulders. Her skin, which was originally as white as milk, was slightly red at this moment, as if it had just been kneaded by someone, especially the slightly red marks on her shoulders, as if someone had grabbed her shoulders from behind and done something to her. At the same time, Shinzai's cheeks were flushed, and there was still a trace of spring and satisfaction in his eyes that had not yet dissipated. Even his breathing was a little heavy, and his body was even shaking slightly. "Hubby, look, I really didn't do anything." Shinzai was afraid that I would not believe it, so he flipped the camera and cut to Lin Xingwan. Lin Xingwan was wearing a thin silk pajamas, and her graceful figure looked extremely attractive. Then, Lin Xingwan licked her lips with her tongue, and at the same time stretched out her hand and slowly slid it from her snow-white neck to her chest, which was full of charm. "Chen Fan, do you think Zai is cheating on you?" Before I could say anything, Shinzai complained to Lin Xingwan, "It's all your fault. You had to do something to me. I tell you, if I get divorced, I will never let you go." Seeing that Shinzai was angry, Lin Xingwan immediately reached out and hugged Shinzai's neck. "Dear, I was wrong, I will never tease you again. But it's not my fault. You're just too sensitive. I just kissed your ear and you reacted so strongly." Lin Xingwan. "Chen Fan is so lucky to marry you." Lin Xingwan stood up and came to Shinzai, and switched the camera of her phone to her and Shinzai again. "Chen Fan, are you relieved now? Your wife is with me. I don't feel at ease when I'm with you. Lin Xingwan doesn't have any good feelings towards me. We always quarrel whenever we meet, so I naturally can't indulge her." "Chen Fan, what do you mean?" "Don't you know what I mean?" Chen Fan snorted, "If you can't be satisfied with an old man, can you find another man?" Although Lin Xingwan is coquettish, she still has to maintain her dignity. Especially now that I'm throwing words in her face. "Chen Fan, you are not as good as me, you are a freeloader. If Zai hadn't supported you, you would have starved to death on the streets. Is it comfortable to serve someone who is good enough to be your father? My words seemed to have touched Lin Xingwan's sore spot, causing her to scream, Chen Fan, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Xing Wan, it's not my husband's fault for scolding you. It was you who had to tease me just now and made my husband misunderstand. Shinzai looked at Lin Xing Wan helplessly. You know how much my husband cares about me, and you still do this, aren't you forcing him to scold you? It's because you provoked me, saying that your Chen Fan took half an hour easily. Lin Xingwan snorted coldly, you are full, have you ever thought about my feelings? Next time you provoke me like this, if Chen Fan calls you again, I will tease you again. Then I will run away and make Chen Fan completely misunderstand. Shinzai ignored Lin Xingwan and said to me directly, husband, if you wake up, come to the hotel to find us, and we will go around together later. I didn't sleep all night last night. When Chen Zai left home, she asked me to catch up on some sleep. Now she thought I just woke up. Okay, I'll come find you now. I said without any hesitation, but you have to video chat with me and point the camera of your phone at the door. I didn't believe Shinzai just because of Lin Xingwan's appearance. After all, I didn't know whether the sound just now was made by Lin Xingwan to tease Shinzai, or whether Lin Xingwan and Shinzai were serving the master together. Or maybe Lin Xingwan was in the next room at the time and was called by Shinzai to help her out. Facing my request, Lin Xingwan got angry on the spot. Chen Fan, do you really not trust Zai? It's because you just teased me and made my husband completely misunderstand. Shinzai glared at Lin Xingwan, husband, I listened to you, come here quickly. Originally, I thought Shinzai would question me if I didn't trust her. After all, a woman who is caught cheating will feel guilty and will get angry out of shame. But Shinzai didn't, instead he cooperated with me. Could it be that the sound she made just now was really due to Lin Xingwan's teasing? Or was it that when Lin Xingwan came to help Shinzai out, the great master had already left, so Shinzai was so calm? Then a light bulb went off in my head that the hotel's surveillance camera must have the answer I wanted. Thinking of this, I said to Shinzai, wife, I'm just teasing you, how could I not believe you? Hang up first. I'll go to the hotel to find you now. After hanging up the phone, I quickly headed towards the hotel location that Shinzai sent me. When I arrived at the hotel, I didn't go to find Shinzai first, but went directly to the hotel lobby manager to retrieve the surveillance footage. But I didn't expect that the hotel lobby manager would tell me that the surveillance camera broke down 2 days ago and had not been repaired yet. Of course I don't believe this nonsense. How could the surveillance camera in such a big hotel break down and not be repaired? It was obvious that the hotel manager wanted some benefits, so I took out some money from my pocket and stuffed it into the manager's pocket. Brother, help me. Money makes the world go round. When the manager saw the money, he immediately said to me, I suddenly remembered that the surveillance camera was just repaired this morning. I'll take you there now. Chapter 6. Does he really have half an hour? Originally, I thought that by checking the surveillance, I could find evidence of Shinzai's infidelity. But I never expected that the room where Shinzai and Lin Xingwan lived was exactly the blind spot of the hotel's surveillance, and they couldn't see anything at all. Even now I doubt that when I said I wanted to come to the hotel with the video on, Lin Xingwan deliberately provoked me and said that I didn't believe Shinzai, just to make me hang up the video and give the adulterer time to leave. After all, the hotel room where Lin Xingwan lives happens to be a surveillance blind spot. I don't believe that Lin Xingwan doesn't know this. And I was so stupid that I actually hung up the phone and missed such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I asked the hotel manager with some hopelessness, is there no other surveillance camera that can see it? The hotel manager shook his head slightly, no. Brother, are you looking for evidence that your wife is cheating on you? The hotel manager asked me curiously. It is impossible for me to admit such a shameful thing and directly tell the other party that I am doing someone else a favor. Since I didn't find any evidence of Shinzai's cheating on me on the surveillance camera, I came out of the hotel and called Shinzai to tell her that I had arrived. Hubby, aren't you coming up? No, I'll just wait for you downstairs. At this moment, the adulterer had already left, and there was no point in me going to the hotel room to look for Shinzai and the others. Okay then. Xingwan and I will go down right away. Before I finished my cigarette, Shinzai and Lin Xingwan walked out of the hotel. Lin Xingwan was wearing a red dress, a pair of red high heels, and carrying an LV bag in her hand. Lin Xingwan is not tall, about 1.65 meters, but her body proportions are perfect, with two snow-capped peaks on her chest, which is quite spectacular. Especially the red dress, which has a very low neckline, not only reveals a large area of snow-white skin, but also the trench in the middle of the snow peak is very obvious. Even though I have seen Lin Xingwan dressed like this more than once, I can't control my inner restlessness every time. This woman is a rare beauty for men. Compared to Lin Xingwan's outfit, Shinzai seemed a little conservative, wearing a white chiffon skirt, which gave her an intellectual and elegant beauty. Especially now that Shinzai's face still had a slight blush left over from playing with Lin Xingwan, it added a different kind of charm to Shinzai. Lin Xingwan is fiery and unrestrained, while Shinzai is dignified and elegant. When the two of them walk together, they give people a strong visual impact. "Honey, are you getting impatient?" Shinzai walked up to me and took my arm directly, with a sweet and happy smile on his face. As soon as Shinzai took my arm, a faint fragrance rushed into my nose, which made me frown slightly. Shinzai didn't have the habit of wearing perfume, but the fragrance on her body was obviously the smell of perfume. Could it be that she really went to see some great master before coming to find Lin Xingwan? Where did the perfume on your body come from? Thinking of this, a surge of anger suddenly surged in my heart, and I wanted to question Shinzai immediately. But in the end I held back. After all, Lin Xingwan was right beside me, and if I asked Shinzai, it would be like tearing open my scars for others to see. Lin Xingwan looked at the loving way that Shinzai was holding my arm, and snorted softly. "What's wrong with asking him to wait for a while? Isn't it normal for a man to wait for his wife? If it was my guy, I could leave him alone for half an hour." I sneered. "If your old man came to you, don't even think about leaving him alone for half an hour. I'm afraid you would pounce on him immediately like a dog." Shinzai knew that Lin Xingwan and I were about to quarrel, so she quickly spoke to smooth things over. "Husband, take us to the mall." "I haven't been to the mall for a long time." Lin Xingwan, who was about to quarrel with me, gave up immediately after hearing about shopping in the mall and said directly, "I haven't been to the mall for a long time. Let's go shopping today." Even though Shinzai might have cheated on me, I was very reluctant to go shopping with her, and now I couldn't refuse. After all, before I find solid evidence that Shinzai cheated on me, I need to behave the same as before and never let Shinzai notice anything and make her wary of me. I had no interest in shopping in the mall, but Shinzai and Lin Xingwan were very interested. They bought a lot of things, and I naturally became the one who carried the bags. After shopping in the mall, it was already late, so we found a restaurant to eat. By the time we finished our meal and returned home, it was already completely dark. When we got home, Shinzai and Lin Xingwan were trying on their clothes together, while I stayed in the study alone. I used to play games at home, but now I am not in the mood to play games at all. After all, Shinzai may have cheated on me, and I just want to find evidence of Shinzai's cheating as soon as possible and end this already abnormal marriage. I don't know how long it took, but Shinzai suddenly walked in from outside. At this moment, Shinzai was wearing a dress that she had just bought today, and it was the most popular yellow battle robe on the internet. Shinzai looks obviously better in this yellow battle robe than some internet celebrities. After all, Shinzai has a good figure, and she is beautiful. Now wearing a yellow battle robe, she completely combines the intelligence and charm of a woman, making her look particularly charming. Especially since the yellow jersey has slits, the beautiful legs are faintly visible when walking, which can stimulate male hormones and make men want to tear it off completely to see the beautiful scenery. "Honey, do I look good?" Shinzai put one hand on the door frame, her body slightly tilted, and at the same time, Shinzai's right leg deliberately moved forward a few inches, revealing a large area of her beautiful snow-white legs. Shinzai's look made me slightly dazed. But when I came to my senses, my heart was filled with coldness, and at the same time, the possibility that Shinzai might have cheated on me emerged in my mind again. Did she behave in the same way when she was with other men? The next moment, before I could even open my mouth, Shinzai saw the cigarette butts in the ashtray and the cigarette in my hand, and thought that Lin Xingwan had come to stay with me. I was a little unhappy, so she stopped flirting with me. Instead, she walked directly to my side, took my arm, and sat in my arms. "Hubby, I know that letting Xingwan live in our house has wronged you. It's my fault. Please don't be unhappy, okay?" As she spoke, Shinzai leaned into my arms, and her slender, white jade hands began to draw circles on my chest. "It's okay," I said nonchalantly, "as long as you are happy." Although Lin Xingwan and I don't get along well, her living here has no impact on me. If she dares to make me unhappy, I won't make her happy either. Honey, I know you're angry, please stop being angry. Shinzai's jade-like arms hooked directly around my neck, and she lay on my shoulders, breathing hot air at me. Wait until tonight, I'll make it up to you. The hot air from Shinzai's mouth blew on my face, making me feel itchy, especially when he kissed my ear like a dragonfly touching the water, which made me feel hot in my heart. Plus, Shinzai was still looking at me with a pair of silky eyes, so it would be fake if I didn't have any reaction. After all, I am a normal man. How could I not react when a beautiful woman sits in my arms? But then, I thought that Shinzai might have cheated on me, and a disgusting picture immediately emerged in my mind. Was it also like this when Shinzai was with her adulterer? When I thought of this, I felt very uncomfortable, and an indescribable anger instantly filled my whole body. Immediately, I pulled Shinzai into my arms. How are you going to compensate me? Shinzai didn't notice the anger in my voice, she just thought that I had the desire and idea of wanting her, so she immediately said to me with a seductive look and a blushing face, I will wear black stockings for you tonight. As she spoke, Shinzai lifted the hem of her skirt with her white jade hands, exposing her pair of snow-white legs completely to the air. She also took my hand and slowly placed it on her leg, stroking it gently. You can also wear this battle robe. Boom! Shinzai's words did not ignite the desire in my heart. On the contrary, the image of Shinzai under other men instinctively emerged in my mind. Then I'm going to teach you a lesson tonight. I don't have much desire in my heart, but I want to vent. I want Shinzai to beg for mercy. Immediately, I was about to pick up Shinzai and go back to the bedroom. Honey, Xingwan is here. I'm in my own home, hugging my own wife. Does she have any objections? I just came out of the study room holding Shinzai, and I happened to meet Lin Xinhuan, which made Shinzai lie in my arms shyly, and whispered to me to put her down. I completely ignored Shinzai's words and carried Shinzai into the bedroom. As for Lin Xinhuan, I didn't even look at her. But Lin Xinhuan looked at me picking up Shinzai and going back to the bedroom, and her cheeks became a little rosy as if she had thought of something. You bastard Chen Fan, don't you know I still live here? You actually ignored me. As Lin Xinhuan said this, she thought of what Shinzai had said to her. Chen Fan is very powerful. He can easily finish in half an hour. This sentence was like a spell, constantly echoing in Lin Xinhuan's mind. Just as Lin Xinhuan was daydreaming, a moaning sound was heard, which made Lin Xinhuan swallow his saliva instinctively, and he couldn't help but look towards the bedroom of Shinzai and me. Did he really have half an hour? As if by some strange coincidence, Lin Xinhuan slowly approached our bedroom. Chapter 7 Lin Xinhuan is anxious. In the bedroom, Shinzai's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were still full of blurred desire, her white teeth were biting her red lips tightly, and she tried her best to control herself and not make any sound. Hubby, let's wait until Xinhuan falls asleep, okay? Chen Zai blushed and said to me in a low and embarrassed voice, if she hears this, how can I face her? Just now when I was carrying Shinzai from the study to the bedroom, I bumped into Lin Xinhuan. Besides, my intention was so obvious, and Shinzai was lying shyly in my arms, so Lin Xinhuan must know what we were going to do. If it were in the past, I would definitely obey Shinzai. After all, she is my wife and I need to consider her feelings. But now that I already think Shinzai is cheating, how can I still care about her feelings? Now I just want to vent, I just want to embarrass Shinzai. No, didn't you already agree on this when you came to the study to see me just now? At this moment in my mind, Chen Zai is just pretending to be pure. She has found a strange man and cheated on me, and now she wants to save her shame. How can you be shameless when looking for a wild man? Although I wanted Shinzai to fulfill her promise, I did not force her, but persuaded her gently. I have closed the door, she won't hear it. Besides, if it really doesn't work, just bear with it and don't make any noise. Even though I said this, Shinzai still hesitated, but I'm afraid I can't help it. It's okay if you can't help it. It's not like she hasn't experienced this before. Even if she heard it, it's okay. I smiled nonchalantly. Besides, didn't you say that she often complained to you about the old man she found? This is a good opportunity for her to envy you. I didn't know that when I said these words, Lin Xinhuan was lying on the door at the entrance and listening. However, due to the door between them, Lin Xinhuan could only vaguely hear their voices, but couldn't make out what was being said at all. The more this happened, the more anxious Lin Xinhuan became. At the same time, under my patient persuasion, Shinzai finally agreed to my request. I didn't let Shinzai wear black silk stockings, but chose the yellow battle robe she was wearing. The yellow battle robe was lifted up, giving people a hazy feeling of half covering the face, especially when I asked Shinzai to take off the battle robe to the shoulders and tie the hem of the skirt to the thighs. The snow-white skin matched with the yellow battle robe gave me a strong visual impact, and my breathing gradually became rapid. When Shinzai and I were decorating the house, we installed ambient lighting in the room for the sake of atmosphere. Now that the ambient light is on, coupled with the half-covered yellow battle robe, Shinzai looks particularly charming and beautiful at this moment, like a fully bloomed flower, just waiting for the right person to pick it. Under the illumination of the atmosphere light, Shinzai's delicate face was slightly flushed, and her pair of eyes filled with spring were enough to make any man's adrenaline surge. But when my adrenaline was surging, what I was thinking about in my mind was when Shinzai was with a wild man, was it also like this? Thinking of this, the anger in my heart instantly reached its peak, and I immediately became rude to Shinzai. Even though Shinzai tried hard not to make any sound, she still couldn't help herself when she was excited. It was the sound made by Shinzai that made Lin Xingwan, who was lying outside, scratch his ears and cheeks, and turned around in anxiety. Suddenly, Lin Xingwan touched the door handle unconsciously and found that he could actually turn it, which made Lin Xingwan swallow his saliva. Originally, Lin Xingwan thought that Shinzai and I would lock the door, but she never expected that we didn't. But when Lin Xingwan's hand touched the door handle, Shinzai let out a seductive moan, which made an evil idea emerge in Lin Xingwan's mind. I shouldn't be discovered if I take a look myself, right? As soon as this idea emerged in Lin Xingwan's mind, it was like a river bursting its dam, and it was out of control. Driven by inner desire and curiosity, Lin Xingwan carefully opened the door crack, and the scene in the room came into her eyes. Under the illumination of the ambient light, Lin Xingwan could clearly see me standing under the bed, while Shinzai was kneeling on the bed. When Lin Xingwan saw this scene, her face turned red and even her heartbeat started to speed up. At the same time, Lin Xingwan only felt her mouth dry, and it was as if there was a flame burning in her body, causing her breathing to become rapid and heavy unconsciously. Her two white and plump legs slowly clamped together at this moment, and her hands began to slowly slide down. Just when Lin Xingwan was about to move her slender hand downward, I suddenly turned my head and looked at her, which scared Lin Xingwan half to death. She reflexively withdrew her hand and quickly closed the door. At this moment, Lin Xingwan was like a thief who was caught. Her face was flushed, she was breathing heavily, her heart was full of panic, and she fled back to the room that Shinzai had prepared for her. But after returning to the room, Lin Xingwan had no intention of sleeping. All she could think about was the scene she had just seen. "You bastard Chen Fan, you definitely did it on purpose." Lin Xingwan began to curse me. "Why are you not sleeping well so late at night? What are you doing?" Lin Xingwan tried hard not to think about the scene she had just seen, but this scene seemed to be imprinted in her mind and could not be erased. So annoying. The next day, Shinzai was in high spirits, while Lin Xingwan had dark circles under his eyes and looked tired. Shinzai entered Lin Xingwan's room and saw the underwear that Lin Xingwan had just changed. Your underwear. It's all your fault. You two made such a big noise that I couldn't sleep all night." Lin Xingwan glared at Shinzai fiercely and said unhappily, "I tossed and turned all night, and you two were all on my mind. I finally fell asleep, but in the end, I dreamed about these things." Swish. Shinzai's face instantly turned red, and she looked very shy. Fortunately, I am not here at the moment, otherwise, Shinzai would definitely glare at me fiercely. Hands are still not as useful as real weapons. Lin Xingwan sighed, then changed the subject and asked Shinzai curiously, "Zai, is Chen Fan really that strong?" Shinzai looked at Lin Xingwan with a flushed face. "Definitely better than your husband. You want to die?" Lin Xingwan pretended to be angry and stretched out his hand to grab Shinzai. "I'm telling the truth." For a moment, Shinzai and Lin Xingwan started fighting, tearing each other's clothes off, not caring at all about exposing their body. It just so happened that I walked in to look for Shinzai at this time, and was able to take in the unobstructed spring scenery. When I saw Lin Xingwan's snow-white flesh, my heart suddenly trembled, and a sentence emerged in my mind: "A woman that no man can control." However, my appearance also made Lin Xingwan scream, and she quickly pulled the quilt to cover herself. "Chen Fan, don't you know to knock on the door before you come in?" "I haven't come in yet." I stood at the door, not afraid of Lin Xingwan's angry eyes, you guys didn't close the door, and don't you know there's a man in the house? You? Just as Lin Xingwan was about to explode, Shenzai hurriedly smoothed things over. Xingwan, it's all my fault for forgetting to close the door, not Chen Fan's. Just protect him. Of course I have to protect my husband. Shenzai smiled awkwardly, then turned to me and said, Husband, I have to go to the company first to take care of some things. Can you send Xingwan to find me later? Chapter 8. Can you last longer? Although I didn't want to agree to Shenzai, I felt that it was a waste of my time looking for evidence of Shenzai's cheating. But I had no way to refuse, so I had to agree. It took more than an hour for Shenzai to leave home before Lin Xingwan finished packing. I'm done packing. Take me to have breakfast first, and then go find Zai. Facing Lin Xingwan's commanding tone, I frowned and a look of displeasure appeared on my face. Lin Xingwan, I'm not your servant, don't talk to me in such a condescending manner. You are indeed not my servant, but you live on my best friend. If you were not my best friend, would you be able to live in such a nice house and drive a Land Rover? Lin Xingwan looked at me with disdain. If you want me to talk to you properly, then don't eat my best friend's soft rice. How are you any better than me? I sneered, at least I found someone who's my age. How about you? I can be your father. Chen Fan, you and I are different. Lin Xingwan stared at me angrily, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. I'm looking for. As Lin Xingwan said this, he seemed to have thought of something and waved his hand. Forget it, I can't talk to you about it. I scoffed at this. In my opinion, it was not that Lin Xingwan had nothing to say to me, but that everything I said was the truth and she had no way to defend herself. Now take me to have breakfast, and then we'll go find Zai together. I didn't continue arguing with Lin Xingwan. I picked up the car keys and took her out. After having a simple meal with Lin Xingwan, we prepared to go to Shenzai's company. As soon as I opened the car, Lin Xingwan sat directly on the passenger seat, which made me frown slightly. Before, besides Shenzai, only my mother had sat in the passenger seat. Now Lin Xingwan sat in the passenger seat without any hesitation, which made me feel a little uncomfortable. Besides, doesn't Lin Xingwan know that this is Shenzai's special seat? But on second thought, Lin Xingwan has no taboos to begin with, and besides, Shenzai might have cheated on her, so it's okay to let Lin Xingwan sit in my passenger seat for a while. Chen Fan, are you planning to just rely on Zai forever and do nothing? What does it have to do with you? You? Instead of worrying about others, why not think about what you will do in the future? I interrupted Lin Xingwan directly. Although the man you found is rich, he is too old. When he really dies, will you get the inheritance? Lin Xingwan sneered. Chen Fan, you don't think I'm interested in his inheritance, do you? Isn't it? Don't think everyone is so petty. Lin Xingwan looked at him with disdain. Not everyone is like you, with no ambition and only wanting to rely on women for a living. Lin Xingwan's ridicule made me instantly furious. If Lin Xingwan had a good job, high income, or started her own business as a boss like other women, I would have no way to refute her, but she is no different from me. I live on Shenzai, but what about her? Lin Xingwan, if you're really awesome, you shouldn't date an old man. I snorted coldly. I've known you for several years, do you really think I don't know your little shit? But an old man can't satisfy you, right? My tone suddenly changed, causing Lin Xingwan's face to darken. Chen Fan, what do you mean? Was it exciting to peek last night? Lin Xingwan's face showed panic and a blush appeared on her cheeks. When I turned my head last night, I didn't see Lin Xingwan, but I saw a crack in the door. But I knew it was definitely Lin Xingwan. After all, there were only 3 of us at home. You. Lin Xingwan, listen to me, you should find a normal man. You are just relying on your youth to make a living. How many years can you do this? I said this sincerely and have no other intention. Moreover, I have met many women like Lin Xingwan when I went to the club. They are just young people who live for the sake of youth. Lin Xingwan looked at me in surprise. Chen Fan, you can speak human language, right? I was speechless for a moment and had no idea what to say. At this time, Lin Xingwan sighed and a look of loneliness appeared on her delicate face. But some things are not as simple as you think. Lin Xingwan's face was filled with sadness, and there was a sense of powerlessness in his eyes. You have Zai to support you, and Zai to hold an umbrella for you. You have no idea how bloody it is outside. Especially for a woman like me, it's not as easy as you think to gain a foothold. Lin Xingwan took a deep breath, turned his head and looked at me and said, since you said something human, I will also say something you don't like to hear. I was just about to ask Lin Xingwan to hold back what I didn't want to hear when her voice came over. If you were a man, you would help Zai hold up the sky, and let her hold up the sky for you. Lin Xingwan said heavily, if you keep doing nothing like this, even if Zai likes you, one day she may not be able to withstand the storm outside. When she really leaves with someone else, you won't even have a place to cry. If I hadn't watched the live broadcast and realized that the woman dancing striptease looked very similar to Shinzai, I would definitely have been nervous. But now I heard other meanings from Lin Xingwan's words. Did something happen? Lin Xingwan and Shinzai are very good friends. There are many things that Shinzai may not tell me, but she will definitely tell Lin Xingwan. Even if it was cheating, maybe Shinzai would tell Lin Xingwan. After all, Lin Xingwan has always looked down on me and wants Shinzai to leave me. If Shinzai really finds a man who is more capable than me, Lin Xingwan will definitely persuade Shinzai to break up with me. I want to test Lin Xingwan and see if I can get something useful out of her. What could happen? Lin Xingwan gently played with her hair, I'm just reminding you. After all, the times are changing too fast, and you and Zai are both very young. I just think that Lin Xingwan knows something, but Lin Xingwan is too cautious and vigilant. The next moment, I was about to continue asking, but Lin Xingwan changed the subject. Chen Fan, I heard from Zai that you are very good at that, and it only takes you half an hour. Is that true? I was completely speechless by Lin Xingwan's jumping style of conversation. You've seen and heard it all. When Lin Xingwan heard my admission, she started smacking her lips and looking all over my body. I even felt that the way Lin Xingwan looked at me had become a little different, which made me feel nervous. Could it be that she had been unsatisfied for a long time and was now targeting me? For a moment, a panic swept through my body. I never realized you were so good with men. Lin Xingwan's eyes scanned me back and forth. I thought Zai was just bragging for you. This is a matter of a man's dignity. How can I let Lin Xingwan trample on it like this? Do I need to brag about this kind of thing? Half an hour is routine operation. What? Can you last longer? Lin Xingwan's eyes immediately flashed green, like a hungry wolf seeing its prey. Lin Xingwan's aggressive gaze made me slightly stunned. Lin Xingwan, you are not going to attack me, are you? Chapter 9 I almost lost control. I did not become complacent because of Lin Xingwan's strong interest in me. On the contrary, I was full of vigilance. Lin Xingwan and Shinzai are best friends. What if this is a trap set for me by Lin Xingwan and Shinzai, and I fall into it? Wouldn't I die miserably? I even suspect now that Shinzai has noticed that I know she has cheated on me, and now she deliberately asked me to send Lin Xingwan to the company to find her. In this way, I will have the opportunity to be alone with Lin Xingwan. In addition, Lin Xingwan is very beautiful and has a great figure. If I let Lin Xingwan seduce me, I will not be able to control myself, and something will really happen between us. Then Shinzai will make me pack up and leave. At this moment, I just felt that Shinzai had a vicious mind. He clearly cheated on me, but now he wanted me to leave the house with nothing so that he could be with his adulterer. Lin Xingwan didn't know what I was thinking. When she saw my alert look, she burst out laughing. As Lin Xingwan laughed, her chest rose and fell like waves. This woman is truly a charmer, her every move carries a huge allure. If I wasn't afraid that Shinzai and Lin Xingwan would set a trap for me, I really wanted to let Lin Xingwan know how powerful I am and see if she would dare to be so coquettish with me again. Am I not beautiful? Lin Xingwan breathed hot air at me, with spring in her eyes. Don't you want me? As she spoke, Lin Xingwan slowly stretched out her slender hand, as scallion-like, and touched my leg. Upon seeing this, I immediately knocked Lin Xingwan's hand away, like a moral guardian. Lin Xingwan, please respect yourself. Although I said this, in my heart I wanted Lin Xingwan to touch me more than anyone else. Even at this moment, a devilish idea came into my mind. Even Chen Zai can cheat on her, why should I remain a virgin? If you, Shinzai, can find a strange man, why can't I harm your best friend? Eventually, my reason overcame the evil thoughts in my heart, or rather, I was afraid that this was a trap, and once I got into it, I would face the end of being kicked out by Shinzai. Between desire and money, I want money more. With money, I can find any woman I want. Even if I want to find a woman now, I must not touch Lin Xingwan. Lin Xingwan was not angry because I stopped her. Instead, she smiled coquettishly and said to me, you and Zai didn't do it in the car, did you? Don't you want to feel a woman lying on top of you and serving you while you're driving? Lin Xingwan's words made his mind instinctively emerge with a blood-pumping picture, so much so that even his breathing became a little rapid. The next moment, I hurriedly took out a cigarette, lit it for myself, took a deep puff, and suppressed my hot desire. Lin Xingwan, not everyone is as shameless as you. I exhaled a puff of smoke and said to Lin Xingwan with a cold face, also, I am Shen Zai's husband. Are you worthy of Zai by hooking up with your best friend's husband? If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, how will she know? As she spoke, Lin Xingwan started to behave dishonestly. She even bit the corner of her lips on purpose, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes blurred. Lin Xingwan's provocative behavior made Qing swallow his saliva involuntarily. I'm driving now, so I can't fully appreciate Lin Xingwan's seductive and charming appearance. I can only glance at her out of the corner of my eye. But with just a quick glance, I was able to take in the vast expanse of attractive beauty, which made my breathing immediately become a little rapid, especially when I felt that Lin Xingwan's delicate hands had grasped places that they shouldn't have grasped, which made me feel hot all over. I wanted to stop the car immediately and execute Lin Xingwan on the spot to let her know that playing with fire requires paying the price. But in the end, I still resisted the urge, took 2 deep breaths, and suppressed the evil fire that was rising in my heart. You can be shameless, but I can't. At this moment, I was like Liu Xiaohui possessed, completely calm. But in fact, deep down, I really wanted to push Lin Xingwan's head off and let her serve me well. Chen Fan, I don't believe you don't want me. Lin Xingwan's movements gradually became bolder than before, and she even started to unbuckle my belt. When you saw me yesterday, you kept staring at my legs, and this morning you kept staring at my breasts. Lin Xingwan shook her chest twice and touched her legs with her hands. Don't you want to touch and play with them? I know everything that Zai can't do. I can do everything that she is embarrassed to do for you. Lin Xingwan kept blinking at me and licked her red lips with her tongue. If you want, I can let you feel the excitement and play that you have never experienced before. The next moment, Lin Xingwan leaned over and climbed down on me, and she completely untied the belt on my pants. For a moment, my heart was completely filled with desire, and I was extremely eager to have Lin Xingwan serve me. But when Lin Xingwan completely untied my belt, desire overcame reason and I stopped Lin Xingwan. Lin Xingwan, if you feel itchy, I can lend you my shoes and you can give them a couple of slaps. I pushed Lin Xingwan away and said coldly, don't be so coquettish in front of me. When Lin Xingwan saw that I was really angry, the smile on her face became even more intense. You still have some conscience, and it's worth it that Zai treats you so well. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on my back. Damn it, luckily I held back at the critical moment, otherwise, I would probably be kicked out by Shen Zai. I stared at Lin Xingwan with a livid and angry face. Did you do this on purpose? I'm testing you to see if you would do something to let Zai down. Lin Xingwan said calmly, now it seems that you are not bad. You can control yourself at the critical moment and not just rely on your small head to think. Lin Xingwan changed the subject and said, Chen Fan, you don't really think that I like you and want to do it with you, do you? Lin Xingwan showed a look of contempt on his face. Stop dreaming. Although I, Lin Xingwan, am not a good person, I really despise people like you who live off you. If I really want, I can find other men. After all, these days, as long as you pay, no matter if it's a man or a woman, they will serve you like a grandson. Lin Xingwan's humiliating words made me feel that she was just pointing at me, telling me that I was a gigolo, and that I should be obedient and not cause trouble no matter what Shen Zai asked me to do in the future. Otherwise, I won't give you a penny, so let us see how you survive. I immediately responded to her coldly, you must understand this better than I do. Chen Fan, what do you mean? Don't you know what I mean? I sneered and looked at Lin Xingwan with a mocking face. Do you really need me to explain it clearly? You? Lin Xingwan, although I am a gigolo, I am better than you. I have enough freedom and can do whatever I want. Can you do that? I said to Lin Xingwan proudly, I dare to let Zai know that I went to the bar, sang in the club, and had a massage. Do you dare to let your old man know about this? Chen Fan, I'm really curious, how can you, a gigolo, be so tough? Lin Xingwan looked at me coldly, is it true that shameless people are invincible? Whether she is invincible or not, you should know better than me, right? I asked Lin Xingwan curiously, by the way, when you and your old man go out, have any children ever said to your old man, Grandpa, your daughter is so pretty, so pretty? Chapter 10 The Man Under Surveillance. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt a pain in my waist and I almost lost my grip on the steering wheel. Lin Xingwan, are you crazy? I growled at Lin Xingwan with an angry face, don't you know I'm driving? If you want to die, don't drag me into this. If I had yelled at Lin Xingwan like this in the past, based on Lin Xingwan's personality, she would definitely fight with me, but this time, she simply ignored me. Instead, she turned her head to look out the window and remained silent. At this moment, Lin Xingwan's expression was complicated. There was an endless sadness and pain in her pair of peach blossom eyes. Even the corners of her mouth showed a strong helplessness, and there was an unconcealable loneliness between her brows. In my mind, Lin Xingwan is not only flirtatious, but also heartless, as if nothing can make her care. This is the first time I've seen her like this. It seems that she has experienced what I just said more than once, otherwise she would not be like this. Looking at Lin Xingwan's appearance at this moment, I sighed in my heart. It's not easy for her either. Lin Xingwan didn't say a word to me until we arrived at Shenzi's company. As soon as Lin Xingwan and I arrived at the company, Shenzi said, "Husband, please help me arrange a technician for Xingwan and let her rest first. I still have some things to do here. You can find one later and relax." Shenzi runs a beauty salon, targeting wealthy ladies. Of course there is massage here, but it is very formal and without all those weird things. I used to come to the company to find Shenzi, and when Shenzi was busy, I would also find a technician to give me a massage. Seeing that Shenzi was really busy, I agreed. Now in my eyes, Shenzi is busy just to make money for me. As long as I find evidence that Chen Zai cheated on me, I can kick Chen Zai out of the house and the company will be mine. This is my revenge on her, and also the price she paid for cheating on me. Of course I agreed for another reason, which was that I wanted to see if I could get something useful out of the company's employees. Lin Xingwan also knew that Shenzi was busy, so she didn't say anything more and followed me out of the office. Since I come to the company often, many employees know me and call me boss. As for Shenzi, she is the boss's wife. So whatever I arrange, the employees will carry it out. As soon as I made arrangements for Lin Xingwan, I found a private room for myself, called a random technician, and asked him to give me a massage. The technicians that Shenzi looks for are all young, generally between 25 and 30 years old, and they all have very good figures and looks. After all, working in the beauty industry naturally requires beautiful women, so that it will be more convincing. "Boss, I just saw that woman you brought with you. She's pretty. Is she your friend?" The technician who spoke to me was called Chang Huan. She was an old employee in the store. She had been divorced once and had a son. She was usually very talkative and was quite familiar with me. "No." I shook my head gently, "It's Zai's best friend." "No wonder she's so pretty, it turns out she's the boss lady's best friend." Chang Huan said as she gave me a massage, "The boss is so lucky to marry such a capable and competent woman like the boss lady." If someone had said this to me in the past, I would have been filled with pride. But now I can't be proud. The woman dancing striptease in the live broadcast is like a thorn, deeply piercing my heart. "Is your boss lady busy these days?" "It's indeed quite busy." Chang Huan said truthfully, "Especially during this period, there is a man coming over frequently." Chang Huan's words immediately caught my attention, and I hurriedly asked, "A man?" "Yes." Chang Huan didn't think much about it and told me everything. "There's a man who keeps coming to our store recently, and I don't know what he wants to do. I heard that he had a quarrel with the boss lady last time, and the boss lady told him to get lost." For a moment, I became a little excited. Could it be that the adulterer came to the company to find Shenzi, and Shenzi was afraid that I would find out, or the other party threatened Shenzi, so the two of them quarreled? "Have you seen that man?" "I haven't seen him." Chang Huan shook her head gently, "But other sisters have seen him and said he is quite handsome." Chang Huan seemed to realize something and quickly changed the subject. "Of course, he is definitely not as handsome as the boss." "I know the man you're talking about." I said nonsense casually. "When we were in school, Zai had a suitor who came back from abroad some time ago, and he's still got evil intentions. Now I just want Chang Huan to let down her guard. After all, I want to know more from her." So that is how it is. As expected, Chang Huan completely believed what I said. "But boss, aren't you afraid?" "What is there to be afraid of?" I said calmly, "What is mine will always be mine, and what is not mine cannot be kept." My words touched Chang Huan's heart, and she agreed very much. "That's right, just like their husband I found at the beginning, who would have thought that he had a mistress outside. You want to send me to other men to play with? Chang Wan cursed, men are not good people. But the next moment, Chang Wan immediately realized that I was also a man, and hurriedly changed her words, boss, I didn't say you. I know. I didn't argue with Chang Wan about this, and of course I didn't believe what Chang Wan said. I heard some things about Chang Wan from Shinzai. Chang Wan got divorced not because her husband was fooling around outside, but because she was fooling around outside. It is said that Chang Wan slept with her husband's relative, and when her husband found out, he divorced her. I don't want to know whether it's true or not, now I just want to know who the man who came to see Shinzai is. By the way, has that man come here often recently? He used to come here quite often, but he hasn't been here much since he was scolded by the boss lady last time. Chang Wan said without hesitation, but boss, you still have to be careful, don't let him really kidnap the boss lady. Zai is not that kind of person. Although I hate Shinzai now, I have to defend Shinzai outside, after all, she is my wife. I don't have any evidence that Shinzai cheated on me now. Boss, you can't think like that. I tell you that women are different from men. Chang Wan said heavily, men like young and beautiful women, but women, in the past they liked handsome men, and later they liked rich men, but in the end they definitely like men who are good to her. To put it bluntly, women will run after whoever treats them well. Chang Wan told me seriously, similarly, she will run after whoever she sleeps with the most. I agree with what Chang Wan said. This is indeed how society is. Their whole thing about 3 chastities and 9 heroic deeds has been fed to the dogs long ago. Has Zai ever gone out with him? That's not the case. Chang Wan said softly, the boss lady is not short of money, and you are so good to her, so ordinary men really can't catch her eye. But you still have to be careful. Okay, I got it. Chang Wan left after giving me a massage, and I went to the company's monitoring room. I'm going to retrieve the surveillance footage to see who the man who came to the company to look for Shinzai is. I came to the monitoring room and the security guards were very polite to me. I asked to see the surveillance footage from a while ago, and they didn't stop me. As the surveillance progressed, I quickly found the man Chang Wan mentioned, which made my face immediately turn gloomy. Because this man came almost every day recently, and he always had flowers in his hands or brought other gifts. Shinzai, is this the adulterer you found? I looked at the surveillance video, clenched my fists, and my body began to tremble. At this time, Shinzai walked in from outside and happened to see me watching the video of her standing with a man on the surveillance camera, which made Shinzai's face change drastically. Chapter 11 Shinzai gets angry. Shinzai's appearance made my already gloomy expression even uglier. But I didn't lose my temper on the spot. After all, this is the security room and there are security guards here. If I lost my temper on the spot, it would be like telling everyone that I was cheated on. Are you done? Shinzai nodded hurriedly. Well, I've just finished my work, husband, let us go to my office. I didn't say anything, I stood up and walked outside, and Shinzai hurriedly followed. When I arrived at the office, before I could ask, Shinzai hurriedly explained to me, husband, don't misunderstand. Shinzai's anxious explanation seemed to me to be completely out of fear. After all, it was she who cheated, and I have found some evidence. Did I say anything? I stared at Shinzai intently. I don't think I said anything. Although I was obviously extremely angry in my heart and wanted Shinzai to give me a perfect explanation immediately, I did not question him directly, but acted like a child, throwing a tantrum. Shinzai also knew that I was very angry now, and hurriedly grabbed my hand. Husband, the man you saw on the surveillance camera is our classmate Zhao Weishan. He came back from abroad, and somehow found my contact information, so he came to find me. I immediately sneered. Shinzai's words were exactly the same as what I said to Chang Wan, except that I was doing it for a man's face and dignity. But I didn't expect Shinzai to use this against me. It seems that she must have known something from Chang Wan, otherwise how could she say the same thing to me? Yeah. Hubby, I didn't lie to you. Everything I said was true. Shinzai assured me solemnly, the reason I didn't tell you was because I was afraid you would think too much. When we were in college, Zhao Weishan liked Shinzai very much and pursued her relentlessly. Even though Shinzai and I were already together, Zhao Weishan did not give up and still wanted to steal my girl away. It's just that I was in college at that time, and I was so brilliant that Shinzai looked down on him. Even when Shinzai and I got married, Zhao Weishan did not give up. He even made a harsh statement in our classmates' test papers, saying that sooner or later he would snatch Shinzai from me. Now Shinzai using Zhao Weishan as a shield is definitely a very appropriate choice. Shinzai thought that I had a cold face and didn't speak, and hurriedly explained again, "Husband, if you don't believe it, I can call Zhao Weishan now. You even have his phone number." My hands had unconsciously been clenched together, and my expression became even uglier than before. At first, Shinzai was afraid that I would think too much, so she deleted all of Zhao Weishan's contact information. Now she actually has Zhao Weishan's contact information, but I have no idea about it. It seems that they have had a lot of contact in private. Hubby, Just as Shinzai was about to continue explaining to me, Lin Xingwan walked in from outside. As soon as she came in, Lin Xingwan noticed that the atmosphere was a bit dull, which made her frown. "Zai, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay." Shinzai glanced at Lin Xingwan and said softly, "Zhao Weishan came to see me during this period, and Chen Fan had some misunderstandings." Lin Xingwan showed a look of surprise. "Zhao Weishan is back." Lin Xingwan was also in the same university as us, but in a different department. At that time, Zhao Weishan pursued Shinzai like a dog, and Lin Xingwan naturally knew him. "Right. That's a good relationship. Zhao Weishan liked you very much at that time, and he probably hasn't let go of you now. I suggest you just divorce Chen Fan and be with Zhao Weishan." Lin Xingwan's words made my face darken. "She doesn't take me into her heart at all." "Xingwan, what nonsense are you talking about?" Shinzai showed an unhappy look on his face. "I'm not talking nonsense." Lin Xingwan said seriously, "I heard that Zhao Weishan is doing very well now. If you are with her, it will definitely be better than being with Chen Fan. Look at your Chen Fan. He was a big shot in school, but now he's nothing more than trash." Lin Xingwan looked at him with great disdain. "You only want him. If it were me, I would have kicked him out long ago." Lin Xingwan's words completely pissed me off. "Lin Xingwan, you're no better than me. I'm a woman and you're a man. Can you be the same as me?" Lin Xingwan sneered, "The man I'm looking for is old, but I never ask what he does. Even if he has an affair with another woman, I'll pretend I don't know. But can you do it?" Lin Xingwan looked at me with disdain. "If you want to be a gigolo, just eat it well and stop making trouble every day. Why are you living on women? Why don't you go out and earn some money? You live on women every day and you even show off in front of women. Do you really think you are the Jade Emperor and need to be worshipped?" Suddenly my breathing became rapid and my fists slowly clenched together. "If you really don't know how to live off a gigolo, I'll take you to the club to see how those rich wives' puppies do it. You should learn from others." "Xing Wan." Shinzai shouted in a low voice, "That's enough." Lin Xingwan also saw that Shinzai was really angry, and didn't say anything more, but looked at me provocatively, as if to say, "What a piece of rubbish. Hubby, don't listen to Xingwan's nonsense. I really shouldn't have asked too many questions." I interrupted Lin Xingwan and said angrily, "After all, I'm just a gigolo. If you want to be a gigolo, you have to be aware of it. Bosshin, you go ahead and do your work. I'll be leaving first. If you need anything, just give me a call. I'll be there whenever you call." Throwing down these words, I turned and walked outside, and Shinzai hurriedly followed me out. Even though I knew Shinzai was chasing me, I didn't stop. On the contrary, I sped up. I drove away immediately after leaving the company, but no matter how Shinzai called me, I didn't look back. After all, I am a man and I have to maintain my dignity. But now Lin Xingwan is trampling on my dignity. Shinzai simply scolded Lin Xingwan and did not turn against Lin Xingwan as she said. How could I still have the face to stay? I refused to leave, which made Shinzai's face turn cold on the spot. The next moment, Shinzai returned to the company angrily, found Lin Xingwan and shouted in a low voice, "Lin Xingwan, what do you want to do?" Shinzai's questioning made Lin Xingwan stunned. "Zai, I remember this, Chen Fan is my husband, Shinzai, no matter what." Shinzai said heavily, "I don't even dislike him. What qualifications do you have to say anything about him? Who are you?" Chapter 12 The Woman Who Should Not Appear. Shinzai's angry look completely stunned Lin Xingwan. She didn't expect Shinzai to be angry with her. "Zai, I don't like Chen Fan's attitude towards you." Lin Xingwan explained timidly, "You are so tired at work every day, and he is still suspicious of the smallest things. That's because he cares about me. If he didn't care about me, would he do this? Shinzai stared at Lin Xingwan with a grim face. Okay, I was wrong, don't be angry, I'll come back and treat Chen Fan to a meal and apologize to him, okay? Lin Xingwan took Shinzai's arm. Just forgive me this time, I promise there won't be a next time. Lin Xingwan and Shinzai have known each other for 10 years and are very familiar with Shinzai's temper. If she continues to target me like this, Shinzai will really break off all ties with her. Lin Xingwan surrendered, and Shinzai immediately lost his temper. You? Okay, I was wrong. Don't be angry with me. I'll go and apologize to Chen Fan. Lin Xingwan was about to go downstairs to find me when she said that, but was stopped by Shinzai. He drove away. Is he so petty? Lin Xingwan frowned slightly. I just said that and he got really angry. If it were you, wouldn't you be angry? Did he say that I have not enough? Lin Xingwan was speechless for a while. But he is a man and you are a woman, can it be the same? Lin Xingwan was completely speechless. It seems that since I am a woman, I don't have to have any shame and just let your husband trample on my dignity. But now Shinzai was obviously angry. If Lin Xingwan dared to say that, she would have to quarrel with Shinzai. So she compromised and asked, then what do you say we should do? I'm going to get off work early today and go home to make something delicious. When the time comes, you must apologize to Chen Fan and ask him to forgive you, otherwise you will be sent back to where you came from. Not really. Xingwan, you know my current situation very well. Shinzai said to Lin Xingwan with a serious face, if you want me to live a good life, you should ask Chen Fan to forgive you. If you want me to capsize, then you should continue to provoke Chen Fan. When something happens to me, I'll see what you can gain. At the same time, after I drove away, I stopped not far away and hit the steering wheel hard with my hand. I remember how big of a figure I, Chen Fan, was in school back then. How did I end up like this now? Am I really the type of person who is awesome in school but a social loser? I even began to wonder, if I could be as brilliant as I was in school after entering society and achieve success in some field, would Chen Zai not cheat on me, would Lin Xingwan not look down on me, would my classmates not envy me on the surface but secretly call me a gigolo? At this moment, I began to want to change myself, but I didn't know where to start. For a moment, I was completely confused. Then I took out a cigarette, lit it for myself, and took a long puff. I hadn't even finished smoking a cigarette when my cell phone rang. I originally thought it was Shinzai calling me, but when I took out my phone, I found out it wasn't Shinzai calling at all, but my former high school classmate Yang Wensai. Although I graduated from college and got married a long time ago, I have never lost contact with my high school classmates. Maybe it's because we all live from the same place, and having some friends in my hometown makes things easier. Unlike college classmates who come from all over the world and are busy with their own lives after graduation, we hardly see each other after graduation. For example, if you have high school classmates, no matter how many years have passed since graduation, as long as you go back to your hometown, there is a high probability that you will meet them and get together in your hometown. Of course, another reason why I contacted them is that my parents are in my hometown, and I keep in touch with these high school classmates. If my parents have any problems, my high school classmates who are on good terms with me will know about it and help them. Wensai, why did you call me suddenly? Chen Fan, do you have time? Yang Wensai asked straight to the point, if you are free, come to Chenyuan Hotel to find me. I heard the words, Chenyuan Hotel, and was a little surprised. You came to my place? Yes. Yang Wensai said directly, do you have time? Have. Then come over, I'm in Guide Hall. Right there. Although I didn't know why Yang Wensai came here, and I didn't know what he was going to do, I still wanted to see him. We have a pretty good relationship. Every year when I go home and meet Yang Wensai, he is always extremely enthusiastic towards me. Of course, I have never treated Yang Wensai badly. I would send him some gifts by express delivery every year. When I arrived at the Guide Hall of Chenyuan Hotel, I was stunned. Not only Yang Wensai was in the box, but also several of my other high school classmates. You guys. Brothers, I'm right. This guy will definitely be surprised to see us. Yang Wensai laughed loudly, stood up and walked to my side, hugged me directly. Are you scared, or do you not want to see us? No. I hastily denied. When did you come? Why didn't you tell me in advance so that I could arrange for you? I came here to travel and see you. Yang Wensai said calmly, after all, you are the richest among our classmates now. That's right. Chen Fan, we are at your place, you have to treat me to this meal. That's right, if you want us to pay, we'll fuck you. I chuckled and waved my hand, eat as much as you want, brothers. Master Chen will pay for today. Master Chen, are you not going to invite us sisters? The next moment, I saw 4 women walking in from outside, which surprised me again. Liu Tingting, Wang Jin, you are here too. I am quite familiar with Liu Tingting and Wang Jin. After all, we had a good relationship when we were in school and we were in the same place. But now they don't seem to be living well. Especially Wang Jin, whose husband is incompetent, has made her think about divorce more than once. She has also hinted to me in words and deeds that she wants something wonderful and pleasant to happen with me. I simply pretended not to understand. It's not that I, Wang Jin, am ugly, I just look down on her. Wang Jin is not ugly, but not pretty either, just average. However, Wang Jin has a great figure, especially the pair of breasts. I wonder how many classmates want to test how soft they are. I also want to feel the softness of that pair of Ben Berber, but I can't do that. I know what kind of person Wang Jin is. If I provoke him, it will be difficult to escape. You don't welcome us. Liu Tingting pretended to be angry and said, how about we leave? Welcome, of course. I said with a smile, I was just thinking, I can take them to wash their feet, massage them and sing songs later. What are you doing? You can help us arrange a male model. Wang Jin joked to me, I want a handsome one. Wang Jin, if your husband finds out, he will kill Chen Fan. I don't have a husband, please find me a male model. Sun Qianqian said hastily, I want one with abdominal muscles, handsome looks, and preferably 1.8 meters tall. Sun Qianqian, what do you think of me? I'm 1.8 meters tall and have abdominal muscles. Get lost, I don't like you. Sun Qianqian rolled her eyes. If it's Chen Fan, I can consider it. I couldn't help but smile bitterly at this. Ever since I married Shen Ziyi, many female classmates had made eyes at me, wanting something to happen between us. I don't have abdominal muscles. I can help you develop abdominal muscles. Sun Qian winked at me. I think you want to squeeze Chen Fan dry, leaving nothing behind. All of a sudden, everyone started teasing and joking. Amid the teasing and joking from everyone, my previous unhappiness seemed to disappear. When we were all chatting happily, a woman who was 1.68 meters tall and had a tall and curvy figure walked in from outside. The woman had extremely delicate facial features and fair skin, as delicate as a baby's. Her waterfall-like hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She was wearing a white dress, making her look like a banished angel who had fallen into the mortal world, beautiful and eye-catching. Even if a woman has a graceful figure with curvaceous features, one would not have the heart to disrespect her. She was too much like a banished immortal, giving people a sacred and solemn feeling, as if having even the slightest distracting thought about her would be disrespectful to the gods and one should go to hell. Old classmates, you all came so early. The appearance of this woman startled me and the smile on my face became stiff. Why is she here too? Chen Fan, are you amazed? Yang Wensai touched him with his arm, or do you regret it? Chapter 13 We've been in love, I know you. I looked at Han Jianing, who was wearing a fluttering white dress and looked like a fairy from heaven, and was slightly dazed. At this moment, my thoughts were pulled back to my high school days. Han Jianing and I had a relationship when we were in high school. When she was in high school, Han Jianing liked to wear white dresses, and I also liked her wearing white dresses. Because their white dress really suits her, as if it was tailor-made for her, making her look as noble and elegant as a princess. Now she appears in front of me again, still wearing the white dress, and the memories of her and me in the past slowly emerge in my mind. Chen Fan, you won't dislike me anymore in the future, right? Chen Fan, you can't leave me after I go to college, right? Chen Fan, you said you would marry me in the future, you can't lie to me. Bit by bit, the memories slowly came to my mind, causing a bitter taste to slowly rise at the corners of my mouth. People say that college romances die during graduation season, but isn't high school romance the same? My relationship with Han Jianing died during our high school graduation season. I met Han Jianing once when I went back to my hometown before I got married. Now we haven't seen each other for more than 3 years, so I was quite surprised to see Han Jianing. When Sai, his wife, is prettier than me, how could he be so obsessed with me? Han Jining joked to herself, he must be very surprised that I would come here. I have to say that Han Jining knows me quite well. She knows that I am just surprised and don't have any other thoughts. But Han Jining didn't know that after I was stunned for a moment, I started to think, if Han Jining and I hadn't broken up after graduating from high school and going to college, I would probably have been married to Han Jining now, right? If I married Han Jining, would this not have happened? Of course, I'm just thinking about it, after all, I'm married. Haven't seen you for a long time. It's been a long time. Han Jining looked at me with a smile and reached out her hand to gently ruffle her hair. You don't look much different from 3 years ago. It seems that your wife takes good care of you. When do you have time to bring him out and sit with us? Han Jining's words made me force a smile. We'll talk about it later when we have a chance. I really want to find evidence of Shinzai's cheating and get her out of here right now. How can I possibly bring her to sit with my old classmates? But now I can only agree to it. Then, everyone sat down together, and while the food was not served, everyone started reminiscing about the past. Chen Fan is really the best among all of us high school classmates now. Sun Qianqian looked at me with some envy and said, the wife he married is also very beautiful, like a fairy. I went to Chen Fan's wedding. His wife is so beautiful. To be honest, I'm envious. Damn it, the most important thing is that the family has money. Why do you think she would fall for Chen Fan? Speaking of Shinzai, everyone is envious and jealous of me. After all, Shinzai is really beautiful and has a good family background. In other words, for those of us, no matter who we are, as long as we marry Shinzai, we can at least work less for 20 years. In the past, when Yang Wensai and others talked about Shinzai, my face was full of pride, and I would even jokingly say, there's nothing I can do, bro, I'm just handsome. But now all I can see on my face is a bitter smile. In their eyes, among all my classmates, I am the only one who has achieved success overnight and lived a comfortable life, but they have no idea that I may be cuckolded now. And Jining is also doing very well. Yang Wensai changed the subject and stared at Han Jining with admiration. Yang Wensai's words immediately aroused everyone's interest, including mine. I have no idea what Han Jining is doing right now. Others may know a little, but certainly not much. After all, Han Jining didn't have much contact with any of us, so we only knew a little about her. Tell me quickly. Don't listen to Wensai's nonsense. I'm just trying to make a living. Han Jining said with a smile. Jining, don't be so modest. Yang Wensai said immediately, when I asked you for help, I really didn't think it would work. Not only did it work, but the other party was even very polite to me when he saw me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be able to see anyone, let alone be polite to me. Yang Wensai has been engaged in logistics business in recent years. The people he deals with are all kinds of people. Yang Wensai is also very smooth and capable. The troubles he encountered must have been big, but Han Jining was able to help him solve them, which shows that Han Jining is doing very well now. Jining, you're awesome. Wang Jin gave Han Jining a thumbs up. No wonder I contacted you before. You said you could help me if I wanted to change jobs. Han Jining smiled and said modestly, the person who made things difficult for Wensai happened to be a friend of mine, otherwise I wouldn't be able to help him. Although Han Jining was very modest, we were all adults and knew that Han Jining didn't want to say more about her own affairs, so we didn't say anything more and changed the subject. Jining, if you and Chen Fan hadn't broken up, you would probably be married now. Wouldn't it be even more powerful if you two joined forces? Faced with such a joke, Han Jining was not shy at all, but instead had a smile as warm as spring breeze on her face. After all, everyone has passed their youthful age and has been working in society for several years. How could they still be the same as the little girl? Maybe we are all relying on you for support now. Han Jining's joke made everyone laugh, and then everyone skipped the topic. At the same time, food and drinks were served, and we all started drinking. Jining, you said you are almost 30 years old and you haven't gotten married yet. Have you not let go of Chen Fan yet? Wang Jin's words shocked me. I really don't know that Han Jining hasn't gotten married yet. I thought Han Jining had been married for a long time. The reason she didn't inform me was, firstly, because we had been in a relationship before, and secondly, she didn't have my contact information. I never expected that she was not married. Then, I instinctively turned my gaze to Han Jining, only to find that Han Jining's clear and penetrating eyes were also looking at me. Others may not have noticed that there was a hint of resentment in Han Jianning's eyes, but I saw it. Suddenly, my heart was trembling. Could it be that Han Jianning really still has me in her heart just because I'm not married? Thinking of this, my heart was filled with excitement. If this was true, I must find evidence of Shinzai's infidelity as soon as possible, divorce her quickly, and then resume my relationship with Han Jianning. Although I thought so in my heart, I said, "Don't joke, I don't have such a big weight in Jianning's heart. Now I just want to know what Han Jianning thinks of me. If she really still has feelings for me, there will definitely be some emotional fluctuations." But in the end I was disappointed. Han Jianning acted very calm and had no emotional fluctuations at all, as if to her, our story had long been submerged in the long river of time. Although Han Jianning showed no emotion, she followed my words and said, "I would like to keep him in mind, but I'm afraid his wife will beat me if she finds out. Of course, if Chen Fan's wife beats him, I will worry about him." Han Jianning's words made everyone laugh, but I was the only one with a bitter smile on my face. There was no change of emotion on Han Jianning's face, but her words easily made me think of other things. After the meal, the atmosphere was extremely pleasant. Although Yang Wensai and others did not drink too much, they were a little tipsy. I was already in a bad mood because of the possibility of Shinzai cheating on me, and with Yang Wensai and the others coming over, I naturally drank a lot and was already a little tipsy. But even so, everyone did not leave like this, but instead made an appointment to go sing. Of course I had no objection, after all, I didn't want to go back. "Chen Fan, don't you really need to report this to your wife?" "No need," I said pretentiously. "How can I survive in the future if I still need to report such a trivial matter?" No one knew my family status at all, but as soon as I said this, everyone gave me a thumbs up and said things like I was awesome. Arriving at the club, as soon as I sat down, Han Jianning sat next to me and handed me a glass of wine. "You seem to be worried about something." I was slightly stunned, and looked up at Han Jianning. "You think too much. I can feel that you are unhappy." Han Jianning said confidently, "Don't forget, we were in love before, and I know you better than them." I smiled bitterly and took a sip of wine. At this time, Han Jianning spoke again. "Did you have a fight with your wife, or did your wife do something to make you unhappy?" Chapter 14. I asked you to slap me twice to relieve the itch. What would you do? I was shocked. Could it be that Han Jianning knew something? For a moment, I started to feel a little panicked. I didn't want others to know about my situation, especially Han Jianning. I didn't want her to know even more. She and I were once in a relationship, and although we broke up a long time ago, I just wanted her to know that I was doing well and didn't want her to know that I was in a mess. Maybe all men are like me. They want to show their best side in this kind of thing, so that the other party won't laugh at me secretly and say, "Break up with me, you deserve it." No. I hastily denied. My wife and I have a good relationship. I just want to do some business. I haven't figured out what to do for a while, so I'm a little worried. Han Jianning didn't believe what I said and looked at me suspiciously. However, Han Jianning did not continue to ask, but followed my topic and asked, "Do you have any favorite projects?" I immediately breathed a sigh of relief and smiled bitterly. "If there is, I won't worry about it. I thought about doing real estate, but I don't have the money. I thought about doing renovation and taking on construction sites, but the real estate business is not doing well right now, and I'm afraid renovation won't work either. I would like to try the popular internet, but I don't have any idea what to do specifically." I made up a few words and then asked Han Jianning, "Do you have any good projects?" Han Jianning hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't have any good projects, but if you want to do business, I can recommend you a quick way to make money. But it requires a certain network of connections. I wonder if you can handle it." Han Jianning's words piqued my interest. Lin Xingwan deeply stimulated me today, and made me realize that if I don't have my own career, I will never be able to hold my head up. Even if I divorce Shinzai, I can make Shinzai leave the house with nothing, but the property I get is all left by Shinzai, not what I worked hard for. I want to own a kingdom that is completely my own, not something I got from others. Now, if anyone dares to accuse me of being a gigolo in the future, I will slap him in the face. What? A high-end club? Han Zhe said solemnly, "Just like this TV show, as long as the princess's quality and appearance are good, you can quickly accumulate wealth and make friends with all kinds of people. When you are almost done, you will have a certain amount of connections and resources. Then you can take the opportunity to build a high-end leisure and entertainment place to receive dignitaries. Then you can gain a foothold in this city and even move up a step. I was very excited about Han Jenning's proposal, but I simply couldn't do it. I don't have any network of contacts, and checking on me every day would kill me. Although Shinzai has connections and her family has a background, if Shinzai is willing to support me, I will definitely be able to do it. But will Shinzai help me? Besides, I am very resistant to Shinzai now, and I don't want to borrow any of Shinzai's connections. Of course, I'm mainly afraid that someone will say that I made my fortune thanks to women, and that I would be nothing without women. What you said is a bit difficult. I smiled bitterly and said helplessly, I should think about doing something else. Isn't your wife's family very powerful? Can't they help you? Han Jining frowned and looked at me with some confusion. I don't want to use their connections. I lit a cigarette for myself. I want to do something with my own abilities. It seems that you are not doing well in your wife's family. Han Jining looked at me with some sympathy. You want to make a career on your own, let them see, let them know not to despise the poor young, right? Although Han Jining and I haven't seen each other for many years and don't keep in touch with each other, Han Jining is in contact with other people, so she can naturally learn about my wife's family background from others. I didn't deny Han Jining's words and nodded, that's part of the reason. Then let me help you with everything, and you give me a share. I was stunned, looking at Han Jining in disbelief. Can you help me with this? Give it a try. Han Jining didn't say anything final, but left some room for maneuver. If I can handle it, you should have no problem with the rest, especially the funding. Don't think about how much money I can provide. I'm not very rich. No problem. I said to Han Jining excitedly, as long as you can help me get the relationship, I'll do the rest myself. We are now cooperating. Whether I can make a fortune depends on you. Han Jining said to me with a smile, what my future life will be like depends on how much money you can make. Don't worry, I will definitely make sure you have plenty of food and clothing for the rest of your life. As soon as I finished speaking, Han Jining's face turned a little red. I don't know if it was because of the drinking or because our conversation was a little ambiguous. After all, what we say is like a woman in love saying to her man, I give my whole future life to you, please don't let me down, and the man is promising the woman that he will definitely let her live a good life. But now I don't think too much about it. I just want to show my skills next. You two have been sitting here for a long time, what are you talking about? Wang Jin suddenly came over and sat directly between me and Han Jining. Are you trying to rekindle your old relationship? If so, you two should leave quickly. Remember not to cause any deaths, or else it will be embarrassing. My face was full of black lines, and I looked at Wang Jin unhappily. Can you stop being so filthy? TSK. Wang Jin rolled her eyes at me. Many lovers rekindle their love at class reunions. No one would be surprised if something happened between you two. And you can rest assured that we will keep it a secret and won't tell anyone. For a moment I was speechless and had no idea what to say. After all, I also want to do this, but I know Han Jining definitely won't do that. I understand her as well as she understands me. Forget it. I don't want to be killed by his wife. Han Jining said with a smile, if you want to find one, you can find one. Then it depends on whether Chen Fan will make arrangements next. Wang Jin kept blinking at me. I finally got to go out and play once. Chen Fan shouldn't let me have fun, right? Look among our classmates and see who is suitable. You pick one and I will be responsible for getting them drunk. How about you? I think if you're itchy, why not hit you with your shoe to stop the itch? When I said this, Han Jining laughed so hard that she fell backwards, while Wang Jin's face darkened. Chen Fan, you die. After saying this, Wang Jin stood up and left, while Han Jining said, if she had just asked you to give her a couple of slaps to relieve the itch, what would you have done? Chapter 15 Shinzai's phone call. I never expected Han Jining to ask such a question. I was slightly stunned, and then I instinctively glanced at Wang Jin. She's not that crazy, right? That's because you don't understand her. Han Jining looked at me with a smile on her face. If I wasn't sitting here, she might really ask you to help her itch a few times. Think about what kind of person Wang Jin was when we were in high school. I was completely confused on the spot. When Wang Jin was in high school, she was a complete gangster and had unclear relationships with several boys. There are even rumors that Wang Jin has some connections with some gangsters in society. If Han Jining hadn't been sitting next to me, Wang Jin might have dared to say that. After all, Wang Jin had teased me more than once before. Han Jia frowned and looked at me with a smile. Have you realized the seriousness of the matter? It seems I should be more careful when talking to her next time. I smiled bitterly, otherwise I might not be able to handle her. Han Jianing and I didn't go to sing, but sat on the sofa and chatted casually. However, the others were singing happily. During the show, some people came to Han Jianing and me and wanted us to sing a song, but we politely declined. We played in the KTV for 3 or 4 hours. During that time, Shinzai called me several times, but I didn't answer. In the end, I even turned my phone to silent mode. I thought these little actions of mine were so secretive that no one would notice them. But when we came out of the KTV, Han Jianing's words made me realize that Han Jianing had already seen Shinzai calling me. They are all gone, why don't you call your wife back? No need. I said calmly and indifferently, she has nothing to do with me. It's so late and you haven't returned yet, she must be worried. If it were in the past, and I hadn't returned home at this time, and if Shinzai said that she was worried about me, I would definitely believe it, but now I dare not believe it. I even felt that Shinzai might wish that I would die outside. In this way, she could be with her adulterer with a legitimate reason. I let out a breath and changed the subject directly. Where do you live? I'll take you there. Han Jianing was very smart when she was in school. Now, after going through the trials and tribulations of society, she must be smarter than before and knows when to stop talking. Now Han Jianing saw that I didn't want to say anything more about Shinzai, so she followed my words and said, I have a driver, you don't have to worry about me. What about you? You drank so much, I can help you find a designated driver. Han Jianing didn't let me send her off, and I didn't force her. But I was surprised that Han Jianing had a driver. Not everyone can have a driver, for example, I don't have one, and neither does Shinzai. It seems that Han Jianing has been doing quite well in recent years and even has her own exclusive driver. Although I was very curious about what Han Jianing was doing at the moment, I didn't ask. I don't want Han Jianing to think that I'm trying to curry favor with her just because she's doing well. After all, we were once lovers. Although we broke up peacefully, I don't want to curry favor with my ex-girlfriend. I'm afraid it's not just me. I'm afraid any man wouldn't want to curry favor with his ex-girlfriend. Even though I might have to do business with Han Jianing in the future, I don't want her to feel that I really need her help. After all, I am a man and I need face and dignity. I can find one myself. In entertainment places like KTV, there are designated drivers everywhere. After all, the guests who come to play will drink. Once you drink, you will not be able to drive, so you will need them, so I just called one. Go slowly on your way back, I'm leaving first. Han Jianing nodded, then let's contact each other tomorrow and discuss business matters. Good. I don't know why Han Jianing came here, and I don't know what she is going to do. Of course I didn't ask, after all, Han Jianing and I are not from the same world now. Besides, Han Jianing is not related to me, so I have no right to ask. I had just gotten into the car and was leaving when a tall and burly middle-aged man came out from a corner. The man is not only tall, but also has very strong arms, giving people a feeling of explosive power. As he walked towards Han Jianing, people felt that he was like a moving hill, about to crush Han Jianing. Some young men nearby who wanted to approach and chat with Han Jianing almost instinctively stepped back when they saw the middle-aged man. The sense of oppression brought to them by the middle-aged man was so strong that it even made their breathing difficult. Miss, I don't think that guy is that good, why can't you let him go? The middle-aged man looked at the direction I left, frowned and said, this is what the gentleman found for you, it's so good. Uncle Kuei, are you on my dad's side now? Miss, he's already married. Uncle Kuei stretched out his hand and scratched his head awkwardly, you can't be his lover, can you? Even if you are willing, the sir won't agree. Uncle Kuei changed the subject and said, of course, I won't agree to that either. If he dares to let you be his lover, I will tear him to pieces. Han Jianing smiled bitterly, Uncle Kuei, he and I are a thing of the past. It's impossible for us to be together. Don't think too much about it. Miss, I'm a rough guy, but can you please not treat me like a fool? Uncle Kuei said to Han Jianing in a depressed tone, you looked at that boy with a tearful look in your eyes, and you said I was overthinking it. Han Jianing rolled her eyes at Uncle Kuei, oh, my Uncle Kuei knows how to look at me. Has he found a woman he likes? Women are only a burden, I don't want them. Uncle Kuei shook his head hurriedly, if I need them, sir, you can help me find them, they are all very amazing. Han Jianing suddenly didn't know what to say. She knew Uncle Kuei's temper, but Han Jining knew even better what kind of person her father was. "Uncle Kuei, stop following that old man," Han Jining said weakly, "he can trick you to death." "Sir, no." Han Jining knew how loyal Uncle Kuei was, so she stopped trying to persuade him and changed the subject directly. "Uncle Kuei, please change the time we agreed to have with them to the evening. I have something to do during the day tomorrow." As soon as I got home, I saw Shinzai sleeping on the dining table, along with Lin Xingwan. There was also a table full of food on the dining table. If it were usual, such a scene would definitely warm my heart. Although men pursue money and sex in their lives, what they want more is a woman at home who will wait for them when they come home under a lonely lamp and take care of them. But now I don't feel warm, I just feel complicated. I can't understand why Chen Zai wants to cheat on me. If he doesn't like me, he can just tell me directly. Is she afraid that if she divorces me, I will divide my property? Or does she want to protect her reputation? Just when I was lost in thought, Shinzai's cell phone, which was placed on the dining table, suddenly rang, waking Shinzai up. Shinzai picked up the phone and answered the call without even looking at it. "Hello." Shinzai, who was still lying on the table, stood up suddenly. "Li Zhongyuan, I tell you, it's impossible for us, don't go too far." Chapter 16, The Adulterer. Li Zhongyuan, will Shinzai show his cards? Shinzai didn't even notice that I was standing behind her, let alone that my face suddenly darkened and my fists were clenched tightly together. I originally thought that Shinzai's adulterer was Zhao Weishan. After all, Zhao Weishan had always been pursuing Shinzai before, but I never expected that there would be another Li Zhongyuan now. How many adulterers did she find? Just when I was filled with rage, Lin Xingwan, who was lying opposite Shinzai, woke up and saw me. But the next moment, Shinzai's words made Lin Xingwan's face suddenly change. "Li Zhongyuan, I'm telling you, if you push me into a corner, you won't have an easy life." Before Shinzai finished speaking, Lin Xingwan hurriedly said, "Chen Fan, when did you come back?" Shinzai was stunned immediately, and the phone fell from her hand and fell heavily to the ground. Li Zhongyuan on the other end of the phone seemed to have heard Lin Xingwan's words and hung up the phone. Shinzai slowly turned her head, her face and eyes full of panic and uneasiness. "Old husband, when did you come back?" "Just got back." I suppressed the anger in my heart and tried my best to control myself from getting angry with Shinzai. Even if we fall out, I will find all the evidence of her cheating and let everyone know that she is a bitch. Lin Xingwan knew that Shinzai was in a panic, so she asked me directly, "Chen Fan, where have you been? Why did you come back so late? Zai called you so many times, but you didn't answer any of them. Do you still have Zai as your wife? I really want to say, does Shinzai still have me as her husband in her eyes?" But I also knew that I had to suppress the anger in my heart, otherwise I was afraid that I really wouldn't be able to find any evidence of Shinzai's cheating. I must not alert the enemy, I will pretend that I know nothing. "I'm sorry, honey." I took 2 deep breaths and suppressed my anger. My high school classmate came over today and we had dinner together, so I didn't check my phone. My phone has always been in vibrate mode, and Shinzai knows this, so it's reasonable for me to say that I didn't hear it. "Your high school classmates are having a reunion, can't you just call Zai and tell her?" Lin Xingwan snorted and said unhappily, "When Zai gets home from get off work, go buy groceries and cook. You went straight to the class reunion and couldn't be contacted. Do you know how worried Zai is about you?" Xing Wan. Shinzai glared at Lin Xing Wan fiercely. "Chen Fan didn't tell me, it's all because of you." Lin Xingwan knew that Shinzai was reminding her of what happened in the company today and asked her to be more restrained. After Lin Xingwan understood what he meant, he changed the subject. "I just saw you working so hard and wanted to stand up for you." Of course, I was a little upset too. I thought he deliberately didn't answer your call because of what I said at the company. Lin Xingwan raised her head and looked at me. "Chen Fan, I said something unpleasant in the company today, please don't take it personally." "It's okay." I pretended to be nonchalant and said, "Besides, you didn't say anything wrong." My words did not make Lin Xingwan feel relieved. Instead, they made Lin Xingwan feel that I was still angry. "Chen Fan, how can you, a grown man, argue with a woman like me? You? I'm really not angry." I looked at Lin Xingwan seriously. "On the contrary, I think what you said makes sense." Not only Lin Xingwan was stunned, but Shinzai also stood there, looking at me in disbelief. After graduating from college, I worked for a while, but later I did nothing and relied entirely on Zai to support me. Think about it, I am such a loser. A grown man with arms and legs, but I rely on my wife for support. I am actually so proud of it and don't feel ashamed at all. What I said was completely from the bottom of my heart. At first, I was really proud and felt that it was my ability that Shinzai raised me. Others say that I am a gigolo, but that is just sour grapes. Now I realize that while it's true that others may be jealous of me, they may also look down on me. It is more realistic for men to earn money with their own hands. Looking at my high school classmates today, they all rely on themselves. None of them rely on their wives to support them. Only I rely entirely on my wife. I let out a breath, took out a cigarette from my pocket and lit it for myself. Sitting with them today, listening to them talk about work and business, I can't sit still. I even wanted to leave. After all, I really couldn't get a word in what they said. When they talked about me, they all said that I married a good wife. Shinzai slowly stood up and took my hand, her eyes full of tenderness and heartache. Husband, don't think so much, as long as we live well. Wife, I really can't rely on you to support me like this. I have to find something to do. I forced a smile and said, I drank a lot today and I feel a little sleepy. I'm going to rest first. You guys should heat up the food. Hubby, I'll make you some soup, please drink some. No, I can't bear it anymore, I'll go to bed first. As soon as I returned to the bedroom, Lin Xingwan said to Shinzai, Zai, do you think he really attended the class reunion? It should be. Shinzai said softly, I know some of his high school classmates. He won't lie to me about this kind of thing. So was he provoked by me or by his classmates? Shinzai fell silent, and now she didn't know who had provoked me. After a brief silence, Shinzai slowly spoke, do you think he heard my call just now? Now Shinzai feels that what I just said was most likely due to my being provoked by her, and had nothing to do with other people. When Shinzai said this, a look of nervousness and uneasiness appeared on his face. I don't think so. Lin Xingwan said uncertainly, if he heard something, he shouldn't have asked you, right? As he spoke, a gleam of light flashed in Lin Xingwan's eyes. You mean he heard everything, but just deliberately didn't react, waiting for you to explain to him? If this is true, isn't Chen Fan scheming too deep? The panic and anxiety on Shinzai's face became more and more intense, so much so that he even clenched his hands together. If he knows, what do you say I should do? What else can we do? Of course we have to show him our hand. Lin Xingwan said heavily, are you really going to wait until he finds out before you show him your hand? Showdown. Shinzai took a deep breath. Have you ever thought about what the consequences would be if I show my hand to Chen Fan? Are you scared? Chapter 17, as luck would have it, I had sex with Li Zhongyuan. Shinzai didn't confront me, but she suffered from insomnia. She spent the whole night wondering when I would come back and whether I heard what she said when she answered the phone. The next day, I still pretended that I knew nothing. Seeing that Shinzai looked tired and haggard, I still pretended to care about her. Wife, you look haggard. Didn't you sleep well last night? As I said this, a trace of guilt appeared on my face. It's all my fault. I drank so much yesterday and I smelled so much of alcohol. I must have disturbed your rest. I had to act like I knew nothing and still loved Shinzai in front of her, otherwise she would probably make preparations in advance and not let me find any evidence of her cheating. Seeing my guilty look, Shinzai's eyes flashed with a complex expression, and he said to me in a very gentle voice, it has nothing to do with you. Hubby, you drank so much yesterday, you must be feeling uncomfortable now. I made some soup for you, hurry up and wash up and drink some to warm your stomach. Shinzai is a completely good wife and mother in front of me, and I also hope that we can continue like this. But I know that since I saw that live broadcast, we will never be the same as before. Now in my mind, Shinzai's current image of a good wife and mother is just a disguise she puts on to paralyze me. Thank you, my wife, you are so kind to me. I got up and washed up, and when I came out of the bedroom, Shinzai had already served the soup for me and brought it to me. Hubby, drink it while it's hot. At this time, Lin Xingwan also walked out of the room. Seeing this scene, she said sourly, eating dog food so early in the morning, aren't you two going too far? Yesterday, Shinzai and Lin Xingwan lost their tempers, so Lin Xingwan didn't dare to continue targeting me as before. Although Lin Xingwan's words were no longer as sarcastic as before, there was still contempt in her eyes when she looked at me. Yours too. I know you treat me the best. Lin Xingwan came to Shinzai, hugged Shinzai, and kissed her on the face. Dear, I have something to deal with today, can I borrow your husband for a while? My heart tightened. What was Lin Xingwan going to do next? Keep tempting me? Yesterday I sent Lin Xingwan to see Chen Ziyi, and Lin Xingwan kept seducing me in the car, and I almost lost control. If Lin Xingwan does this again, I'm afraid I really won't be able to hold back. After all, Lin Xingwan is absolutely the best among women, both in terms of face and figure. Having such a woman serving in the car is the dream of many men. Especially when I thought about Lin Xingwan squirming on top of me while I was driving, a fire burned in my heart. Then, I swallowed subconsciously and said hurriedly, I have something to do today, I don't have time to care about you. I dare not continue to stay alone with Lin Xingwan. This woman is a witch who is ruthless and ruthless. Especially when I heard Chen Ziyi's phone call yesterday, it made me feel that Chen Ziyi and Lin Xingwan were completely setting a trap for me. I must keep a distance from Lin Xingwan to avoid any setbacks. Lin Xingwan frowned immediately and looked at me unhappily. What can you do? Lin Xingwan said this completely subconsciously. In her mind, I do nothing every day and rely entirely on Chen Ziyi for support. Didn't I say yesterday when I came back that I would find something to do? I glanced at Lin Xingwan and said, it just so happens that my classmate has some connections. Let's meet and talk today. Lin Xingwan and Chen Ziyi were both stunned. At first they just thought that I might have been stimulated, and even if I wanted to find something to do, it would be impossible for me to do it immediately. Chen Fan, are you serious? Do you think I'm teasing you? I rolled my eyes at Lin Xingwan and said, I don't have time to run with you today. I have to take care of my own business. Hubby, are your classmates reliable? Chen Ziyi asked me with some worry and uneasiness. Don't be fooled. My brows furrowed immediately. What did Chen Ziyi mean? You don't want me to start a business, you want me to live off you for the rest of my life? Or is it that Chen Ziyi is afraid that I will meet her adulterer if I start a business, so she wants to kill my entrepreneurial ambition directly? The next moment, Chen Ziyi also realized that she had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly added again, Husband, I don't mean anything else, I'm just afraid that you have never done business, and you don't understand the ins and outs of it. Don't worry, my classmate is still very reliable. I interrupted Chen Ziyi directly, she won't lie to me. Why don't you take Xing Wan with you? She knows a little bit about business. Lin Xingwan nodded hurriedly, that's right, take me with you, I'll help you with some advice. I sneered in my heart about this. I don't think Chen Ziyi cares about me or wants to help me. On the contrary, I think Chen Ziyi wants Lin Xingwan to monitor me and see what I will do. She has something to do today, I can't delay her. I politely declined, okay, honey, I'm leaving first. I didn't give Chen Ziyi any chance to speak. I got up and left the house, leaving Chen Ziyi and Lin Xingwan with frowns on their faces. Xing Wan, why do I feel like Chen Fan has become a different person? Even if he changes again, what can he become? Lin Xingwan snorted, I think you are just thinking too much. Don't worry. Since he didn't mention the phone call last night to you today, it means he definitely didn't hear anything. Don't scare yourself. Besides, even if he finds out, what can he do? Lin Xingwan showed a look of disdain on her face. At most I can just divorce him. What's there to be afraid of? I left home and just wanted to contact Han Jining when she called me. Can you come out now? Han Jining didn't waste time talking to me and went straight to the point. Give me a place and I'll come find you now. Okay, I'll send it to your phone. Han Jining sent me the location and I immediately drove to find Han Jining. When I arrived at the agreed place, Han Jining had already arrived. She was sitting quietly in a chair drinking tea, with an elegant and calm temperament. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. It's okay. Han Jining chuckled, I found a store for you. Can I take you there to have a look? I looked at Han Jining in surprise, have you found a store? I just told Han Jining about this last night, and she found the place today, which really surprised me. After all, the speed is too fast. It just so happens that a friend of mine has a store that he wants to sell. I think it's a good place to go. Han Jining smiled and said slowly, I'll take you there to have a look. If you think it's suitable, you can rent it. I don't believe there are such coincidences in the world, but I also know that as an adult, there are some things I can't ask. But I am extremely curious about what Han Jining is doing now. She actually has such great abilities. But I heard from my friend that there is a store across from this place. The two are competitors, and the boss is not easy to deal with. You have to be prepared. Do you know the boss's name? Lee Jong-yuan. Chapter 18, being the adulterer's opponent, Shinzai was completely panicked. Boom! My body stiffened instantly, my expression turned ugly, and even my hands were clenched tightly together at this moment. I just heard this name from Shinzai last night, but I didn't expect to hear it again from Han Jining today. My emotional fluctuations naturally did not escape Han Jining's eyes. You know him. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. Haven't you seen it? Han Jining looked at me meaningfully and asked. I know what Han Jining means. After all, the way I looked just now made me want to cut Lee Jong-yuan into pieces. I've never seen him before. I repeated seriously, but if you say he's the one across the street, I'm completely interested in this store. I had wanted to check out Lee Jong-yuan in the first place. Now, if I could become Lee Jong-yuan's opponent, I would know who he was much faster, so I naturally didn't want to miss it. Seeing that I was unwilling to say anything more, Han Jining did not continue to ask, since you said so, I will take you there to have a look now. Then, Han Jining and I drove away and headed straight for the Dahao Club. As soon as I arrived at the Dahao Club, I saw a club called Number 9 Mansion opposite. I knew without thinking that this must be Lee Jong-yuan's store. Judging from the outside alone, Dahao Club is in no way inferior to Number 9 Mansion. As for what it's like inside, I don't know. After all, I have never been to these two stores. I followed Han Jining into the Dahao Club, and what caught my eye was the luxuriously decorated lobby. But it's not working hours now, so it seems a bit deserted. As soon as the two of us came in, a middle-aged man immediately came to greet us. Miss Han, you're here. The middle-aged man had a flattering smile on his face, like a pug, full of flattery. Han Jining glanced at the other person calmly. Boss Wang, he is Chen Fan, my classmate and also a very good friend of mine. He is very interested in your store. Let's chat. It turns out to be Mr. Chen. How disrespectful. Wang Chao quickly extended his hand to me as a gesture of goodwill. Boss Wang, you're welcome. Shall we chat in the office? Okay. Although this is a nightclub, the boss's office is decorated in a bookish style, especially the bookshelves in the back row, which are filled with books and are kept spotlessly clean. But the books on the bookshelf are all very new, as if they have never been read by anyone. I didn't expect Mr. Wang to like reading so much. Wang Chao smiled awkwardly. What a stupid book. I'm just pretending to be cultured. I haven't read any of the books here since I bought them. Wang Chao's frankness made me chuckle, while Han Jining walked to the bookshelf and picked up a book to read. You two can chat, don't worry about me. Han Jining's meaning was very clear. She was only responsible for the introduction. As for whether the deal could be reached, it all depended on me and Wang Chao. Mr. Chen, you were introduced by Miss Han. I have to tell you something in advance, so that you don't go to Miss Han and accuse me of cheating you. Please speak. You should have seen it just now. There is a Number 9 mansion across the street. We have always been competitors. But since the owner of Number 9 mansion changed to Lee Jong-yuan, my business has been unable to continue. Wang Chao sighed. This grandson is too evil. I originally thought it was just a business competition, but now I realize that things are not as simple as I thought. Boss Wang, I don't quite understand what you mean. I don't know who Lee Jong-yuan is, and I've never met him, but I can't afford to offend the person behind him. Wang Chao said truthfully, as long as I open the door, someone will come to check on me. They either investigate my paid services or my fire department. In short, they use different methods to mess with me, making it impossible for me to operate normally. If Mr. Chen wants this store, there must be someone behind him, otherwise you will probably have to sell it to someone else like me. Perhaps because he touched on something sad, Wang Chao took out a cigarette and threw it to me, then lit it up for himself and started smoking. For a moment, I fell into silence. I really didn't expect that Lee Jong-yuan was such a powerful person that he could get the government to help him deal with his opponents. But on second thought, I felt relieved. If Lee Jong-yuan was just an ordinary person, how could Shinzai be interested in him, and how could he dare to call Shinzai in the middle of the night? Seeing that I was silent, Wang Chao thought I was going to give up, and said again, Mr. Chen, if you don't want it, I can understand. I want it. I interrupted Wang Chao and said, just tell me the price. Wang Chao showed surprise on his face, but then he thought of Han Jining and felt relieved. It is not surprising to be a classmate of Han Jining, but it is probably not easy to become friends with Han Jining. Since Mr. Chen wants it, then give me 5 million. My heart trembled. I never expected that Wang Chao would ask for 5 million. Mr. Chen, I have 50 or 60 private rooms here. The speakers, sofas and other equipment in each room are absolutely top-notch here. Seeing that I frowned, Wang Chao began to explain to me why it cost 5 million. And we have all the necessary documents. As long as you can get the people in place, we can open for business at any time. Wang Chao said seriously. At the same time, I will also introduce you to the wine merchant who supplied me before. As long as you can stop Li Zhongyuan from playing dirty tricks, you can earn back the 5 million within half a year. Han Jining, who had not interrupted, suddenly said, 3 million. Ms. Han. Wang Chao was about to say something when Han Jining frowned, her expression showing displeasure. He is my friend. Wang Chao said unwillingly, okay, let's do as Miss Han said, 3 million. The sudden loss of 2 million shocked me again. At the same time, I also realized that Han Jining might have reached a height that I needed to look up to her in recent years. Otherwise, how could Wang Chao agree? Especially Wang Chao's face, which looked painful. I didn't let you suffer any loss. Han Jining said calmly, if Chen Fan doesn't want your store, you need to keep it here and make a loss every day, unless you sell all the equipment in the store, so that you can make back some of your investment. Wang Chao smiled bitterly, Miss Han, I'll do as you say. After everything was finalized, I transferred 3 million directly to Wang Chao. I had just transferred the money when Shinzai called. I knew that Shinzai came to ask me about the money. After all, this was 3 million, not tens of thousands of dollars. There was no way Shinzai would not ask. It is also impossible for me to avoid it. As soon as I answered the phone, Shinzai's voice reached my ears, husband, 3 million was deducted from the card just now. Did you spend it? Yes. I admitted frankly, I took over a club. Shinzai exclaimed, you want to work in a nightclub? That's right, nightclubs make money. I said calmly, if you want to come and play in the future, you can come directly to the store. If your company has any party and you want to go out after dinner, you can come here. Honey, what kind of club needs 3 million? Emperor Club. I lit a cigarette. I still need your help. I heard from the previous boss here that the owner of number 9 mansion opposite is called Li Zhongyuan. I'm afraid he will do something bad to me. You, who are you talking about? Shinzai's breathing became a little rapid. Do you know Li Zhongyuan? I asked, pretending to know nothing. If you know him, please help me make an appointment. I want to talk to him and see if we can make money together. Chapter 19 Han Jining's impulse after drinking. I don't know what Shinzai's expression is now, but from her slightly rapid breathing, I can guess that she must be very panicked now. I even wondered in my heart whether I heard what she said on the phone yesterday. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Of course, this is exactly what I want. I want Shinzai to be unsure of me and completely nervous. Only in this way will Shinzai reveal more of her flaws, and I can get evidence of her cheating and kick her out. I saw Shinzai remain silent, and my heart was filled with coldness. I'm afraid Shinzai doesn't know how to defend himself anymore? I didn't continue to ask, but waited quietly. I wanted to see if Shinzai would tell me that he didn't know her. Husband, why don't you just give up and stop doing this business? I originally thought that Shinzai would tell me that she didn't know him, but I never expected that she would directly stop me from doing the nightclub business. Wife, I can't let you support me forever, and I can't play games forever, right? It's okay. Shinzai said hurriedly, as long as you are happy, you don't have to worry about making money. If it were in the past, Shinzai's words would definitely make me overjoyed and ecstatic. After all, who would want to come out and make money when they can just lie down? But now my heart is filled with coldness. Shinzai obviously doesn't want me to have too much contact with Li Zhongyuan. She is afraid that I will know about her and Li Zhongyuan. I don't want Lin Xinguan to talk about me for the rest of my life. I refused directly, honey, do you know Li Zhongyuan? If you don't know him, that's okay. I'll think of another way myself. Shinzai knew my temper, and seeing that I had made up my mind, it was not appropriate to continue persuading me. Hubby, I'm not familiar with Li Zhongyuan. We've only met a few times. I sneered in my heart at this. Aren't you familiar with it? Do you really think I'm an idiot who knows nothing? I heard that Li Zhongyuan is not a good person. If you become his competitor, I'm afraid he will do you harm. You? I don't have a wife like you. I interrupted Shinzai directly. I believe you won't let him hurt me. Now I just want to see if Shinzai will help me, her nominal husband, or help her adulterer when there is a conflict between Li Zhongyuan and me. Shinzai was about to say something when I interrupted her. Wife, I have something else to do here. I'll tell you when I get home in the evening. After hanging up the phone, I came to Han Jianning's side. Your wife? Yes. I didn't hide anything and told Han Jianning truthfully. Ask me if I just spent 3 million. I am a gigolo, and I believe Han Jianning has heard about this, but Han Jianning didn't mention it at all out of consideration for my face. I don't blame you, do I? No. I lit a cigarette for myself and took a puff. But you're amazing. You saved me 2 million with just one sentence. He asked for a high price. Han Jianning said lightly, you don't understand the market situation. Han Jianning changed the subject and said, now this store is yours, when do you plan to open it? In the next 2 days. Can you find the right person to help you? There's a little brother who has always wanted to work with me. I'll contact him later and let him handle the personnel issue. It won't be a big problem. The first person I thought of was Xu Juanhao. After all, Xu Juanhao had said more than once that he wanted to work with me. In addition, Xu Juanhao deals with all kinds of people, so it should be no problem to find some box princesses to come and work. So Li Zhongyuan can handle it. I don't know either. I smiled bitterly and took another puff of my cigarette, but I have to give it a try. What do you think? If you can't solve it, call me. Han Jianning said calmly, I have to leave in the next 2 days, so I may not be able to attend your opening. But don't worry, I will definitely deliver the gift when the time comes. I knew Han Jianning would not stay here, but I didn't expect that Han Jianning would leave before I opened the business. Can't you stay a few more days? I have other things to do. Han Jianning looked at me with a smile on her face, and said softly, don't worry, we are partners. If you have any trouble here, I will not sit idly by. Tell me when you leave, and I'll take you there. No problem. Han Jianning agreed happily. Now that everything here is settled, Mr. Chen, don't you want to treat me to a meal? Of course you will. In fact, even if Han Jianning didn't say it, I would still treat her to a meal. After all, Han Jianning helped me a lot, and I don't want to see Shinzai now. On the contrary, I currently like to be with Han Jianning. Originally, I wanted to find a high-end restaurant to treat her to dinner, but Han Jianning felt that big restaurants were not only expensive but the food was also mediocre, so she asked me to find a small restaurant with more characteristics. Han Jianning and I had a meal together and drank a bottle of wine. Since I was the one who drove Han Jianning out with me, we didn't go our separate ways like we did yesterday. I found a designated driver and asked him to take us to the hotel where Han Jianning was staying. I don't know whether Han Jianning was really drunk or she felt car sick after drinking, so when she arrived at the hotel, her face was flushed and the look in her eyes was very charming and seductive. Especially now I have to support Han Jianning, the hot air from her mouth blows on me, making me feel extremely hot in my heart. I am in my prime of life, and I had drunk quite a bit of wine. With such a beautiful woman in my arms, my body reacted instinctively. Han Jianning seemed not to notice any of this. She hooked her arm around my neck and we supported each other as we walked into the room. As soon as I entered the room, I put Han Jianning on the sofa, then took out a bottle of water, opened it, and asked her to drink some. Are you okay? I asked Han Jianning with concern. Fine. You're the same. You obviously can't drink liquor, but you still insist on being strong. I looked at Han Jianning's drunken appearance with some heartache. There's no outsider between us. Don't do this next time. Han Jianning slowly raised her head and looked at me. I see that it's just the two of us today, so I thought of having a drink to commemorate our lost youth and love. Suddenly, an embarrassed look appeared on my face, and I didn't dare to look at Han Jianning. When we graduated from high school, neither Han Jianning nor I took the initiative to break up. We just went to college and had less and less contact with each other. Plus, we were ignorant about love at that time and didn't take it too seriously, so we contacted each other less and less, and neither of us ever mentioned our relationship as a couple. Especially after I started dating Shinzai in college, we almost completely lost contact. Even now, neither Han Jianning nor I have formally proposed breaking up. My face was filled with embarrassment, which made Han Jianning's lips curve into a beautiful arc. Chen Fan, I have always wanted to ask you something. I seem to have guessed what Han Jianning was going to ask, and nervously took out a cigarette and lit it. Ask. After you got married, did you ever regret not marrying me? After Han Jining asked this question, her eyes were always on me, never leaving, and she looked expectant. I thought Han Jining wanted to ask about our past, but I never thought she would ask me if I regretted not marrying her. If Han Jining had asked me this question a week ago, I would definitely say that I have no regrets. But now, it's all in the past. I didn't answer Han Jining's question, I just wanted to fool her. How have you been these years? I heard from them that you are not married yet. Han just stared at me intently. Don't you want to answer my question? Whether I regret it or not, it's all in the past. I took a deep breath. The ending is set, there's no point in saying anything now. If I say I regret it and divorce my wife, will you still be with me? As soon as I finished speaking, Han Jining suddenly stood up, hugged me and kissed me. Chapter 20, Seductive White Moonlight, Panting at Home. Suddenly, my eyes widened, I was completely petrified on the spot, and my mind went blank. I never thought that Han Jining would kiss me on her own initiative. After all, I am a married man, and Han Jining is well aware of this. Although Han Jining and I did have a relationship that ended without any result, it has been many years. I instinctively felt that with the passage of time, Han Jining would have let it go long ago. Besides, Han Jining's current identity must be very complicated, so how could she still have any thoughts about me? Han Jining suddenly kissed me, which made me confused. Didn't she let me go, or was it because she drank too much? I don't know what Han Jining is thinking, but my desire has been completely aroused. Then I responded to Han Jining frantically. I think it's not just me. If it were any other man, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself either. After all, in a sense, Han Jining is my white moonlight, the woman I have never had. Many men would get impulsive when they see their former love in a foot massage parlor or KTV, let alone the person I was facing, Han Jining. Isn't he Han Jining cleaner than them? As the saying goes, what you can't get will always make you restless, and I am no exception. I even wonder if Han Jining is the same. But this is no longer important to me. I just know that if I push Han Jining away now, I might regret it. My passionate response made Han Jining slowly let out a series of seductive moans. The sound Han Jining made was like gasoline poured on fire, burning completely. Immediately, I pushed Han Jining down on the sofa, and Han Jining touched my head with both hands and let me kiss her. But in an instant, Han Jining's hands became restless and she wanted to untie my belt. At that moment, we were attracted by each other and Han Jining and I were completely immersed in the sea of desire. Suddenly Han Jining touched my soft spot, which made me feel like I was electrocuted. My body trembled violently, and Han Jining's hands began to move. However, his movements seemed very immature and unfamiliar, as if he had never experienced such a thing before. I also began to slowly take off Han Jining's clothes, and large areas of her snow-white skin were completely exposed to the air, looking extremely attractive. Give it to me. Han Jining's panting sound made my whole body tremble suddenly. Just as I was about to take the next step, the door suddenly opened at an inopportune time. Boom boom boom. Han Jining and I had no intention of paying attention to the knock on the door, or perhaps we had both completely lost ourselves. But the knocking continued. Miss, if you don't open the door, I will break in. A deep voice suddenly came from outside the door, which instantly calmed Han Jining, who was originally full of desire. At the same time, the lust in her eyes also dissipated a lot at this moment. The next moment, Han Jining quickly pushed me away. Han Jining pushed me away, and I immediately felt a surge of anger in my heart. Damn it, I'm already about to start, but you're not going to do it. Although I was angry that Han Jining pushed me away, I was even more angry at the person knocking on the door outside. What a bastard! He ruined my good deeds. Hurry up and tidy up your clothes. Han Jining said without caring about anything else, quickly tidied her clothes, and walked towards the door. Before Han Jining reached the door, it was kicked open from the outside. Then a burly man appeared, about 1.9 meters tall, with arms that looked so strong that it felt like he could kill a cow with one punch. Uncle Kuei, how could you break in the door by force? Han Jining frowned, quite displeased. Uncle Kuei smiled awkwardly. Miss, when you came back, I saw that you were a little drunk. I kept knocking on the door but you didn't open it. I thought something had happened. As he spoke, Uncle Kuei reached out and touched his head, looking very naive. What can happen to me? Han Jining sighed helplessly. It was you who kicked the door and broke it. It's just a broken door. Just pay for it. Uncle Kuei said nonchalantly, as long as you are okay, miss. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Since the lady is fine, I will leave first. I will go to the hotel later and ask them to change the door. As soon as Uncle Kuei left, Han Jianing came to my side and said weakly, I'm sorry, Uncle Kuei is just worried about me, I don't mean anything else. I understand. I nodded, is he your relative? Although I dated Han Jianing in high school, I had never met Han Jianing's family, let alone what her family did. Yeah. Han Jianing nodded, I think he watched me grow up. Han Jianing changed the subject and said, it's getting late. You should go back too. I have to go see how Uncle Kuei is communicating with the hotel. Okay, call me if you have anything. As adults, neither Han Jianing nor I mentioned what happened before. But I was full of regret, after all, I was just a little bit away from winning Han Jianing. Then again, how can the adult world be free of regrets? As soon as I left the hotel, Uncle Kuei appeared in front of Han Jianing. Miss, is this boy trying to do something bad to you? Uncle Kuei frowned, his voice a little low. No. Han Jianing denied without hesitation, we were just chatting. Miss, can you please stop treating me like a fool? Uncle Kuei looked at Han Jianing speechlessly, I knocked on the door for a long time, but you didn't open it. This kid must be trying to force you. I'm going to kill him. Uncle Kuei. Han Jianing hurriedly grabbed Uncle Kuei and said, he didn't do anything to me, don't think too much about it. Really? No. That's good. Uncle Kuei breathed a sigh of relief, Miss, if you really can't let go of this boy and want to be with him, we can't be a third party. Think about it, if the master knew that he asked you to be the mistress, what would he do to him? I left the hotel and just returned home when I heard a unique moan, which made my face darken and my hands clench tightly together. I even instinctively thought that Shinzai brought the wild man back home. Shinzai called me before and asked me about the 3 million I spent. Let her know that I was out discussing something and probably wouldn't be back so early, so she started to act recklessly. Or am I going to become Li Zhongyuan's rival? Shinzai is too lazy to hide it now, so what if she just lets me know? Is she sure that I won't dare to do anything even if I know I'm being cuckolded? When I thought of this, my heart was filled with tremendous rage. Shinzai, you are going too far, do you really think I have no temper? The next moment, I went to the kitchen, picked up a knife and rushed in. I'm going to chop this adulterous couple to death. Chapter 21 Lin Xingwan's temptation is hard to resist. At this moment, I was holding the kitchen knife, and I had only one thought in my mind, which was to hack the adulterous couple to death and let them know how crazy honest people can be once they are pushed into a corner. I had just passed the room where Lin Xingwan was currently living. Her panting and seductive moans became more intense, and I could hear them more clearly. Suddenly, my heart sank, and I instinctively thought that Shinzai and Lin Xingwan were serving a man together. Lin Xingwan is very flirty and never hides it. Lin Xingwan and Shinzai are good friends, so a drama involving 2 women and 1 man is not impossible to happen. Shinzai and the other 2 thought they were in Lin Xingwan's room, so I didn't dare to rush in. The door was not locked, so I opened it directly from the outside. The next moment, a thrilling scene came into my eyes. I saw Lin Xingwan lying on the bed wearing a thin and cool silk pajamas, her body twisting irregularly like a beautiful snake. At the same time, Lin Xingwan's face flushed, and the look in her eyes was like spring water, full of affection. What happened in the room was not as I expected. Shinzai and Lin Xingwan were serving the same man together. Lin Xingwan was the only one in the room, and I suddenly came in from outside, which scared Lin Xingwan. She quickly took out her right hand from under her pajamas and pointed at me angrily, Chen Fan, what are you doing? At this moment, Lin Xingwan was not only angry, but also extremely embarrassed. After all, which woman wouldn't be embarrassed if such a scene was caught by a man? Aye. If you look at me again, I will dig your eyes out. When I saw Lin Xingwan like this, my eyes couldn't move away from Lin Xingwan. Lin Xingwan seemed to have some kind of magic that completely locked her gaze on me, not allowing me to move away. You're still looking, get out. As he said that, Lin Xingwan picked up the pillow beside him and threw it at me. Suddenly, I woke up as if from a dream, quickly walked out of the room, and closed the door. As soon as I came out of the room, I breathed a sigh of relief, a bitter smile appeared on my face, and my heart was slightly complicated. I don't know why I feel so complicated. Isn't Shinzai in the room? Or did I see the scene of Lin Xingwan satisfying her own physiological needs? Thinking of Lin Xingwan's appearance just now, a fire of evil immediately surged in my heart. Han Jianing and I drank some wine, and I almost had sex with her in the hotel. Now that I'm back home and see Lin Xingwan like this again, the evil fire in my heart is ignited once again. I wanted to rush in again and knock Lin Xingwan down. In the end, reason triumphed over desire. Nothing can happen between me and Lin Xingwan, otherwise if Lin Xingwan tells Shen Zai, I will be completely finished. I quickly adjusted my mood, put the kitchen knife in the kitchen, and sat down in the living room. I had just sat down and lit a cigarette when Lin Xingwan walked out of the bedroom. Lin Xingwan did not change her clothes. She was still wearing thin pajamas, revealing half of her legs. She walked towards me step by step with her slender waist twisted, looking very seductive. Seeing Lin Xingwan walking towards me, an embarrassed look appeared on my face. I'm sorry for what happened just now. It was indeed my fault just now, so I naturally have to apologize to Lin Xingwan. Lin Xingwan snorted and rolled her eyes at me. Chen Fan, tell me the truth, did you break into my room on purpose? How is that possible? I denied without hesitation. Originally I wanted to say, caught someone cheating, but then I thought, this sentence absolutely cannot be said. Once I tell Lin Xingwan, doesn't that mean I'll also tell Shen Zai? Just what? I didn't answer Lin Xingwan's question, but asked back, didn't you say you had something to do today? Why did you do that at home alone without locking the door? Lin Xingwan was stunned. Are you blaming me? You know there's a man at home. I said heavily, and you're staying at my house, how can you be so embarrassed to do this kind of thing in my house? How would I know you would come back? Lin Xingwan snorted coldly, don't you know how to ask when you come back? I think you did it on purpose. Lin Xingwan interrupted me and gently moved closer to me. Chen Fan, tell me honestly, have you been wanting to have something happen with me for a long time? But you don't dare. You're afraid that Zai will find out, and you're also afraid that I'll tell Zai, and then Zai will divorce you. Even though Lin Xingwan had predicted what I was thinking, I didn't admit it and kept saying, how could I possibly like you? You've already reacted. Lin Xingwan looked down at the changes in my body and said, you're still being stubborn. Suddenly, my face was filled with shame and I wished I could find a hole to crawl into. At this time, Lin Xingwan actually reached out and touched me directly, which made me tremble all over. What are you going to do? I almost subconsciously took Lin Xingwan's hand away and moved my body a little, trying to keep a safe distance from Lin Xingwan. As soon as I moved, Lin Xingwan followed me directly, which made me completely at a loss as to what to do for a moment. Chen Fan, tell me the truth, do you have any feelings for me? Lin Xingwan's white jade hands began to gently stroke my chest. Even though I was wearing clothes, when Lin Xingwan's delicate hands touched me, I still felt like I was electrocuted, and a tingling sensation quickly swept through my whole body. I moved my throat almost instinctively. Lin Xingwan, you don't think too much, I don't have any thoughts about you. Yeah. The next moment, Lin Xingwan directly sat on my legs and stretched out his hand to lift my chin, just like a dandy boy. I, on the other hand, was like a good housewife, extremely nervous and even clenched my hands together. Your reaction is getting bigger and bigger. Lin Xingwan looked at me with a charming smile on her face. You said you have no feelings for me, are you kidding me? For a moment, my breathing became rapid and my heart was extremely hot. Lin Xingwan is a beauty to begin with, and now she is sitting on me. As long as I look up, I can see the snowy scene. It would be complete nonsense to say that I don't want to do anything to her. Especially before I came back, I had already been provoked by Han Jianing, and now that Lin Xingwan is here again, I feel like I can't bear it anymore. Don't you want me? Lin Xingwan breathed hot air at me, staring at me with seductive eyes. Am I not charming? As she spoke, Lin Xingwan reached out and played with her hair, making her look even more charming and alluring. You. I was about to say something when Lin Xingwan suddenly lowered her head and kissed me. Suddenly, my mind went blank. Lin Xingwan actually kissed me on her own initiative. She was seducing me. For a moment, my desire was completely aroused, and I completely forgot that Lin Xingwan was Shen Zai's best friend, and hugged Lin Xingwan's slender waist. Chapter 22, Almost Caught, Crazy Horse Show starts again. Now I have completely fallen into the ocean of lust and cannot extricate myself. Lin Xingwan seemed to have completely fallen and started to tear off my clothes. Kiss me. Lin Xingwan's soft voice sounded fatally tempting to my ears. I don't know if this is a trap set for me by Shinzai and Lin Xingwan. Now I just want to have a big battle with Lin Xingwan. I want to conquer Lin Xingwan. I didn't let Lin Xingwan sit on me all the time, so I put her on the sofa. When I wanted to discuss life with Lin Xingwan pushed me away and looked at me seductively. Don't you want to experience my service? Boom. Suddenly, it felt like a cannonball hit my ear, causing me to lose my hearing. Even so, I just felt comfortable. Just when Lin Xingwan and I were enjoying ourselves, we heard the door opening outside. The sudden sound of the door opening made Lin Xingwan and I tremble and our faces changed suddenly. The next moment, Lin Xingwan stood up quickly. Hurry up and put on your clothes. As she spoke, Lin Xingwan hurriedly put on her pajamas, and I also hurriedly put on my clothes. Lin Xingwan and I both knew very well that the person coming must be Shinzai. There couldn't be anyone else except her. Lin Xingwan and I barely packed up, and Shinzai walked to the living room. When Lin Xingwan saw Shinzai, he immediately walked to Shinzai's side. Zai, Chen Fan, this bastard bullied me. Lin Xingwan's sudden complaint made my heart tremble, and a bad premonition immediately emerged, so that my face turned pale in an instant. They were really setting a trap for me to fall into. Just to get me out of the house. But it is absolutely impossible for me to leave the house with nothing. Lin Xingwan, it's obviously you. Before I could finish my words, Lin Xingwan interrupted me. Chen Fan, you are a grown man and you are bullying me, a woman. Do you think you are right? Just as I was about to speak, Lin Xingwan's voice came again. Zai, I just teased him a little, but he turned against me and told me to get out. He even wanted to attack me just now. I was stunned and a look of surprise appeared on my face. Originally, I thought Lin Xingwan was going to tell Shinzai what happened between us just now, but I never expected Lin Xingwan to suddenly change the subject. I was a little confused about what Lin Xingwan was trying to do, and I couldn't be sure whether Lin Xingwan really wanted to sleep with me or whether it was a trap set by her and Shinzai. When I looked at Lin Xingwan, I saw that the corners of Lin Xingwan's mouth were raised, full of cunning, and she even blinked at me, as if to say, "Are you scared?" Shinzai didn't notice the little actions of Lin Xingwan and sighed helplessly. Xingwan, can you change your bad habits? You know who Chen Fan is, so why did you tease him? Didn't you say that your man is my man? What's wrong with me teasing him a little? Lin Xingwan snorted. I actually believed what you said. Shinzai smiled bitterly. It's useless for me to agree, he is not happy. Forget it, I don't want to bother with you. Lin Xingwan said sullenly. I'll pack up, and we'll go out for dinner later. I'll treat you too. As soon as Lin Xingwan left, Shinzai came to my side and said, Hubby, you know Xingwan's temper, don't bother with her. If I were really like her, do you think she would still be able to live in our house? Shinzai nodded in agreement. I will talk to her when I come back and ask her to restrain herself. If she had really listened, she wouldn't be like this now. I said slowly, but what does she mean by saying that your man is her man? Shinzai was slightly stunned, and then a blush appeared on her face, looking very shy. Looking at Shinzai's shy look, I frowned slightly. What's wrong? It's nothing, just a joke at the time. Shinzai said softly, by the way, husband, have you settled the club you want to open? I knew very well that Shinzai was obviously trying to change the subject, and Lin Xingwan's words might not be that simple. It's just that Shinzai didn't want to say it, so I didn't want to continue asking. Almost done. I took out a cigarette and lit one for myself. Once we find someone, we can open the business. Is there anyone suitable? I met Xu Juanhao when I was playing games before. He is quite good at this. I did not hide this from Shinzai. Of course, it is impossible to hide it, so it is better to say it directly. I also asked some friends today, and they said that this thing is borderline, and you need to have girls in your store who can take you away, otherwise, your business may not be good. Shinzai is also a businessman and has been to many occasions, so he naturally knows some things about nightclubs and clubs. It should be easy to find the person, but I'll need your help when the time comes. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, I'll be doomed. As long as you are running a nightclub, you must have someone in charge, otherwise you will be investigated to death. At the same time, you must also walk a fine line, otherwise you will not make any money at all. My family is very ordinary and I can only rely on Shinzai. Although Han Jianing said that I could look for her if I had any problems, I didn't want to look for Han Jianing unless it was absolutely necessary. I want to squeeze out all the value from Shinzai while I am still husband and wife. Just as Shinzai was about to say something, my cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting Shinzai's words. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was Shu Juanhao calling, so I answered the call immediately. Hello. Brother Fan, Lindao asked me to tell you that there will be a crazy horse show at 9 o'clock tonight. When I heard this, my body trembled suddenly, and I instinctively glanced at Shinzai, only to see that Shinzai was also answering the phone. Okay, I got it. I'll come find you later. After hanging up the phone, I was about to tell Shinzai that I had to go out to do something and couldn't go out to eat together, when Shinzai hung up the phone and said to me, "Husband, I can't go out to eat with you today, I have something to deal with." Chapter 23. If I can't kill Li Zhongyuan, I can definitely kill you. I was originally wondering, if there was a crazy horse show, why would Shinzai come back so early? Isn't she going? Could it be that Shinzai realized that I knew she might be cheating on her and was afraid that I would catch her, so she wanted to behave well for a while to numb me and let me let down my guard? I even wondered if Shinzai was planning to live a good life. Now I realized that I was overthinking everything. Shinzai was not trying to paralyze me, nor was she planning to live a good life. It was just that she herself probably just found out that the crazy horse show would start tonight. Suddenly, my expression became a little unnatural, and my heart was filled with anger. Bitch, are you so shameless? If someone calls you and asks you to go over to the crazy horse show, would you run over there happily? Are you so obsessed with the men out there? I now wish I could just grab Shinzai's neck and ask her if she was going to the crazy horse show. But in the end I held back. I will catch her with my own hands, I will discredit her and make her infamous. Shinzai had been silent all along, and since my face looked a little ugly, he knew that I was angry, so he quickly grabbed my hand and acted coquettishly at me. "Hubby, I'm sorry, I didn't expect that the company would have something urgent, please don't be angry, okay?" I forced a smile on my face. "It's okay, you should focus on your work. I'll take Lin Xingwan out for dinner later." It was true that I was going to the crazy horse show, but I absolutely could not let Shinzai know. "Hubby, no need, I'll take Xingwan with me to the company later." Shinzai said softly, "Xingwan can help me." I know that when Shinzai first opened the beauty salon, Lin Xingwan helped Shinzai. If I didn't know that Shinzai might have cheated on me, and that the crazy horse show was tonight, I would definitely believe what Shinzai said, but now I don't believe it at all. Shinzai is going to take Lin Xingwan with her, and they must be going to the crazy horse show. After all, Lin Xingwan is a slut. She was still satisfying her physiological needs when I came back, and she even had an accidental discharge with me just now. I'm afraid Lin Xingwan has been feeling lonely for a long time and is in urgent need of a man to quench her thirst. This crazy horse show will most likely satisfy Lin Xingwan. That's great. I didn't want to have dinner with her anyway. I said indifferently, "If you take her away, I'll save myself some trouble." Lin Xingwan and I don't get along, Shinzai knows it very well, so it's natural for me to behave like this. While Shinzai and I were talking, Lin Xingwan walked out of the bedroom. "Zai, I'm done." "Xingwan, something happened in my company. Please come with me to the company. I need your help." Lin Xingwan was stunned at first, then seemed to have thought of something and immediately said, "Then let's have dinner another day." Then, Shinzai looked at me and said, "Husband, Xingwan and I will go to the company first, so you can get something to eat later. Don't worry about me. Come back soon after you're done." Good. As soon as Chen Zai and Lin Xingwan left, my face instantly darkened, and my hands were clenched tightly together. "Chen Zai, you bitch, you fucking wait for me today." At this moment, I vowed to catch Shinzai at the crazy horse show and make him pay for betraying me. At the same time, Shinzai and Lin Xingwan had just come out of their house and got in the car, and Lin Xingwan asked Shinzai, "Zai, what happened?" Lin Xingwan and Shinzai have known each other for a long time, and she knows Shinzai very well. Shinzai said something happened in the company, but Lin Xingwan didn't believe it. "They called me." Shinzai said solemnly, "They have an event tonight. I was wondering why you took me with you, so it's because of this." Lin Xingwan promised solemnly, "Don't worry, I'll cover for you and won't let Chen Fan find out." About 20 minutes after Shinzai and Lin Xingwan left, I also left home and went straight to find Shu Juanhao. "Brother Fan, you're here." Shu Juanhao walked up to me quickly with a smile on his face. "Would you like some tea or something?" "All right." I said to Shu Juanhao casually, "Did Lin Dao give you the address?" "I gave it to you." Xu Juanhao answered without hesitation, I'll take you there later, brother Fan. I nodded and didn't say much about this matter. I directly talked to Xu Juanhao about the club to see if he was interested. When Xu Juanhao learned that I had bought the Dahao club, he immediately showed surprise on his face. Brother Fan, you really bought the Dahao club? What's wrong? Brother Fan is awesome. Xu Juanhao gave me a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. I heard before that it would cost 5 or 6 million to buy the Dahao club, but I didn't expect Brother Fan to buy it directly. I chuckled and acted nonchalantly, it's just small money. Although it is true that I have been living off others for these years, I still understand this society. In the outside world, you need to make others unable to figure out your true identity, so that others will admire you and work hard to help you. Of course, you also need to demonstrate a certain level of strength at critical moments. Only in this way can you make your identity and strength appear more mysterious and unpredictable. But Brother Fan, across from the Dahao Club is the number 9 mansion. It is said that the owner of the number 9 mansion is Li Zhongyuan, who is very difficult to deal with. Xu Juanhao asked me cautiously, it was rumored that the Dahao Club was secretly destroyed by Li Zhongyuan. Do you think I can't deal with him? I interrupted Xu Juanhao softly, with a cold look on my face. Juanhao, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. If the enemy of Dahao Club is someone else, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be interested. Xu Juanhao is also a smart man. What's more, I explained it so clearly. If he still doesn't understand, he can really die. What are you going to do with me? Brother Fan, are you really planning to take me with you? Juanhao, to be honest, I don't know much about clubs. If you work with me, you will be in charge of everything. I said happily, I will solve any problems and you will be responsible for the management. I promise not to treat you unfairly. You don't have to rush to agree. Think about it carefully and tell me when you've made up your mind. Brother Fan, there's nothing to think about. I'll do it with you. Xu Juanhao agreed without hesitation. You have to think it through. After all, your opponent is Li Zhongyuan. Brother Fan, you are not someone you can easily mess with, right? I didn't speak in a hurry, but took out a cigarette and lit it. Juanhao, you can follow me, but if I find out that you are colluding with Li Zhongyuan behind my back, I will make you die miserably. I slowly let out a breath. Maybe I can't kill Li Zhongyuan, but I can definitely kill you. Chapter 24, The Queen of Hearts woman's performance today is very bold. After all, Xu Juanhao and I don't know each other very well, so I have to say something ugly up front to let Xu Juanhao know my bottom line. Of course, the reason why I say this is also to thank Shinzai. When Shinzai first started his business, he used a similar strategy to what I use now, combining hardness with softness, and never being soft-hearted when it comes to threatening others, otherwise he would be eaten by his opponents without leaving a bone. Xu Juanhao shuddered suddenly. Brother Fan, don't worry, I will never betray you. Juanhao, I'm not saying anything unpleasant, but I think it's better for us brothers to say ugly things first. I reached out and patted Xu Juanhao. Of course, as long as you follow me well, I can't guarantee anything else, but I can guarantee that as long as I have a bite to eat, you will have a bite too. If it was when I was in college, or when I had just gotten married, I wouldn't be able to say this kind of words that superiors used to win people over, but I learned a lot from watching Shinzai do business, and from meeting Shinzai's father and her family's relatives. Even what I learned from Shinzai and her family was much more than what I learned in school. For example, how to win over people in the business world, how to buy their hearts and minds, how to make others work for you, etc. Xu Juanhao is now moved by my not-so-clever attempt to win him over. Brother Fan, don't worry, I will never let you down. Then you can find some girls when the time comes, and you can arrange the manager and everything else. Although completely delegating power is the biggest taboo for those in power, I have to do it now. I have no one around me who is available and no one who is reliable. If I want Xu Juanhao to work for me completely, I must come up with something substantial. When Xu Juanhao saw that I handed over all the power to him, he was stunned. Brother Fan, this. I trust you. I threw a cigarette to Xu Juanhao. Just make your own arrangements. No need to ask for my opinion. I am only responsible for dealing with Li Zhongyuan and handling the inspections from above. You are fully responsible for the business operations. Brother Fan. Xu Juanhao wanted to show his loyalty to me, but I interrupted him. Okay, now send me to find Lin Dao. This time Xu Juanhao acted as my driver and drove me straight to where Lin Dao was. Xu Juanhao had never driven a car as good as a Land Rover before, and he seemed very excited all the way. I deeply understand Xu Juanhao's excitement. I clearly remember how excited I was when Chen Zai bought me a Land Rover as a gift. For countless ordinary men, Land Rover is a completely unattainable dream. I was the same at that time. I also wanted to buy a Land Rover, but I couldn't afford it at all, so I could only watch others drive. In the first month I owned the Land Rover, I drove it out for a stroll almost every day and posted various messages on WeChat moments to show off. As time passed, I gradually felt relieved and thought that it was just a car and there was nothing to show off. Looking at Xu Juanhao's excitement, I seemed to see myself back then. Let's work hard, brothers. Next year I will help you buy a Land Rover. Xu Juanhao's eyes immediately lit up. Brother Fan, if you really bring me a Land Rover, I will give you my life. Promising. Xu Juanhao chuckled and said, Brother Fan, rich people like you don't understand the hardships of people like us at the bottom of society. You're not really at the bottom, are you? In my impression, Xu Juanhao's life is quite good. He owns an Audi worth more than 200,000 yuan and has his own studio. This kind of life is definitely better than 90% of the people in the country. Xu Juanhao smiled bitterly. Brother Fan, these things were obtained by my father at the cost of his life. I was slightly stunned, and looked at Xu Juanhao in confusion. What do you mean? My father had a car accident, and they paid for the compensation. Xu Juanhao let out a sigh, a gloomy look on his face. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, my current life is based on my father's life. If I can help it, I really don't want these things. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. I didn't know anything about Xu Juanhao's family affairs and I never asked about them. Now I know that his good life was exchanged for his father's life. I bought a car and set up a studio just to get married. Xu Juanhao laughed bitterly, but I found that even if I had these things, they still looked down on me and thought that this was not a long-term solution. Plus, my reputation is not very good, so anyone who likes me will desperately ask for dowry. Brother Fan, do you think I am someone who can afford a betrothal gift of 3 or 500,000? No. But they asked for 3 or 500,000 yuan, and even asked me about my savings. Xu Juanhao let out a sigh. A bunch of bitches, they really think reality is the internet, and the average annual income is 1 million. As Xu Juanhao spoke, he seemed to realize that he had lost his composure and quickly changed his words. Brother Fan, I don't mean anything else. I'm just complaining. Don't mind it. In Xu Juanhao's mind, I am a rich man through and through. He was afraid that telling me this would make me disgusted. But he doesn't know that my family is actually very ordinary, it's just that Shenzai's family is awesome, so I am what I am now. It's okay. I said nonchalantly, when our club opens, there will be so many girls inside, you can make whatever you want. As long as nothing goes wrong, I will never interfere. I said with a smile on my face. Xu Juanhao was stunned. Brother Fan, can I really do this? Brother, you have to remember that if you don't harm them, others will. Instead of that, why shouldn't I let you do it? I looked at Xu Juanhao with a smile on my face. Besides, how many people who come to work in a place like this do you think are from decent families? That's right. Xu Juanhao nodded in agreement. Sleeping with me, I can make money, and I can also take care of them. It's better than sleeping with their boyfriends. While Xu Juanhao and I were talking, we arrived at where Lin Dao was. I originally thought that as long as I found Lin Dao, I would be able to find the Crazy Horse Show. It turned out that I was wrong. The rigor of the Crazy Horse Show was something I had never imagined. Brother Fan, you have to put on the blindfold and follow me. I'll take you there. Is it so troublesome? There's nothing we can do. It's for safety. Lin Dao looked at me politely and respectfully. People who can afford this kind of Crazy Horse Show are all big shots. Their safety must be guaranteed. But don't worry, when you come out later, you can come out by yourself, no one will stop you. I finally understood that only the organizers knew where the Crazy Horse Show was held, and they picked up all the guests who attended the show and let them leave on their own. This will prevent anyone from calling the police or gathering to cause trouble. Okay. Brother Fan is wronged. It's okay. I said calmly, let me ask you something. Will the person with the Queen of Hearts go today? Meeting. Lin Dao thought I was obsessed with the woman with the Queen of Hearts, so he said, I got the news that her performance tonight will be more ambitious than last time. Brother Fan, you have a great chance this time. Chapter 25, Crazy Scenes That Shatter Your Worldview. Lindau took me to the Crazy Horse Show and took off the blindfold I was wearing. Brother Fan, the door in front is the Crazy Horse Show. Then Lindau took out a mask and handed it to me. When you go in later, put on this mask. I asked Lindau with some confusion, does everyone who comes to the Crazy Horse Show need to wear a mask? That's right. Lindau nodded, although this is something that you powerful people play with, they don't want others to know their identities. After all, if I run into my enemy in there and something happens, it won't look good. In response, I nodded to show that I understood, and without asking any more questions, I just took the mask and put it on. Brother Fan, you have to give me your phone. Guests are not allowed to bring phones in. I was not surprised that they confiscated the cell phones. After all, the show that was about to happen would definitely be quite explicit. If it was filmed by the guests and spread out, it would probably cause quite a bit of trouble. As soon as I handed the phone to Lindau, Lindau took me directly to the Crazy Horse Show. As soon as I entered the Crazy Horse Show, I was deeply shocked by the scene before me. Countless women walking inside in sexy clothes, with large areas of snow-white skin completely exposed to the air. If a masked man next to them took a fancy to a woman, he would directly pull her into his arms, causing waves of seductive gasps to be heard one after another. There are also men who make women kneel at their feet. Of course, there are also some women who act like queens, holding whips and whipping some 1.8-meter tall, muscular little boys. I originally thought that the Crazy Horse Show was just a striptease where the rich and powerful would find a woman they liked, but the scene before me completely overturned my perception. This is a total raunchy party. The scene was so chaotic, with men and women mixed together, comparable to a blockbuster movie from daily life. Even the blockbusters of everyday life can't compare to it. Then I turned to look at Lindau. Aren't they afraid of getting sick? Brother Fan, logically speaking, you need a physical examination to participate in the Crazy Horse Show. Lindau explained softly, but I guarantee that you don't have any disease. A look of enlightenment appeared on my face. No wonder they were so relaxed, it turned out they had all been examined. Brother Fan, as long as there are women and men here who are not wearing masks, you can have fun with them as you like. Lindau spoke again, no one dares to resist. You're going to be busy. Lindau smiled awkwardly, I have to find a cleaner place to do the live broadcast later, so as to attract more people. If Lindau dared to broadcast the scene live, it would probably become a hot topic tomorrow, and everyone would be found out. Of course, Lindau also wanted to play, but he was not qualified. Okay, go do your thing. I nodded, let me take a look first and get familiar with it. The scene in front of me really made me feel hot inside, and I wanted to find a woman to have sex with her right away. After all, the scene here deeply stimulates men's adrenaline glands, and each of the women here is absolutely one in a million. It is no exaggeration to say that they are goddesses in the hearts of countless men. But in the end I still suppressed the desire and impulse in my heart. After all, I don't have the habit of performing live pornographic shows in front of so many people. In other words, I still have to have some dignity, even if they don't know who I am, I'd still feel embarrassed. Besides, I came here to find evidence of Shinzai's cheating, not to play. As long as I can find evidence that Shinzai cheated, I can play with any woman I want at that time. Because of Lin Xingwan, I almost lost all my efforts before. Now I must not forget the purpose of my coming because of temptation. As I walked along, I found that almost 80% of the men were hugging women and making love, and quite a few women were also hugging little boys and ravaging them at will. There are very few outliers like me. I found a relatively quiet place with a good view and sat down, watching these people perform quietly while waiting for Shinzai to go on stage to dance. As soon as I sat down, someone brought me a glass of drink, but I was in no mood to drink it. Instead, I took out a cigarette and lit it up. I hadn't even finished smoking a cigarette when a faint fragrance hit me, making my whole body tremble, and I instinctively turned my head to look. The next moment, I saw a woman wearing a golden butterfly mask and a red dress sitting next to me. The woman had a great figure. The large V-neck dress and the deep cleavage made her look particularly attractive. Her long legs made one want to carry her on their shoulders and act like a charging warrior. Give me a cigarette. The woman stretched out her slender, white hand and asked for a cigarette. I didn't refuse and handed the woman a cigarette and the lighter as well. The woman lit up a cigarette and took a puff. You spent so much money to come here, don't you want to enjoy yourself? I think I have to have some shame. The woman was amused by what I said. Her smile caused her chest to shake, which was very seductive. Now that we've come to this place, there's no need to pretend to be a gentleman. The woman exhaled a puff of smoke at me. I'm not pretending. I said seriously, I just can't do what they did, to perform a live porn show in front of so many people. I feel like a monkey being watched by everyone. So this is your first time here? I looked at the woman in surprise. How did you know? Everyone who comes here for the first time is like this. The woman said calmly, if I'm not mistaken, you must have known about this after watching the live broadcast, right? Right. I didn't deny it and admitted it frankly. Who are you looking for? Lindau. It's him? Do you know him? Of course I know him. The woman said calmly, but since you're here, just relax and have fun. No one here will know you, and the women here are all right. You can do whatever you want and have fun however you want. At the same time, they will agree to anything you ask them to do. The woman blinked at me and said, even if you ask them to drink the soy milk, they will do it. I see there are quite a few men here, and they are all good looking. Why don't you go and have some fun? I asked the woman curiously, is this your first time here too? So, it's the same with the men here. Yes, the woman said calmly, I'm not afraid to tell you, the man next to me drank my urine, and you see the woman even hugged him and kissed him. Chapter 26. You want to play with me? I widened my eyes and looked at the woman in disbelief. You. Don't be so surprised. This is your first time here and you're not familiar with it. It's normal that you don't know. The woman said calmly, don't kiss anyone here because you don't know what these women and men have just experienced. That woman is obviously here for the first time, otherwise how could she kiss me? At this moment, I felt relieved. Fortunately, I held back. Otherwise, if I really kissed a woman here, and then found out that this woman had just drunk urine, or had done something else. It makes me sick just thinking about it. People in this world will do anything for money. The woman seemed to see what I was thinking and laughed softly. Isn't it disgusting? A little bit. This is actually normal. The woman was not surprised. Think about your own wife or girlfriend. Before they were with you, didn't they eat other men? At the same time, how do they usually play? Will they tell you? Suddenly, I felt a little crazy. Is this woman sick? Although I think this woman is mentally ill, I have to admit that her words successfully reminded me of Shinzai. How does Shinzai play here? Is it also so disgusting? When I thought about this, my stomach started churning. These days, whether it's a man or a woman, there's nothing clean. The woman said lightly, and if you don't play, you don't cause trouble, there are people who cause trouble. Why don't you speak? I have nothing to say to you. Then I'll tell you something that interests you. You know what I'm interested in. Of course, the woman said confidently, are you here for the woman who danced with you last time? My heart trembled and a look of surprise appeared on my face. Although I was wearing a mask, the woman couldn't see the changes on my face, but she could see a hint of surprise in my eyes. Don't look at me like that. Almost everyone who has just arrived today is here for the Queen of Hearts. The Queen of Hearts? Yes. The woman nodded. The woman you saw in the live broadcast is called the Queen of Hearts here. She is the goddess in the hearts of many men. Can she still be a goddess? I asked the woman with some confusion. The one you can never get is always the goddess. The woman said lightly, aren't you here for her? I didn't deny it, and nodded frankly, yes, I did come here for her. Do you have a way for me to get her? I can't help it. The woman shook her head gently. But don't get your hopes up. People here generally don't like the Queen of Hearts. But if you really want to have fun, you can find other women to play with. They are relatively clean. I just want the Queen of Hearts. The woman was not surprised to see me so persistent, as if she was already used to it. Some women are not meant to be sold, but to be attracted. I frowned and asked, what do you mean? Literally. She won't pick anyone. How can we let others touch the forbidden food of a big shot? The woman said lightly, she will just dance with me, and then let you men touch her a little. If you want to have anything to do with her, forget it. Why are you telling me this? I think since you've spent money to come here, you shouldn't waste it and have a good time. The woman picked up my cigarette and lit another one for herself, otherwise, wouldn't your trip be in vain? You didn't play either, did you? We are different. The woman chuckled, I have many men I want to hook their fingers with. And I came here just to watch the fun. I didn't believe what the woman said. Just like she said, how could we spend so much money to come here just to watch the fun? At this moment, a waiter walked up to the woman and whispered something in her ear. The woman then stood up and said to me, "I'll come and play with you later." As soon as the woman left, Lindau came over from somewhere. "Brother Fan, you're awesome." Lindau immediately gave me a thumbs up when he saw me. "She's attracted to me even on her first visit." "You know her?" "She is the Queen of Spades." Lindau explained to me, "She is Athena in the playing cards, the goddess of wisdom." It's true that many people who come here come for the Queen of Hearts, but almost all the regular customers here want the Queen of Spades. Why? It is said that this woman is not simple, she is very powerful, even the masters have to give her some respect. Lindau told me before that the Crazy Horse show was created by Mr. Da. One can imagine how complicated Mr. Da's identity is. Now Lindau told me that Mr. Da had to be courteous to the woman who just spoke to me, so the identity of this woman must be even more complicated. Is it so awesome? I'm not sure about the details. Lindau glanced around and said, "But Brother Fan, if you can take her down, you can play around here as you like in the future. No one will ask you for money, and you can also go up and take a look." I frowned. Go up and take a look. There are more above, but they are more advanced. They are said to be all virgins. Even if you want a star, there are some. As he spoke, a fanatical look appeared on Lindau's face, and even his eyes began to glow green. It was obvious that he was also yearning for it. This is just the entry point. If you want to go higher, I can't help you. You need other people to help you. Can the woman just now be okay? She can take you up there directly. Lindau whispered, "Brother Fan, I heard that the Queen of Hearts has more fun up there, but I don't know the details, and I'm not qualified to go up there." When I heard Lindau's words, my heart sank, and at the same time I understood what the woman had just said to me. The customers here are just their money-making tricks, so the Queen of Hearts naturally looks down on them. The people above are of more noble status, so even if they want to find a man, they will definitely look for one from above. Okay, I got it. Brother Fan, if possible, you must sleep with the Queen of Spades. She is very awesome. I didn't listen to Lindau's words at all. Now I just want to find Shinzai and find evidence of her cheating. But now I have to go up to have a better chance, staying here is simply impossible. Just as I was thinking about how to get up, the woman who had just left walked towards me again. "You're back so soon." Dealing with something, the woman said calmly, "Are you interested in changing places with me?" I was slightly stunned. Are you going to take me to play other things? You can play with me if you want." The woman stuck out her tongue and licked the edge of her mouth gently, very seductively. "Do you want to play?" Chapter 27, Queen of Hearts performs on stage. The woman was wearing a mask, so I had no idea what she looked like, but she had a great figure. Not only is a woman something that men cannot grasp with one hand, but a pair of long and beautiful legs is also what men call the best legs of all time. In addition, wearing a mask has a different kind of fun, so when faced with the temptation of a woman, I was moved and even reacted. The woman kept staring at me, and as soon as I reacted, she saw it all, which made the corners of her mouth rise slightly, making her look quite proud. The next moment, the woman leaned towards me and breathed hot air at me. "It looks like you want to sleep with me." The woman's straightforward words made me feel very embarrassed, and I almost instinctively denied it. I didn't. "So what's going on?" As she spoke, the woman reached out and touched me quickly while I was not paying attention. Even though it was just a moment and it was through my clothes, it still made me feel like I was electrocuted and my body trembled slightly. That's a big reaction. The woman challenged me like a gangster. "You don't have to endure it when you come here." I really want to kill her right there and then, to let her know how powerful I am and that men should not be provoked. But my remaining rationality tells me that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Besides, Lindau told me that this woman is the Queen of Spades and can go directly to the top, so how could she possibly fall for me? But I don't know why she found me. Could it be that Shinzai knew I was coming, and she asked a woman to come to me and seduce me? No matter what the reason is, I have to endure it, otherwise all my previous forbearance will be wasted. Although I have decided to hold back, I still want to take advantage of this opportunity that is offered to me. Then, I hugged the woman in my arms, and my right hand started to wander around. The woman didn't expect me to be so bold. She let out an alluring cry and struggled instinctively. But how could I let her go so easily? "Don't you want me?" I hugged the woman tightly, and my right hand was also very dishonest. Why are you struggling now? There are too many people here. The woman looked at me lovingly. Come with me, let's go to another place. Change to where? A more fun place. But I like it here. You? I saw that the woman was about to get angry, so I immediately let her go and said, I was just kidding you. The woman snorted. I thought you were different from other men, but I didn't expect you to be the same kind of guy. But you are braver than them. You dare to touch me directly. The woman looked at me admiringly. Your technique is not bad. It seems that you touch other women a lot, right? To be honest, I only touched Han Jining and Lin Xingwan in the past 2 days. Apart from that, I have never touched any other woman except Shen Zai. Of course, I know that the other party won't believe me if I tell the truth. After all, how can I be a good person since I have come to this place? When the woman saw that I didn't say anything, she took it as her consent. Are there 100 people killed? The corner of my mouth twitched slightly. You think I'm a stud? Do not you? I wanted to retort, but when the words came to my lips I didn't know what to say. Just when I was speechless, the woman who was dancing on the live broadcast finally appeared. Today she was wearing a bunny girl outfit and still had a mask on her face, so no one could see her appearance. However, she has a great figure, a standard S-curve, and especially the beauty mole at the corner of her mouth, which adds a different kind of style and charm to her when she smiles. The woman twisted her slender waist and slowly walked onto the stage from the crowd. When a man touched her during the trip, she did not resist at all, and even gave him a charming look, which stimulated the adrenaline of countless men, making them even crazier. Not only do men touch her, she also takes the initiative to touch others, which causes screams. That's the way a star interacts with fans, driving the fans completely crazy. For a moment, countless men wanted to rush to the front, hoping that they would be the next lucky one to be touched by a woman. When I saw this scene, my face immediately turned pale, my hands were clenched tightly together, and my eyes looked murderous. Before, I wasn't sure that the other person was Shen Zai during the live broadcast, but now I am almost certain that she is Shen Zai. Their height, figure, and even their walking movements were exactly the same, and the shy look in her eyes when she touched a man was exactly the same as she had in bed. For a moment, my heart was filled with rage, and I almost instinctively wanted to rush over, tear off the mask on her face, and ask her in public why she did such a thing. Driven by anger, I walked forward uncontrollably, but the next moment I was stopped by the woman next to me. What are you doing? The woman looked at me curiously. You look like you want to eat someone. Do you know her? At this moment, I realized that I had lost my composure and hurried to calm myself down. But looking at the scene in front of me, even if I tried hard to control my emotions, it was of no avail. The dance had already started on the stage, and as the music swayed, she had already started taking off her clothes. Under the romantic lighting, the faintly visible snow-white skin and perfect figure deeply stimulate the hearts of countless men, and also deeply stimulate my nerves. I took a few deep breaths to calm myself down. I don't know him. Then why are you reacting so strongly? The woman interrupted me directly. You act like you caught your wife cheating on you and you want to kill her with your eyes. You can't hide the look in your eyes when you want to stab someone. Unless he is a big shot whose moods are invisible. I am not a big shot at all, so naturally I cannot show my emotions without showing any trace of emotion. I think even a big shot would be completely defeated after seeing such a scene. Seeing that I didn't say anything, the woman stared at the stage with her mouth slightly opened. She can't really be your wife, right? Of course not. I gritted my teeth and said, how could I have such a slutty and cheap wife? I would never admit to such a shameful thing even if you kill me, even if the other party doesn't know who I am. But if she were your wife, you would be so happy. The woman chattered in my ear. I once went to see Mr. Big, and he was having sex with this woman. She was screaming so loudly at that time, and she kept shouting, Daddy. The woman said with a sigh. The master was holding a whip in his hand at that time, and the woman even begged him to whip her. The woman's words were like adding fuel to the fire for me. They made me clench my hands tightly together, and the veins on my arms bulged. After her performance, she will probably go find Mr. Big again. This woman is so slutty, especially in front of Mr. Big. She is just like a bitch and seems to have a masochistic tendency. Chapter 28, Slut, do you want to eat? The goddess you men like is nothing more than a toy in the eyes of others. Every word the woman said was like a knife, stabbing into my heart. But Chen Zai is my wife. I always loved Chen Zai before I discovered that she might have cheated on me. But what about now? Chen Zai is nothing more than a toy in front of other men. For a moment, my eyes widened and I looked like I wanted to eat someone. The next moment, I turned my head and looked at the woman. Do you have a way for me to get her? After hearing this, the woman was slightly stunned. You still want it even though it's like this? You just need to tell me if you have any solution. Now I just want to tear off the mask on Chen Zai's face myself and see how she can argue. As expected, you men are all the same. Even if the woman out there is a piece of shit, you still think she smells good. To me, you are also a woman outside. The woman never expected that I would use her words to refute her, which shocked her. You? Can you help me? Give me a word. What benefits can I get? The woman looked at me curiously. I fell into silence, totally at a loss for words. There is no free lunch in the world. If I want to get something, I must pay for it. But what can I give to the other person? My body? Does the other party really need it? Seeing that I was silent, the woman spoke again. I can help you get close, but the rest is up to you. After all, she is the Queen of Hearts and Mr. Big's woman. If she doesn't want to, I can't force her. I was ready to give up, but I didn't expect the woman to change the topic and actually agree to help me. Are you really willing to help me? If you don't need my help, just pretend I didn't say anything. I need your help. I said hastily, but I have nothing to give you. I think some things should be said in advance to avoid unnecessary trouble later. The woman chuckled. I didn't intend for you to give me anything. I frowned slightly and asked the woman in confusion, then why are you helping me? I don't know why, but I always feel that you and this Queen of Hearts know each other. There must be some story between you two. The corners of the woman's mouth slightly raised, and her eyes became a little playful. I want to know what will happen if you two really meet. At this moment, I finally understood women's psychology. She wanted to watch the fun. I had no way to deal with this. If she didn't help me, I wouldn't be able to get close to Chen Zai at all, let alone tear off the mask on her face. There are a lot of security personnel here. I am afraid that before I even step onto the stage and tear off the mask on Chen Zai's face, I will be stopped and maybe even kicked out. She's leaving soon, come with me. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the music stopped abruptly, and then Chen Zai slowly left under the fiery gazes of countless men. When she was leaving, facing the groping of some men, Chen Zai did not resist at all, and was even more unrestrained than before she went on stage. When others stretched out their hands to her, she even held down their hands and rubbed them. She would also put her white jade hands on other people's mouths and let them suck. I looked at the scene with a grim face, and my clenched hands couldn't help but tighten even more. At this time, the woman took my arm and walked forward with big strides. Don't look at it, there will be plenty of opportunities later. I withdrew my gaze reluctantly and angrily, and followed the woman away. The woman took me into the elevator, and I realized that there was not a single button in the elevator, which stunned me. How do we get up there? Before I finished speaking, the elevator started moving. There are surveillance cameras here. When we get on the elevator, the people in the monitoring room will see us and choose the floor based on the identity of the guests, the woman explained lightly. Suddenly, I didn't know what to say. The security measures here are really excellent. What if the police come? If you were a policeman, would you notice a cabinet like this? This elevator is completely decorated to look like a cabinet, and even when it is opened, it is difficult to tell that it is an elevator. The safety here is better than you think. The woman continued to say to me, after all, the guests here, big and small, are all important people. Besides, with so many people, if something really happens, no one can afford it. The woman changed the subject, but this is nothing, there are more advanced ones. This place has completely overturned my understanding. Now women tell me that there are more advanced places than this. What does that require? I was completely intrigued by the woman and couldn't help asking, what does that look like? The woman smiled mysteriously. When there is a chance, I will let you open your eyes, but for now, this place is enough for you to play. As they were talking, the elevator door opened, and what came into view was the magnificent decoration. As soon as I came out of the elevator, a huge swimming pool appeared in front of me. A dozen or so beautiful women with curvy figures in bikinis were playing in the water, and some men were lying on the rattan chairs nearby, quietly watching the scene in front of them. It would be more accurate to say that men lie down and let some women serve them. It is much quieter here than upstairs. Apart from the woman's moans and the man's heavy breathing, there is no other noise at all. Even when they were talking to each other, their voices were very low, giving the impression that they were chatting and laughing with great scholars and that there were no unlearned people among them. Unfortunately, the woman's moans and the man's heavy breathing added a hint of obscenity to the place. If you don't want others to see you, there are rooms next to you. You can bring your woman into play. The woman explained to me, there are complete sets of uniforms and other props inside. The woman was afraid that I would not believe it, so she took me to see a room. The closet in the room is filled with all kinds of erotic clothing, as well as some props, including bondage, wax stripping, whips, etc. It's like filming a Tokyo Fever scene. Anyone playing? If it were you, wouldn't you want to play? The woman gave me a cold look. Is it the same in women's rooms? Yes. The woman nodded. Whatever you want, we can provide it here, provided you have the qualifications and ability. I was just about to ask what it takes for a woman to be qualified when Chen Zai came over from somewhere, which made my face suddenly change, and I made a gesture to walk over. However, at this time, a man hugged her into his arms and patted her on the butt, causing Chen Zai to make an alluring sound. She then lay directly into the man's arms, and her right hand dishonestly reached into the man's pants, not at all afraid of the fact that there were other people around. Slut, do you want to eat? Chapter 29: The Adulterer's Provocation. The next moment, Chen Zai pretended to kneel down and stretched out his hands to untie the man's belt. After seeing this scene, my eyes seemed to be spewing flames. This bitch has never been so proactive when serving me, but now, in front of everyone, she has no regard for propriety and morality and wants to serve the other person. Driven by anger, I instinctively walked towards them. At this time, the man directly stopped Chen Zai and stretched out his hand to lift her chin. Bitch, don't be so anxious, I'll let you eat enough later. When Chen Zai heard that he could eat as much as he wanted, his eyes sparkled green and he looked very excited and eager. Just as I was about to walk in front of Chen Zai and the others, the lust in Chen Zai's eyes immediately faded, replaced by panic. It seemed as if she had never thought that I would appear here, let alone walk towards her. The next moment, Chen Zai didn't care about the man beside him and left quickly. Seeing this, I hurriedly chased after him, and the man who had just been with Chen Zai not only did not stop him at all, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Even the look he gave me was full of provocation, sarcasm, and disdain. Suddenly, a surge of rage surged in my heart. I am a man. My wife is cheating on me and the adulterer is right in front of me. If I let him go like this, am I still a man? I immediately punched the man hard in the face. The force of my punch was quite strong and it knocked him back 2 steps. Blood started to flow from the corner of his mouth. I suddenly took action, attracting the attention of everyone present. They looked at me in amazement, their eyes full of disbelief. No matter who comes here to play, no one has ever fought. This is the underlying rule. Now I have broken this implicit rule that everyone takes for granted. The next moment, the security personnel in charge here walked towards me quickly. At this time, the woman who brought me here also came back to her senses from the shock and hurried towards me. He is the person I brought here. Please give me some face and let's forget about this matter. The woman protected me behind her and said to the man. The man reached out his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Okay, for your sake I won't mind it. As he spoke, the man waved at the security personnel who were approaching, signaling them to all step back. But if he keeps wasting time with me here, he won't be able to catch up with anyone. Suddenly, I woke up as if from a dream. My target is Chen Zai. My goal is to expose Chen Zai's hypocrisy and make her leave the house with nothing. How can I waste my time here with my adulterer now? The next moment, I left quickly. The man looked at my departing back, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a cunning and sinister coldness. Do you know who he is? The woman asked, staring at the man. Do you have any thoughts about him? It has nothing to do with you. The woman snorted coldly. Who is he? We have a rule here. We cannot disclose information about our guests. The man pretended to be mysterious. I'm sorry, I can't tell you. You? But if you promise me one thing, I can tell you. Dream on. The woman refused without hesitation. The Queen of Hearts is his wife, right? You guess. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, the woman let out a heavy breath and said, Sir, lust is like a knife hanging over your head. Don't die tragically because of a woman. As soon as I chased out, I saw Chen Zai get into a car and leave at a high speed. I wanted to take a taxi, but there were no cars around. I wanted to contact Chen Zai with my cell phone, but my cell phone was taken away by Lin Dao and has not been returned yet. Bang! In anger, I clenched my fist and smashed it against the wall next to me. At this moment, I regretted it so much. If I hadn't attacked the adulterer just now, how could I not catch Chen Zai? Even now I feel that the adulterer just now deliberately provoked me in order to create conditions for Chen Zai to escape. When I was extremely angry, a familiar voice suddenly came into my ears. Brother Fan, you're out so early. When I turned around and saw Lin Dao, I felt like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw. Where's my phone? Lin Dao didn't have any waste and just handed the phone back to me. The first thing I did when I got the phone was to call Chen Zai. I originally thought that Chen Zai would not answer my call, but I didn't expect that she answered it this time. Honey, what's wrong? Where are you now? I'm at the company. Aren't you done yet? No, if you're sleepy, go to bed early. I'm afraid I'll be back very late today. Then take care of yourself. Thank you, husband. After hanging up the phone, I asked Lin Dao, do you have time? Brother Fan, what do you want me to do? Lin Dao is here just to do a simple live broadcast and also responsible for attracting customers. When his task is completed, he needs to come out. Now that his mission has been completely accomplished, he can do whatever he wants. Take me somewhere. Lin Dao agreed without any hesitation and drove me directly to Chen Zai's company. Brother Fan, how are you and the Queen of Spades? That's it. I replied perfunctorily, Lin Dao, when did you come out? It's been a while. I've been sitting in the car waiting for you. I was moved. Did you see the Queen of Hearts? I saw it. Lin Dao didn't think much about it and said truthfully, she was very anxious when she came out, as if something happened. Do you know the license plate number of the car she was riding in? Lin Dao was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting me to ask for the license plate number. It seems to be C567J8. As Lin Dao spoke, he seemed to have finally figured it out, and his tone became more serious. Yes, it is C567J8. Brother Fan, are you looking for the Queen of Hearts? In Lin Dao's opinion, I asked for the license plate number because I must be looking for the Queen of Hearts. After all, I came here just for the Queen of Hearts. In this regard, I was also happy to let Lin Dao misunderstand this way, so I admitted it directly. That's right, wait until I find her and have a good talk with her. I emphasized the word talk, but Lin Dao didn't hear any other meaning. He just said, Brother Fan, if I were you, I would definitely choose the Queen of Spades. This woman is definitely better than the Queen of Hearts. Of course, you are big shot, and I can't understand the thoughts of you big shots. I didn't explain anything about this. After all, only if Lin Dao thinks I'm a big shot will he treat me with respect. Once he knew that I was a gigolo, I'm afraid he wouldn't treat me like this anymore. While we were talking, Lin Dao sent me to the door of Chen Zai's company. As soon as we stopped the car, Lin Dao seemed to have discovered something. He immediately pointed to the front and said to me, Brother Fan, look at C567J8 here. Chapter 30, Chen Zai's Panic, the First Sign of Trouble. I looked in the direction Lin Dao pointed, and saw a white Mercedes parked in a parking space on the side of the road. The license plate number was exactly what Lin Dao said, 567J8. When I saw the car, my face instantly darkened. I had been thinking of asking someone to find the car that Lin Dao mentioned tomorrow, but I didn't expect the car to be right in front of me now. Chen Zai actually asked the other party to take her back to the company, and she was too lazy to even change the car on the way. Did she think I didn't catch her? The next moment, I got out of the car angrily and prepared to walk towards the Mercedes-Benz. As soon as I got out of the car, the Mercedes started and then quickly disappeared in front of me, which made my already ugly face even gloomier. What the hell? What does he mean by this? Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Brother Fan, he's gone. I saw it. I took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in my heart and said to Lin Dao, thank you for sending me here today. I will treat you to a drink another day. Brother Fan, it's nothing. Lin Dao smiled at me, Brother Fan, I heard from Xu Juanhao that you opened a club. Do you need girls? Do you have any ideas? You also know that I know a lot of girls. If possible, I can help you find girls. Before Lin Dao could finish his words, I interrupted him, talk to Xu Juanhao about this matter. If he has no problem, then I have no problem too. When I was looking for Xu Juanhao, I had already taken Lin Dao into consideration. Since Lin Dao was able to arrange girls for high-ranking officials, he could naturally find some other girls to work in the club. Xu Juanhao would definitely ask Lin Dao to provide a girl, but Xu Juanhao might not dare to agree directly. After all, I am the boss. Even if I completely delegate power to others, Xu Juanhao would not dare to take over and make decisions on his own. Suddenly, Lin Dao's face was filled with joy. Thank you, brother Fan. Go talk to Xu Juanhao. As soon as Lin Dao left, I entered Shen Ziyi's company. At this moment, the lights in the company are still on, and you don't need to think to know that Shen Ziyi is currently in the company. Even so, I still want to go and take a look. When I entered the company and appeared in front of Shen Ziyi was in the office and looked very tired. Lin Xingwan was holding a document and I didn't know what he was looking at. My appearance surprised both Shen Ziyi and Lin Xingwan. Honey, why are you here? Come and see you. I forced a smile on my face. Why, you don't want me to come? No. Shen Ziyi shook her head hurriedly. I'm very happy that you can come. Chen Fan, you came to visit the set. How can you have the nerve to come if you don't buy us some midnight snacks? Lin Xingwan scolded me. If it were in the past, I would definitely have a quarrel with Lin Xingwan, but now I am not in the mood at all. I thought after you guys are done, wouldn't it be better if we went out for a midnight snack together? You talk like a human being. As he said that, Lin Xingwan glanced at Shen Ziyi. Ziyi, it's so late, let us go back. I guess we won't be able to finish the work today. I'll come back tomorrow to help you look at these data and information. Okay. Shen Ziyi agreed somewhat reluctantly. Then Shen Ziyi turned off the computer, took my arm and walked outside. When the smell of Shen Ziyi's perfume entered my nose, I frowned slightly. This doesn't seem to be the perfume you used before. When Shen Ziyi heard this, a panic appeared on his face. When I purchased the goods today, I asked someone to order some perfume. I wanted to give it to some old customers, so I tried it to see how it smelled. Honey, do you think it smells good? Not bad. I suppressed my anger and said, but why do you still smell like alcohol? Have you been drinking? My repeated questioning made Shen Ziyi's face even more panicked. He even became a little overwhelmed and instinctively looked at Lin Xingwan for help. Drinking shit. Lin Xingwan walked up to me and dragged Shen Ziyi away. I think you're drinking. As soon as I came in from outside, I could smell alcohol on you. Is there? Of course not. Lin Xingwan said heavily, very heavy. How much did you drink? I just drank a little. I said casually, but Ziyi really smells of alcohol. I sniffed lightly. You have it too. We didn't drink, we just ate something when we came to the company. Lin Xingwan also panicked. There is alcohol in the food. What kind of thing contains alcohol and has such a strong smell? Durian and all kinds of other things. Lin Xingwan said casually, Chen Fan, do you suspect that I took your wife out to fool around, or do you think Ziyi did something to let you down? I really want to say, isn't he it? But I know that I absolutely cannot say this at the moment. After all, I don't have any substantial evidence in my hands. How is that possible? I said with a forced smile, maybe I smell too much alcohol and I must have smelled it wrong. Come on, I'll take you out for a midnight snack. Seeing that I stopped asking questions, Shen Ziyi and Lin Xingwan both breathed a sigh of relief. When we got downstairs, I asked Shen Ziyi to drive the car, but Shen Ziyi said he wanted to take a walk, which made me frown and feel cold in my heart. Shen Ziyi probably didn't want to go for a walk, but was afraid that he would be caught by the police while driving, and then he would definitely be accused of drunk driving. Even though Shen Ziyi had sprayed perfume on her body, most of the smell of alcohol was covered up, but as long as she met a traffic policeman, she would be exposed. The same goes for Lin Xingwan. Now, no matter which of us three is driving, if we encounter a traffic policeman, we will be taken away for tea. Wife, it's so late, let's drive. Now I just want Shen Ziyi to show his true colors. After all, this is my best chance. If Shen Ziyi dares to drive, I will report her. When the traffic police come, I will see how she can argue with me. Let us see how Lin Xingwan can help her. Shen Ziyi saw that I insisted on driving, and a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. At this time, Lin Xingwan suddenly said, Chen Fan, Ziyi and I have been busy and sitting for a long time, so we naturally want to move around. We two beautiful ladies are here to walk with you. Why are you not happy? Or do you not want to walk with us? I. Forget it, Zai, since he wants to drive, just give me the car keys and I'll drive. I'm afraid that Lin Xingwan thinks he can outwit me, so I will give up. But I didn't give up, and asked Shinzai to give the key to Lin Xingwan. No matter if it's Lin Xingwan or Shinzai, as long as one of them dares to drive, I will call the police. At that time, no matter which of them is caught driving under the influence, the other one will definitely not be able to refuse. Hubby, Wife, you two are not really drunk, are you? If you are, forget it, let's find a designated driver, or just go for a walk. Chapter 31 Lin Xingwan and I's little tricks in the car. I retreated to advance, which made Shinzai and Lin Xingwan both look embarrassed. If they still refuse to drive, it means they admit to drinking, and then I will naturally ask them who they went drinking with. If they dare to drive and meet a traffic police on the road, I will naturally know that they have been drinking. Now Shinzai and the other person are in a dilemma, and their escape routes have been completely blocked by me. Facing the panic of Shinzai and the other person, I remained extremely calm, acting as if I knew nothing. Isn't it just driving? I'll drive. Lin Xingwan stretched out her hand to Shinzai for the car keys, and at the same time blinked at Shinzai, as if to say don't worry, nothing will be fine. Perhaps out of trust in Lin Xingwan, or perhaps in order to continue to conceal the affair, Shinzai directly gave the car keys to Lin Xingwan. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on the corner of my mouth, and I took out my mobile phone, ready to send a message to Xu Juanhao and ask him to call the police. Just when I thought I would definitely be able to expose Shinzai today, a white Mercedes-Benz E suddenly stopped next to us, and then the window opened, and a woman with a beautiful face came into view. I knew you were working overtime at the company. The woman said to Shinzai, Chen Fan is here too. Facing the woman who suddenly appeared, my expression turned extremely ugly. I thought I could tear off a layer of the hypocritical mask on Shinzai's face today, but I never expected that Meng Wantang would appear at the critical moment. Meng Wantang, Shinzai and Lin Xingwan are best friends and have a very good relationship. Moreover, Meng Wantang has always lived in the same city as us and has her own internet company. When she has nothing to do in her spare time, she will also get together with Shinzai. If Meng Wantang appeared normally, I wouldn't think there was anything wrong, but her appearance today was too coincidental. The next moment, Meng Wantang saw Lin Xingwan and was slightly stunned. Slutty fox, when did you come back? 2 days ago. Lin Xingwan's mouth curled up slightly. Dear, did you miss me? You still have that disgusting face. Meng Wantang snorted, with a look of contempt on his face. It's good that you are all here, get in the car, let's find a place to sit. I want to talk to Zai and his wife about something. Chen Fan, you and Zai sit in the back, and I'll sit in the front. As he said that, Lin Xingwan was about to open the passenger door and get in the car. Get the hell out of here. Either Chen Fan or Zai can sit in the front. Lin Xingwan's face darkened immediately. Why can't I do that? Why? Don't you have any idea in your mind? Meng Wantang knew Lin Xingwan's character very well. If she was asked to sit in the front, Lin Xingwan would definitely not behave herself, especially since Meng Wantang was wearing black stockings today. Lin Xingwan would probably touch her legs. Chen Fan, you should have no objection to letting your wife sit in my passenger seat, right? In the past few years that Shinzai and I have been married, although I have done nothing and have been living off her, Meng Wantang has never given me a cold shoulder or shown any contempt for me. Now that he asked for my opinion, I naturally couldn't refuse, so I nodded and agreed. Even though I still want Shinzai or Lin Xingwan to drive. But at this point in time, it is impossible for both of them to drive. After getting in the car, Shinzai asked Meng Wantang, why did you come to my company to find me? Shinzai's question made me complain in my heart. In my opinion, Meng Wantang came here by chance. It must be that one of Shinzai and Lin Xingwan sent a message, otherwise it would definitely not be such a coincidence. Let's talk while we eat. Meng Wantang deliberately kept it a secret. I promise to make both of you happy. Meng Wantang's words made me frown slightly. What else could make me happy? Although I was curious, it was not easy to ask directly. After all, Meng Wantang was not my friend, but Shinzai's best friend. Just when I was curious about what was going on, a pair of slender hands had unknowingly crawled behind me, passed through my clothes and touched my back. Suddenly, I felt like I was electrocuted and my body trembled violently. I almost instinctively turned my head to look at Lin Xingwan, only to see that Lin Xingwan was blinking at me constantly and even licking the corner of his mouth with his tongue. When I saw this scene, 1,000 horses started galloping in my heart. What does this woman want to do? Isn't she afraid of being seen by Shinzai or Meng Wanting? Just when I was feeling panicky, Lin Xingwan actually moved her body towards me, leaning completely against me, and her right hand slowly slid towards my stomach. She even drilled into my pants like a boneless poisonous snake. Lin Xingwan's bold and crazy behavior made me gasp. Sure. The next moment, Lin Xingwan made a gesture to me to keep quiet, and pointed at Shinzai and Meng Wanting who were talking in front. Now I dare not move at all, let alone make any sound, for fear that Shinzai and the others will notice it. By then, I am afraid that I will not be able to wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. After all, Lin Xingwan is their best friend. Even if Lin Xingwan is very flirty, they probably won't believe that Lin Xingwan would do something like hooking up with their best friend's husband. They might even think that I might be hooking up with Lin Xingwan. Lin Xingwan is coquettish, and which man doesn't he like such a woman? Of course, I didn't dare make any sound, and I was afraid that this was a trap set by Lin Xingwan and Shinzai. The two of them are going to completely destroy me in front of Meng Wanting. Shinzai and Meng Wanting were chatting enthusiastically in the front. I would never have thought that Lin Xingwan was touching me from behind, which made me have a violent reaction. Although I was extremely furious and wanted to execute Lin Xingwan on the spot, I had to endure it. Now I am in both pain and happiness. The one in front of me is my wife, the other is my wife's best friend, and the woman behind me is also my wife's best friend, but now she is teasing me with her hands. Lin Xingwan looked at me with a smile on her face, and occasionally she would reply to Shinzai and the others' topic. However, every time Lin Xingwan opened her mouth, she would move closer to me, as if she wanted to sit on me and grind soy milk. I can no longer tolerate Lin Xingwan's excessive behavior. Damn it, do you really think that if you set a trap for me, I will just let you bully me? The next moment, I calmly stretched out my left hand and reached inside the skirt under Lin Xingwan's butt. Now Lin Xingwan and I are completely close to each other, and my hands are behind my back, so my little movements can't be seen at all. As soon as my hand touched Lin Xingwan's butt, Lin Xingwan almost instinctively let out a scream, which scared me so much that I quickly withdrew my hand. Lin Xingwan, why are you yelling so loudly? Chapter 32 The Unhappiness Between Shinzai and Li Zhongyuan. As soon as Meng Wanting asked, Shinzai turned his head and looked behind him. Xingwan, what's wrong? For a moment, my heart was in my throat, and I was filled with anxiety and panic, fearing that Lin Xingwan would say that I had touched her. It's okay. Lin Xingwan laughed and said, I'm just stretching and growing taller. You're not even 100 yet, and you're still growing. Meng Wanting said with great disdain, Lin Xingwan, move a little, look at what you've done to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you are the same. Can't you beat her up for treating you like this? I smiled awkwardly and had no idea what to say. As for Lin Xingwan, it was impossible for her to move her body. Her hands were still inside my clothes. If she moved her body, Shinzai and the others would definitely notice it. If Chen Fan dares to bully me, I'll let Zai crush him to death at night. Lin Xingwan's fierce words immediately made Shinzai's face flush, while Meng Wanting was quite helpless. As for me, I had no reaction at all. I am even more disgusted with Shinzai now. I just want to find evidence that Shinzai is cheating and end this marriage as soon as possible. I have also thought it through thoroughly. If possible, after I divorce Shinzai, I will pursue Han Jining again. Lin Xingwan, you are really becoming more and more coquettish now. Meng Wanting sighed softly, I really don't know how many more years your old thing can be tormented by you. He's a waste. Lin Xingwan said without any reservation, every time I get excited, he becomes useless. Every time I'm stuck in the middle, I can't even begin to feel uncomfortable. From Lin Xingwan's tone, one can clearly hear that she dislikes her old man. I suspect that if it weren't for the money, Lin Xingwan would have left him long ago. Then you just have to suffer. Who told you to find an old guy? Meng Wanting said with some gloating, look how smart Zai is. If he had found someone as young and strong as Chen Fan, he would never end up in your situation. You talk as if you've used it before. Lin Xingwan took over the conversation without thinking. Suddenly, my face was filled with embarrassment and I couldn't help but glance at Meng Wanting. I have always had a good impression of Meng Wanting. She is indeed a very nice person and very kind to others. If Meng Wanting wants to use it, I don't think there is any problem. Meng Wantang was not intimidated by Lin Xingwan's words, but directly threw the question to Shenzai. I would like to experience it, but Zai disagrees. If Chen Fan agrees, I have no objection. Shenzai immediately threw the pot to me. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. If you follow my husband, you will be a mistress and a fourth mistress, and I will be your eldest sister. I really like what Shenzai said. After all, Lin Xingwan and Meng Wantang are both beautiful women. It would be wonderful if I could have the three of them serve me together. Of course, it's just thought about it, it's impossible to do it. Can you please consider my feelings? I couldn't help but say, please don't pretend I don't exist. Chen Fan, your wife said she has no objection. Now let's talk about you. Do you have any objection? Meng Wantang said slowly, if you agree, I will go to your house tonight and we will sleep together at night. Why can't it be me? Lin Xingwan said unconvinced, and even pinched me, making me gasp. At this moment, I was going crazy. You were just bragging, why did you resort to violence? You don't really think Meng Wantang wants to sleep with me, do you? Then, I glanced at Lin Xingwan, and saw that Lin Xingwan was staring at me with an extremely unfriendly look, as if saying, if you dare to sleep with Meng Wantang, I will castrate you. I felt a strong sense of powerlessness in my heart. Nothing had happened, but Lin Xingwan was still so excited. Besides, who I sleep with is my business and has nothing to do with you. Because you are not worthy of being the third concubine, be the fourth concubine. Meng Wantang, how can I not be worthy of you? You're a slut. You can be so flirty if you have the guts. I'm not as good as you in being flirty, but you're not as good as me in making money. Money determines status. Meng Wantang said lightly, you rely on being flirty to get to the top, and I rely on money, so my position is naturally higher than yours. Can you guys stop making fun of me? I looked at them with a wry smile and said, can you change someone? At this moment, Lin Xingwan's hands were still on me, and were getting stronger and stronger. I was really afraid that Meng Wantang would irritate her and she would break it. Chen Fan, you can't do this. Other men would love to have this. We are all sitting here, letting you think about the future, but you don't even dare to think about it. I'm not worthy of it. Find someone else to joke with. I hurriedly said to Meng Wantang, by the way, where are we going to eat? Why haven't we arrived yet? Now all I can think about is a place to eat so I can escape from Lin Xingwan's clutches. It's just around the corner. Meng Wantang did not lie to me. The hotel was indeed just around the corner, and I was finally relieved. Meng Wantang had just parked the car and I was about to open the door and get out, but the slut Lin Xingwan actually put her hand to her mouth and licked it gently, and even winked at me. Faced with Lin Xingwan's naked seduction, I secretly swore to myself that one day I would make Lin Xingwan kneel down and sing Conquer. As it was already early in the morning, there were hardly any people in the restaurant, so we just found a place to sit down, ordered some dishes and some drinks. Wantang, what exactly do you want to tell me? Shenzai looked at Meng Wantang curiously and asked. You and Chen Fan should pour a glass of wine first, and then I will tell you. I was very curious about what Meng Wantang was talking about, so I immediately said, I'll drink for Zai. Even though I really want to divorce Shenzai immediately, I still have to do my best to save my face for now. No. Meng Wantang refused without hesitation, you two must drink, otherwise I won't say anything. I drink. Shenzai said helplessly, I want to see what you are going to tell me. Shenzai and I each poured ourselves a glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. Can you tell me now? Didn't you tell me that Chen Fan opened a club? Opposite is number 9 mansion, and the owner is Li Zhongyuan. Meng Wantang said slowly, I've asked Li Zhongyuan to come out. We'll meet and talk then. If he's willing to get along peacefully, then we'll get along peacefully. If he's playing dirty with us, then we'll fight to the end. I was originally wondering how Shenzai would deal with Li Zhongyuan, but I never expected that Meng Wantang would be dragged into it in the end. Do we have to meet and talk? Shenzai's brows slowly knitted together, with a hint of anxiety between his brows. That's right. Meng Wantang nodded, but from what Li Zhongyuan said, it seems that you and him know each other. During this meeting, she specifically mentioned you, saying that both of you must come, otherwise, she will not live in peace with Chen Fan. Meng Wantang changed the subject and said, Zai, did something unpleasant happen between you and Li Zhongyuan? He was very upset with you on the phone. Chapter 33 In front of Shenzai, Lin Xingwan seduced me under the dinner table. At first I thought Meng Wantang also knew that Shenzai had betrayed me. After all, Shinzai, she and Lin Xingwan are best friends, and the three of them can talk about anything and everything. It was such a coincidence that Meng Wanting appeared today, which made me instinctively think that Meng Wanting came here specially to help Shinzai out. Now that Meng Wanting directly asked whether Chen Zai and Li Zhongyuan had any grudges, I realized that Meng Wanting might not know that Chen Zai had betrayed me. But when I think about it, I feel relieved. Meng Wanting has a frank personality. If Shinzai and I really can't get along, she should just file for a divorce instead of finding another man to cheat on me. If Shinzai told Meng Wanting that she betrayed me, I'm afraid Meng Wanting would definitely ask her to divorce directly. Meng Wanting's question made Shinzai obviously more nervous, and his eyes became a little more flustered. I also stared at Shinzai intently, wanting to see what she would say. I had asked Shinzai about this before, but she said at the time that she had met him a few times but was not familiar with him. She did not tell me that she had any grudge against Li Zhongyuan. But if I think about it, I can also know that Shinzai and Li Zhongyuan must have had a relationship, and for some reason they suddenly fell out, which made Li Zhongyuan dissatisfied with Shinzai. He asked someone to find me before and wanted me to ask my dad for help, but I refused. When Shinzai said this, he kept looking at me from the corner of his eyes, and at the same time, he was not confident enough to speak. I don't know if Meng Wanting could tell Shinzai's shoddy lies, but Meng Wanting didn't. He continued to ask. Let's talk about it when we meet tomorrow. Meng Wanting said softly, I will be there then too. Li Zhongyuan will never dare to do anything too extreme. Meng Wanting changed the subject and said, if I help you to deal with Li Zhongyuan, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? No problem. Shinzai agreed very happily, you can choose the place when the time comes. Then after I have eaten and drunk well, we will go to Chen Fan's club together. Meng Wanting cast her eyes on me, with a faint smile on her delicate face, please don't serve us fake wine, Mr. Chen. You are slapping me in the face by saying this. I said a little embarrassedly, no matter when, as long as you, the beautiful Lady Meng, come over, all the expenses will be charged to me. It's bright. Meng Wanting showed a satisfied look on his face, come, let's have a drink together. The four of us raised our glasses, drank them all, and then started chatting away. But most of the time, it was Meng Wanting and the other two sisters chatting while driving non-stop, especially Lin Xingwan, who would drive you onto the highway and make a sharp turn at the critical moment, catching you off guard. I only occasionally interjected, and most of the time I just listened to them and ate in silence. Just as I was silent, I suddenly felt a foot reaching out and moving towards the middle of my legs. I almost subconsciously looked up at Lin Xingwan, and saw that Lin Xingwan was holding his chin with one hand, staring at me with a smile on his lips. Suddenly, 1,000 horses started galloping in my heart. It's not over yet, is it? He flirted with me all the way in the car, and now when we got to the hotel, he was still not behaving himself and even flirted with his feet. Do you really think I have no temper? The next moment, I put my left hand directly under the table, grabbed Lin Xingwan's feet and started playing with them. Lin Xingwan didn't expect me to do this, her pupils dilated, a look of surprise appeared on her face, and she even instinctively glanced at Shinzai who was sitting next to me. When Lin Xingwan found that Shinzai didn't notice anything, she completely put her mind at ease and let me play with her feet, looking very happy. I looked at Lin Xingwan's face, which looked like she was enjoying herself, and felt very unbalanced. You've been teasing me for most of the time, and I'm so uncomfortable with it, but you're enjoying it. Get out of here. Immediately, I let go of Lin Xingwan's feet and stood up, I'm going to the bathroom. Lin Xingwan looked at my departing back, her eyes glowing green, and she also stood up, I'm going to the bathroom too, you two eat first. I had just taken a few steps when I heard Lin Xingwan also wanted to go to the bathroom, and I almost fell to the ground. This girl is really not afraid of being discovered. Although Lin Xingwan and I left one after the other, neither Shinzai nor Meng Wanting thought much about it. Lin Xingwan has always looked down on me. They both know this very well, so naturally they wouldn't associate it with anything else. As soon as Lin Xingwan and I left, Meng Wanting asked Shinzai, Zai, tell me the truth, what is the conflict between you and Li Zhongyuan? At that time, Meng Wanting also heard that Shinzai was lying, but because I was beside him, he did not continue to ask. Now that I'm gone, Meng Wanting has time to ask. Shinzai was slightly stunned, I didn't I just tell you. Do you think I will believe it? Meng Wanting snorted, you can only deceive Chen Fan with that. What kind of conflict did you have with Li Zhongyuan? Tell me quickly. Otherwise, if you really meet tomorrow and something happens, don't blame me for not warning you. Shinzai did not speak immediately, and a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Don't you believe me? Meng Wantang said with a hint of displeasure in her tone. And what happened today? What did Lin Xingwan mean by the message she sent me? Why did you pretend that I came to see you and didn't let Chen Fan know that it was Lin Xingwan who asked me to come? And how come I didn't know when Lin Xingwan came here? Meng Wantang's series of questions made Shinzai's face slowly become gloomy, and he slowly lowered his head, looking like he didn't know how to face Meng Wantang. Can you tell me quickly? Meng Wantang said heavily, do you really think Lin Xingwan is going to the bathroom? She went to hold Chen Fan back and asked you to tell me what happened. Meng Wantang interrupted Shinzai directly, will you tell me or not? Shinzai sighed, slowly picked up the wine glass in front of him, and drank it all. Wan Tang, things are little complicated, Just give me a brief introduction first. Meng Wantang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Shinzai speak. She was afraid that Shinzai would not speak and she would know nothing. Deal with Li Zhongyuan first, and tell me about the other matters later. Li Zhongyuan is pestering me. Meng Wantang's eyes widened immediately, with a look of disbelief on his face. Why would he get involved with you? What the hell is going on with you? Meng Wantang stared at Shinzai, and a terrible thought emerged in his mind. Zai, did something happen between you and Li Zhongyuan and cheat on Chen Fan? Chapter 34. Want to play something exciting? I had no idea about the conversation between Meng Wantang and Shinzai. As soon as I arrived at the bathroom, Lin Xingwan pushed me in directly, which made me feel nervous. What are you going to do? I looked at Lin Xingwan nervously. This is the men's bathroom. Are you feeling uncomfortable holding it in? As he said that, Lin Xingwan pushed me to the corner and gave me a wall bang, while at the same time he reached towards my crotch with his right hand. Hiss! I instinctively gasped, Lin Xingwan, you. Before I could finish my words, Lin Xingwan stood on tiptoe and kissed me. Suddenly, my mind went blank. I never thought that Lin Xingwan would dare to kiss me directly. Does this woman have any shyness at all now? I was already feeling uncomfortable because of Lin Xingwan's teasing, so of course I wouldn't be polite to her now. I just hugged her and kissed her madly. Lin Xingwan also responded crazily and even let me put my hand inside her skirt. For a moment, lust completely took over my brain, and I had only one thought in my mind, which was to conquer Lin Xingwan. And I have never done it in such a place. This is the first time. I just think that there is a restaurant outside and someone may come to the bathroom at any time. Plus, Meng Wantang and Shinzai were both outside, which made me even more excited and felt more stimulated. Just when I was about to move on to the next step, Lin Xingwan suddenly stopped me, her eyes like spring water, full of charm. Not here, wait until night when you sneak into my room to find me, I'll wait for you. With that, Lin Xingwan quickly opened the bathroom door and ran out, leaving me alone and completely messy. Damn it, I'm about to start and you're running away? For a moment, I was a little crazy. I wanted to drag Lin Xingwan back and let her know the consequences. But now Lin Xingwan is nowhere to be seen, so I can only hold it in. Lin Xingwan, just wait for me. I gritted my teeth and muttered to myself, sooner or later, I will let you know the consequences of playing with fire. At the same time, Lin Xingwan had recovered as before and walked to the dining table as if nothing had happened. Where's Chen Fan? Not out yet. Lin Xingwan glanced at Shinzai, have you two finished talking? Lin Xingwan, why didn't you try to persuade Zai? Meng Wantang stared at Lin Xingwan with some resentment. If you had tried to persuade her, would it have turned out like this? Just as Lin Xingwan was about to explain, I walked over and made Lin Xingwan swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Sorry, I have diarrhea. I saw Meng Wantang and the others were staring at me, and thought that I had stayed in the bathroom for too long, which made them suspicious. Are you okay? Shinzai asked me hurriedly, with a look of concern on his face. It's okay. I smiled at Shinzai, let's go together. No problem, let's go. Then we raised our glasses and drank one together. The meal was harmonious and the atmosphere was pleasant. After eating and drinking, Meng Wantang went to pay the bill, only to find that I had already paid. Chen Fan, we agreed to treat you, why are you paying for it? How can I let you pay for it? I glanced at Shinzai, if I really let you pay for it, Zai will definitely be angry with me when I get home. I don't want to make my wife angry and unhappy. Chen Fan, just pay the bill, why are you stabbing me? Meng Wantang glared at me fiercely, are you bullying me, a single dog? No, no. I explained hastily, but speaking of it, it's time for you to find a partner. Zai, when you get back, do as Xinhuan said and crush him to death. How dare you urge me to get married? Shinzai looked shy, how come you have become like Lin Xinhuan? I'm not as flirty as her. Meng Wantang glanced at Lin Xinhuan, you're not going to look for a man this time, right? I plan to wait for Chen Fan's club to open and ask him to arrange two for me. Can you handle it? Meng Wantang, who are you looking down on? Lin Xinhuan said unconvincedly, I picked up 18 men at night. You're not afraid of being too swollen to walk. Lin Xinhuan's face darkened immediately. You are a contestant who didn't even try to make a move, you know nothing. Suddenly, I looked at Meng Wantang in shock, as if I had discovered a new world. Meng Wantang blushed, then glared, Chen Fan, why are you looking at me? No, it's okay. Lin Xinhuan is Meng Wantang's best friend, and she definitely knows more about this kind of thing than I do. Since she said Meng Wantang is a virgin, it is probably true. You three can go back on your own. I'm leaving. I'll contact you tomorrow. After saying this, Meng Wantang fled like a defeated soldier. The player who leads the game still attacks me. Lin Xinhuan looked at Meng Wantang's back with great pride, he is really courting death. Is she really a virgin? Old yellow flower. Lin Xinhuan took a look and seemed a little surprised, don't you know? The corners of my mouth twitched slightly, how could I know? Zai, didn't he even tell you? Lin Xinhuan sighed, then glanced at Shinzai, now I know why Meng Wantang told you everything and didn't he tell me? You really pick on people's weaknesses. Shinzai shook his head repeatedly, Wan Tang will probably not be able to sleep again tonight. Zai, do you think Wan Tang really broke up or just pretended to break up? Hearing this gossip, I became interested and asked curiously, does she have a boyfriend? Yes. Lin Xinhuan spoke first, I had a boyfriend when I was in school, but I don't know what happened later, he disappeared. Not disappeared. Shinzai said softly, the two of them have always been in contact. It's just that the man seems to be busy with other things and can't come back for the time being. So Wan Tang is staying here just to wait for him. That should be it. Shinzai said uncertainly, I'm not sure about the details. You should stop gossiping. You know Wan Tang's temper. If you piss her off, she will ignore you for at least 3 months. It doesn't matter. It's not the first or second time that she ignored me. Lin Xinhuan said nonchalantly, let's go, let's take a taxi back. I'm so sleepy. As he said this, Lin Xinhuan glanced at me and blinked at me, as if to say, remember to come to my room tonight. Lin Xinhuan's temptation made me move my throat involuntarily, and even my heartbeat suddenly accelerated at this moment. Honey, can you order a car online? Okay. We took an online taxi and went straight home. As soon as I got home, Shinzai told me to take a shower. As soon as Shinzai entered the bathroom, Lin Xinhuan entered our bedroom from outside, which made my eyes widen. You? Sure. Lin Xinhuan made a gesture to me not to speak, and tiptoed to me, want to play something exciting? Chapter 35 Lin Xinhuan performs for me through the crack of the door. Lin Xinhuan's appearance made my heart tremble suddenly, and my adrenaline began to surge rapidly. On their way to the midnight snack, Lin Xinhuan had been tempting me and had already provoked the anger in me. Now that Shinzai had just gone to take a shower, Lin Xinhuan seemed to be running over impatiently, which irritated my nerves even more. Although Shinzai may have cheated on me, she is still my wife after all, and Lin Xinhuan is Shinzai's best friend. Shinzai is taking a shower in the bathroom now. If Lin Xinhuan and I do something here. Thinking of this, my mouth started to feel dry, and my gaze towards Lin Xinhuan became even more fiery. Lin Xinhuan saw all my changes, which made a smug look appear on her delicate face. Immediately, Lin Xinhuan placed his right hand directly on my chest, and then slowly slid down like a dragonfly touching the water. Suddenly, I couldn't help swallowing my saliva, and at this moment Lin Xinhuan suddenly pulled my belt, and the two of us were completely close to each other, and we could even feel each other's heartbeats. Are you already feeling very uncomfortable? While Lin Xinhuan was staring at me and talking, she deftly unbuckled my belt with both hands. If it were usual, Lin Xinhuan would be so skillful in unbuckling a man's belt, which means she must have done this many times. Now there is only endless desire in my heart. I just want to hit Lin Xingwan hard and let Lin Xingwan know that the impact of young people is definitely not comparable to that of old people. The next moment, I kissed Lin Xingwan's seductive red lips. Then Lin Xingwan's breathing became a little rapid, his eyes narrowed, and his look was full of lust. The next moment, when I was about to take other actions towards Lin Xingwan, the sound of water flowing in the bathroom suddenly stopped, and at the same time, Shinzai's voice came from inside. "Honey, I just forgot to bring a bath towel, please bring it to me." Shinzai's inappropriate voice filled my heart with anger. But I couldn't pretend not to hear it, otherwise if Shinzai came out of the bathroom and saw Lin Xingwan and me, I would probably be kicked out by Shinzai. I suppressed the anger and desire in my heart and slowly let go of Lin Xingwan. "I'm waiting for you." Lin Xingwan's faint mosquito-like sound made my whole body tremble, and the anger in my heart disappeared at this moment. Now I just want to quickly deliver the bath towel to Lin Xingwan so that I can continue to have exciting fun with her. I found the bath towel and immediately gave it to Shinzai. Because Shinzai and I are husband and wife, Shinzai didn't lock the door from the inside when she took a shower, so I could open it from the outside. As soon as I opened the door, Shinzai's seductive body appeared in my eyes, which made me move my throat slightly. Even though Shinzai and I have been married for several years, I have to admit that Shinzai still has a huge temptation to me. Whether it was her looks or her figure, Shinzai was definitely one in a million. The slender waist, round and firm buttocks, and long legs are all temptations to men. I was teased by Lin Xingwan just now. Although Lin Xingwan said she would wait for me, seeing Shinzai's current appearance was like adding fuel to the fire for me. Lin Xingwan saw through my desire at a glance, and a blush appeared on her face, like the shyness of a little girl next door, which added to her unique charm and temptation. "Honey, can you rub my back for me?" As she spoke, Shinzai stretched out her jade hand and pulled me in directly. Originally I didn't want to go in, after all, Lin Xingwan was still outside, and now I just felt Shinzai was dirty. But now, whether I like it or not, I have been pulled in by Shinzai. Shinzai's request for me to come in and rub her back was fake, she had other ideas entirely. After all, as soon as I came in, Shinzai said to me with blurry eyes and spring in her eyes, "Hubby, I thought about it." As he said that, Shinzai hooked his arm around my neck, stood on tiptoes and gave me a passionate kiss. Normally, if Shinzai acted like this, I would definitely be secretly delighted. Before I found out that Chen Zai might have cheated on me, as long as Chen Zai was like this, I would think that Chen Zai loved me and was completely conquered by me. Now I don't have such an idea at all. I even think that Shinzai wants it because he didn't get satisfaction at the Crazy Horse show and he has been holding it in for a long time. Now she has no time to find other men, so she can only ask me to help her meet her needs. But I also have a question, why did Shinzai run away when he saw me at the Crazy Horse show? Did he recognize me? If Shinzai recognized me at that time, wouldn't it mean that the two of us were acting like crazy? If he didn't recognize me, why did Shinzai run away at that time? I don't know what's going on, but I just have desire now. But my current desire is filled with resentment, so much so that I was extremely ungentle towards Shinzai this time. I originally thought that my lack of gentleness would make Shinzai angry, but I didn't expect that Shinzai became even more excited, which made me involuntarily think of what the Spade Queen woman said to me at the Crazy Horse show. Suddenly, my anger grew even stronger, and I raised my right hand and slapped Shinzai hard on the butt. Aha! As the slap fell, Shinzai made an extremely seductive sound, and the confusion and lust in his eyes intensified at this moment. Shinzai's voice was intermittent, mixed with a dreamy moan, which deeply stimulated every nerve in my body. I don't know whether Shinzai was afraid of being heard by Lin Xingwan or what, but she tried her best not to make any sound. But as long as Shinzai made a sound, it was very exciting. Suddenly, I felt as if a pair of eyes were looking at me from behind. I instinctively turned my head to look, and saw that Lin Xingwan had been lying next to the bathroom door without me noticing. There is a gap in the bathroom door, which allows me to see inside and outside at the same time. At this moment, Lin Xingwan's face was full of spring, and her plump legs were clamped together, making her look particularly attractive. Even when Lin Xingwan saw me turning my head away, she didn't panic like last time. On the contrary, she became bolder. She even turned around, bent down, stuck her butt out to me, and gently patted it twice with her hands. The meaning was self-evident. When I saw this scene, my heart trembled and an evil thought slowly emerged in my mind. If Shinzai can cheat, why can't I harm her best friend? Thinking of this, I secretly decided that I must do this, preferably tonight. Otherwise it would be disrespectful to Lin Xingwan. And I think Lin Xingwan is probably looking forward to me going to see her tonight. Chapter 36. Knocking on the door during drill. Shinzai and I had a very enjoyable bath together, and we felt completely refreshed all over. But when I thought about the way Lin Xingwan flirted with me outside just now, my heart, which had just calmed down, started burning again. Especially when I thought of Lin Xingwan's splits, I couldn't suppress the desire in my heart. I knew before that Lin Xingwan had learned to dance and had a very flexible figure, so all kinds of difficult poses were easy for her, but I had never seen her show them off. Now I see that it still uses this method to directly release the evil thoughts in my heart and make me start to have wild thoughts. Although I really want to find Lin Xingwan right now and study various difficult postures, I have to endure it for now. After all, Shinzai hasn't fallen asleep yet. If I go to find Lin Xingwan and make some noise at this time, I'm afraid it will directly alarm Shinzai. I hope that by the time I don't find any solid evidence that Shinzai is cheating on me, Shinzai will catch me in bed with her. Just when I was thinking that as long as Chen Zai fell asleep, I would go to find Lin Xingwan, Chen Zai suddenly said to me, "Honey, I'm going to sleep at Xingwan's place tonight. It's just right that I want to talk to her about my company's affairs tomorrow so that she can help me more." I was stunned when I heard that. If Shinzai lives with Lin Xingwan tonight, how can I find Lin Xingwan? Can't we talk about it tomorrow? I'm afraid there won't be enough time tomorrow. Then you can also come back to sleep. I frowned and said, "Why do you want to sleep with her?" Shinzai thought I wanted to hug her to sleep, and her face was full of smiles. "Hubby, I'm afraid I'll come back late and disturb your rest." "It's fine. Okay then, I'll come back and rest after I finish talking to Xingwan." Shinzai came back to sleep, which made me breathe a sigh of relief. As long as she comes back tonight, I will definitely go to find Lin Xingwan. And I have already made up my mind that I cannot sleep no matter what, and I must wait for Shinzai to come back and fall asleep. Time passed by minute, and I didn't know how long it had been. My eyelids had begun to fight like crazy, but Shinzai still had no intention of coming back. But even so, I resisted the urge to sleep and tried to control myself from falling asleep. In the end, I overestimated myself and ignored the sleepiness, so I fell asleep quickly. When I woke up again, it was already daybreak and Shinzai was sleeping soundly beside me. Looking at Shinzai beside me, I wanted to slap myself twice. How could I sleep yesterday? In the end, I blamed it all on Meng Wantang. If Meng Wantang hadn't suddenly appeared and taken us out for supper and made us drink so much, there was no way I would have fallen asleep. But it's meaningless to say anything now, I missed this opportunity. Then, without disturbing Shinzai, I quietly got up and washed. When I finished washing, changed my clothes and came out of the bedroom, Shinzai was still sleeping and had no intention of waking up. I came out of the bedroom and took a look at the room where Lin Xingwan lived. I found that the door was closed, which made me feel something. Otherwise, I should go find Lin Xingwan to practice with him now while Shinzai is still asleep. It's morning now, which is the time when men are in the best spirits. Just when I was struggling, Lin Xingwan's door suddenly opened and Lin Xingwan walked out. Lin Xingwan saw me as soon as she came out. "Where's Zai?" "Still sleeping." When Lin Xingwan heard this, his eyes immediately flashed green and he looked at me like a hungry wolf seeing its prey. The next moment, Lin Xingwan grabbed my arm and said to me with some resentment, "Why didn't you come to see me last night?" "I fell asleep." "And now?" My heart moved. Just now I was still thinking about whether I should go in for some training, but now Lin Xingwan has taken the initiative to extend an olive branch, which makes me completely excited. Then, I agreed without hesitation and pushed Lin Xingwan into the room. Yesterday, Lin Xingwan took the initiative towards me all day long and kept teasing me, which made me feel very uncomfortable. Of course I can't let her continue to bully me today. I have to suppress her and let her know what it means to have changing situations. As soon as we entered the room, Lin Xingwan couldn't wait to take off my clothes. "I'll lock the door first." As soon as I said this, Lin Xingwan quickly locked the door. "I waited for you all night yesterday, but you didn't come?" Lin Xingwan said to me charmingly, "Don't let me down later. It's definitely better than your old man. Can you be more aggressive than you were last night? How fierce do you want it to be?" "You can be as fierce as you want." Lin Xingwan stared at me straightly, and stretched out her hand to lift my chin. "Don't pity me, I want you to keep hitting me hard." Lin Xingwan's words were like gasoline poured on a flame, causing the flame to spread rapidly and making my mouth dry. At this time, Lin Xingwan pulled me directly to the bed, stretched out his hand and pushed me down, and sat on me at the same time. Wait, I won't tell you anymore, you can't finish. Lin Xingwan's words were a complete provocation to me. I'll let you know how powerful men are later. I'll make you beg for mercy. Then you have to work hard. As she said that, Lin Xingwan slowly got off me, unbuckled my belt, and slowly took off my pants. Let me serve you now. Lin Xingwan looked at me with confused eyes. I wonder if there is any hint of understanding in this. As he spoke, Lin Xingwan sniffed lightly. You. I touched Zai with my hand and licked my hand. Suddenly, a beautiful picture emerged in my mind, 2 women. Didn't Zai tell you? Lin Xingwan stared at me while serving me. No. I also touched Meng Wantang. Boom. I'm a complete mess. What kind of monster is Lin Xingwan? Neither Shinzai nor Meng Wantang let her go. Could it be that Lin Xingwan likes women? No, it should be said that it eats everything. At this moment, I kind of understood why Shinzai and Meng Wantang both said that Lin Xingwan was coquettish. Especially Meng Wantang, she was not shy about it at all. If Lin Xingwan is popular with both men and women, then she is not just slutty, but rather wild. I really don't know how the old man she found can stand it. You are bisexual. I prefer women. Lin Xingwan said vaguely, but you smell like Zai, and you're so powerful. I want to feel it too. Lin Xingwan slowly raised his head and looked at me. I need to check carefully to see if Zai helped you brag. Is your skill really as good as Zai said? Didn't you see it yesterday? I have no experience. I'll let you experience it now. As I said that, I stood up, pulled Lin Xingwan up, and pressed her down on the bed. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Xingwan, are you up? Chapter 37 New Discovery, a step closer to the truth. The sudden knock on the door made Lin Xingwan and I both change our expressions at the same time, and a look of panic appeared on our faces. Especially when Shinzai's questioning voice came, it made Lin Xingwan and I panic and uneasy to the extreme. I haven't gotten up yet. Lin Xingwan pretended to be calm and shouted, I'll get up right away. As she spoke, Lin Xingwan hurriedly pushed me away, looking like she was very afraid of being discovered by Shinzai. At this moment, I was also afraid that Shinzai would notice something, so I didn't dare to do anything to Lin Xingwan. If Lin Xingwan screamed and was heard by Shinzai, it would definitely be trouble. Stay in the room and don't go out. Lin Xingwan lowered her voice and said to me, let's find a time to have a good fight later. As she said that, Lin Xingwan kissed me on the face and at the same time gently tapped me below with her right hand, which made me very depressed. This is the 3rd time that Shinzai has messed up Lin Xingwan and I's good fortune. Although I was depressed, I also learned from Lin Xingwan's reaction that Lin Xingwan was also afraid that Shinzai would know about the 2 of us. I'm afraid that Lin Xingwan seduced me not at the instigation of Shinzai, but on her own initiative. I boldly guessed that Lin Xingwan must have been unable to be satisfied for a long time and was too lonely. In addition, Shinzai whispered in Lin Xingwan's ear how powerful I was, so she seduced me and wanted to test whether my firepower was as fierce as Shinzai said. What's more, Lin Xingwan saw me whipping Shinzai violently twice in a row, which made her eager to feel it. But every time I was about to start, I would be interrupted. Lin Xingwan simply tidied up the room and walked out of the room, closing the door to prevent Shinzai from seeing me inside. Lin Xingwan came out of the room and went to find Shinzai. Xingwan, have you seen Chen Fan? Shinzai asked Lin Xingwan curiously. Lin Xingwan pretended to be calm and rolled her eyes at Shinzai. Aunt, you 2 slept together at night, and you asked me if I saw him early in the morning. Is he your husband or my husband? When Lin Xingwan said this, he glanced at the door of his bedroom. He wasn't in the room when I woke up. I was sleeping in my room, and I didn't see anyone. Lin Xingwan said slowly, did he get up and go out? I'll give him a call. As soon as Shinzai took out her cell phone to call me, Lin Xingwan hurriedly stopped her. I was in Lin Xingwan's room, so if someone called me, I wouldn't be able to answer it. It would be troublesome if Shinzai heard the phone vibrate. He's already grown up, why do you care about him? Lin Xingwan said calmly, he's starting his own business now, I guess he's busy and didn't have time to tell you. Let's pack up and go quickly. Don't you have a lot of things to do in your company? And aren't you and Meng Wantang going to meet Li Zhongyuan with Chen Fan? Yes, we have to go to the company first. Please help me deal with the company's affairs. We still have to do business later. Shinzai woke up as if from a dream, and immediately stood up. I'll go put on some makeup, let's go out for something to eat, and then go to the company quickly. As soon as Shinzai finished putting on makeup and went out with Lin Xingwan, I walked out of Lin Xingwan's bedroom, waited for about 10 minutes, and then called Shinzai. Wife, why aren't you and Lin Xingwan at home? Honey, you're back. I went out to buy you breakfast, and when I got home I found you were not there. Hubby, I thought you were busy with your work, so I went to the company with Xing-Wan. Shinzai said with an apologetic tone, Hubby, wait until I'm done, I'll call you, and we'll go find Wan Tang. Then remember to eat something. After hanging up the phone, I called Xu Juanhao and asked him to drive over to pick me up. I gave the car to Xu Juanhao yesterday. Now if I want to go out, I can only ask Xu Juanhao to pick me up. Xu Juanhao drove to where I live and looked at me with even more envy and admiration. Brother Fan, so you live in Tingshuixi? Xu Juanhao looked around the community with envy. This community is one of our top high-end communities. It is said that there are many wealthy people living here, and many canaries are raised here. Once our club is up and running, you can also buy a house here, and then we can be neighbors. I took out a cigarette and handed it to Xu Juanhao. Then Brother Fan, please support me more. I smiled and said, we are brothers. As long as I have a bite to eat, I will never let you drink the soup. As for winning people's hearts, I have learned a lot from Shinzai, and of course I have also learned a lot from my father-in-law. I just never thought I would use it one day. Fortunately, I have a beautiful, rich and powerful wife and a powerful father-in-law, otherwise I really couldn't say such words. When Xu Juanhao heard my promise, a look of emotion immediately appeared on his face. Brother Fan. Okay, there's no need for us to be polite. I interrupted Xu Juanhao and changed the subject. Did Lin Dao look for you yesterday? I found it. Xu Juanhao said hurriedly, Brother Fan, I was just about to tell you that Lin Dao wants to provide us with a girl. You decide on this matter, no need to tell me. Brother Fan, he even wants to take a cut of the girl's stage fee, this. Juanhao, you don't believe me. I interrupted Xu Juanhao again. Do you think I was testing you before, or do you think it's impossible for me to just ignore everything? Brother Fan, From now on, you can make your own decisions on this kind of thing. You don't need to tell me. I reached out and patted Xu Juanhao's shoulder. I believe you won't cheat me, and I believe you will never let me down. As soon as I said this, Xu Juanhao looked at me with more than just emotion in his eyes. His gaze had become fiery and determined, as if he had made some huge decision. Brother Fan, you've said so much, I won't argue with you. Xu Juanhao let out a sigh. I think we can't let Lin Dao take the stage fee. It's not easy for girls to work as hostesses and drink alcohol. They meet all kinds of people every day, and they have to coax them and drink alcohol all the time. We want them to work hard for us, so we can't take a penny from them. Moreover, if the girls can book a room, we have to give them a commission on the alcohol. And I think we can't just rely on Lin Dao to provide us with girls. What if one day he is bribed and calls all the girls in our store away? What should we do? Close the store. Suddenly my face was filled with smiles. Xu Juanhao has obviously started to consider the club and has taken a long-term view. Juanhao, I still say the same thing. If someone comes to cause trouble, tell me and I will come forward to solve it. All the business matters are left to you. I looked at Xu Juanhao very seriously. If you can help me run this club well, I will leave other business to you in the future. Brother Fan. Okay, stop being so nagging. I interrupted Xu Juanhao again. Help me check a car. The license plate number is C567J8. Brother Fan, the license plate number you mentioned seems to be a car rental. I remember I rented it before. Are you sure? Is it a white Mercedes? That's right. I asked Xu Juanhao excitedly, can you find this car rental company? I can take you there right now. Without hesitation, I asked Xu Juanhao to take me there immediately. After all, this car was used to take Shinzai back to the company from Crazy Horse Show last night. Once I can find the person who rented this car, I will know who the adulterer is, and I will be able to further obtain evidence of Shinzai's cheating. Chapter 38 Don't shake, or I will beat you to death. Xu Juanhao drove me to the car rental company. Without waiting for me to speak, Xu Juanhao gave the other party a cigarette. and then asked the other party with a smile about the C567J8 in the Mercedes-Benz. At the same time, Xu Juanhao also stuffed a pack of cigarettes into the other person's hand, which made the smile on the other person's face increase significantly. This is society. As long as the other party is willing to accept your benefit, everything will be easy. Brother Fan, this guy said that the Mercedes-Benz C567J8 was rented by a man in his early 30s, and he just returned the car this morning. I frowned slightly, as the car was returned so quickly. But it was just as well, as it didn't take long, so I could ask the other person what he looked like and what his name was. Brother, do you know the name of the person who rented the car? I can help you check it out. Thanks. It's just a small matter. Soon the other party found the original electronic car rental contract and let me take a look at it. I silently memoized the other person's name, thinking of asking Xu Juanhao to check him out later. Thank you. I took out a few $100s from my pocket and stuffed it into the other party's pocket without leaving a trace. Brother, next time if this person comes to rent a car again, please let me know. Brother, don't worry, as long as he comes, I will definitely contact you as soon as possible. As soon as Xu Juanhao and I left, Xu Juanhao took the initiative to say to me, Brother Fan, I will ask someone to find out about Hushu, the car rental guy, for you. I was a little surprised by Xu Juanhao's advice, but after thinking about it for a moment, I felt relieved. Xu Juanhao deals with all kinds of people, and since he comes from a low-income family, he has observed many people's expressions since entering society, so he naturally knows what I want to do. This is good too. There are some things that Xu Juanhao can do without me saying anything, which saves me a lot of worry. Don't you want to ask why I should check on the other party? Brother Fan, you are a big shot, you must have your reasons for doing this. Xu Juanhao chuckled, I just need to do what I should do. I showed a satisfied look on my face. Don't be reluctant to spend money where it's necessary, I will reimburse you when the time comes. Also, if you find out about the other party, don't alert them. Don't worry, I know what to do. Take me to the club. Just as Xu Juanhao drove me to the entrance of the club, Shinzai called me. Hubby, where are you now? I'll pick you up and we'll go find Wan Tang together. I'm at the club. I said calmly, I'll drive to Wan Tang's place and wait for you. Don't make the trip. Okay, see you later. After hanging up the phone, I asked Xu Juanhao to take the car and drove away. However, on the way out, I began to think about buying a car for Xu Juanhao, as a company car, since he would inevitably need a car in the future. When I arrived at Meng Wantang's company, Shinzai hadn't come yet, and I didn't go upstairs to find Meng Wantang, but waited for Shinzai downstairs. Not long after, Shinzai drove over, and I opened the door and got out at this time. Hubby, you've been waiting for a long time. I just arrived too. I glanced at Shinzai and asked curiously, why are you alone? Whereas Lin Xinhuan? After Lin Xinhuan came back, she was almost always with Shinzai. Now Shinzai is alone, which surprised me. She's helping me with some things in the company. Shinzai took my arm very skillfully. Let's go find Wan Tang. I didn't ask any more questions and went straight into Meng Wantang's company with Shinzai. This was not the first time that Shinzai came to Meng Wantang's place, and Meng Wantang had told his subordinates that Shinzai was the second boss of the company and Lin Xinhuan was the third boss, so many people would take the initiative to say hello to Shinzai when they saw him. When Shinzai and I arrived at Meng Wantang's office, Meng Wantang was drinking coffee leisurely, looking extremely comfortable. Boss Meng, you are such an enviable boss. Shinzai joked to Meng Wantang. Then you can be envious. Meng Wantang chuckled and said, sit anywhere you want. Beautiful lady, why don't we not sit down and go find Li Zhongyuan first? I whispered to Meng Wantang, I'm not in the mood to do anything else until this matter is resolved. Okay. Meng Wantang said happily, but remember what you promised me. Don't worry, as long as Li Zhongyuan is willing to make money through harmony, I will definitely treat you to a meal. What? You don't want me to go to your place to play? Go, you must go. What are you waiting for? I'll take you to find him now. Immediately, Shinzai and I left the company to find Li Zhongyuan. Li Zhongyuan was at the golf course, which was also where Meng Wantang had an appointment with him. It is more like a place for rich people to have fun and relax rather than a golf course. There are car races, shooting, and of course golf courses. Meng Wantang had just led Shinzai and me inside when a middle-aged man with a flattering face came running over and said, Miss, why are you here? Has Lee Jun-won arrived? Here we are, the man replied hastily, he's playing shooting. I'll go call him for you. No need. Meng Wantang shook his head gently, I'll go find him. Meng Wantang was very familiar with this place, as if this was her family's business. Especially the way the middle-aged man addressed Meng Wantang just now made me even more curious about what Meng Wantang's family did. Although Shinzai and Meng Wantang are best friends, Shinzai doesn't know what Meng Wantang's family does. They never asked about each other's family background. According to Shinzai, once you know each other's family background, the relationship may become distant due to class. Therefore, Shinzai and the other three sisters didn't know what each other's families did. It was also because of this that the relationship between the three sisters had always been very good. If one of them is in trouble and the other can help, they will lend a hand. When Meng Wantang brought us to the shooting range, a young man in his 30s who looked extremely gentle was playing shooting with great interest. Mr. Lee is a great marksman. Meng Wantang shouted with a smile and even applauded. The next moment, Lee Zhongyuan slowly turned around, Miss Meng is here. As he said this, Lee Zhongyuan put down the gun in his hand. But then Lee Zhongyuan saw me and raised the gun again, pointing it directly at me. This made my face change drastically and my body began to tremble slightly. Shinzai and Meng Wantang's faces also changed drastically. Obviously, they didn't expect Lee Zhongyuan to suddenly point a gun at me. Lee Zhongyuan, what are you doing? Meng Wantang's face darkened, put down the gun. Lee Zhongyuan ignored Meng Wantang and focused on me. Dude, don't shake, or I'm afraid I'll beat you to death. Having said that, Lee Zhongyuan pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet burst out of the chamber. Chapter 39. Boy, do you know your wife? Before I could react, the bullet flew past my ear at high speed. The huge sound of breaking through the air made my ears ring and I couldn't hear any other sounds. I could only see Meng Wantang staring at Lee Zhongyuan with an angry look on her face, and she stretched out her jade hand and pointed directly at him. Her lips moved slightly, and I couldn't tell what she was saying. Shinzai was standing next to me, looking extremely worried and saying something unknown. Now not only do I have tinnitus, but my brain is also blank. After all, I didn't expect Lee Zhongyuan to dare to shoot me directly. It took about a minute or two for me to slowly come back to my senses and the tinnitus gradually disappeared. Husband, how are you? Is there anything wrong, husband? Shinzai pulled my arm, her face full of worry and her eyes full of panic. I shook my head somewhat stupidly, no. It's okay. At this moment, my voice was trembling, my face was as pale as paper, and I looked extremely terrified. After all, I have never experienced such a thing before. This is the first time. Now my legs are weak, my body is trembling, and at the same time I feel like peeing. But I suppressed the fear in my heart and did not let myself fall. Lee Zhongyuan is Shinzai's lover and adulterer. I absolutely cannot fall to the ground and let him laugh at me. Lee Zhongyuan, apologize to Chen Fan right now. Meng Wantang stared at Lee Zhongyuan, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Lee Zhongyuan chuckled and said elegantly, since Miss Meng has spoken, I naturally have to apologize. As he said this, Lee Zhongyuan walked towards me. Brother, I'm sorry. I was just joking with you. I hope I didn't scare you. Lee Zhongyuan looked at me with a smile and extended his hand to me politely. If Lee Zhongyuan hadn't shot me just now and wasn't Shinzai's mistress, I would definitely think that Lee Zhongyuan was a good person. But now Lee Zhongyuan's behavior just makes me feel hypocritical. I was about to speak when Shinzai suddenly raised his hand and slapped Lee Zhongyuan hard on the face. Lee Zhongyuan, you think you are awesome, don't you? Shinzai picked up a gun and pulled the trigger, aiming it at Lee Zhongyuan's head. Believe it or not, I will shoot you. Shinzai's abrupt action startled everyone present, even me, who was stunned. I didn't expect Shinzai to defend me. But after thinking about it, I felt relieved. Now I am still Shinzai's husband. Even if Lee Zhongyuan is Shinzai's mistress, he is just a mistress and is destined not to be seen in public. I am different. I am Shinzai's husband. If I am bullied, Shinzai will naturally feel ashamed. Lee Zhongyuan didn't expect Shinzai to point a gun at him, which made his face darken. Miss Shin. I asked you if you believe it. Shinzai said with a cold face, answer me. Lee Zhongyuan didn't say anything, his face becoming increasingly gloomy. Zai, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Seeing that Shinzai looked like he wanted to kill Lee Zhongyuan, Meng Wantang hurriedly walked to Shinzai and wanted to take the gun back. Wantang, this is none of your business, get out of the way. Knowing what I mean. Apologize to my husband, or I'll let you know how the bullet shot through your head. Shinzai gritted his teeth and said, if you dare to refuse, I'll play with you with my life. Li Zhongyuan was completely frightened by Shinzai's momentum and cursed, you lunatic. Li Zhongyuan bowed and apologized to me, sorry, I was rude just now. As soon as Li Zhongyuan finished speaking, Shinzai's gun muzzle slightly changed direction, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet grazed Li Zhongyuan's ear. The loud noise also caused Li Zhongyuan to have tinnitus and a look of pain on his face. When others saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded, including me. I originally thought that as long as Li Zhongyuan apologized to me, Shinzai would let it go, but I didn't expect that she would retaliate in the same way. After a while, Li Zhongyuan slowly came back to his senses, staring at Shinzai with a slightly ferocious expression. Shinzai, do you think I dare not touch you? Just try to move me. Shinzai was not afraid of Li Zhongyuan at all. Just as Li Zhongyuan was about to say something harsh, Meng Wantang's voice suddenly rang out, Mr. Li, you were wrong first, don't go too far. Zai is my sister. Li Zhongyuan looked at Meng Wantang unhappily. Just as he was about to say something, Meng Wantang narrowed her eyes, forcing Li Zhongyuan to swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Okay, since you asked, I'll give you this favor. Li Zhongyuan suppressed his anger and asked, Miss Meng, what is the matter that made you ask me out this time? Let's talk somewhere else. Let us chat here. Chen Fan, you've also seen that the Dahao Club has been bought by him. I hope that you two can make money in harmony and stop using those dirty tricks. Meng Wantang said straight to the point, I wonder if young Master Li can give me this face. After hearing this, Li Zhongyuan burst into laughter. Ms. Meng, everything else is easy to deal with, but this matter is a bit difficult. Mr. Li disagrees. Depriving someone of their wealth is like killing their parents. Miss Meng, you understand that, right? Li Zhongyuan's face slowly turned cold. If he wants to gain a foothold, he must show his ability. If he wants to coexist peacefully, it's impossible. Li Zhongyuan then set his eyes on me, Chen Fan, I know you, the son-in-law of the Shen family. But if you want to make a living in the entertainment industry, you are not qualified. Be smart and close your business early, otherwise you will die miserably. Mr. Li, is there nothing more to talk about? I frowned and asked with some displeasure. When Li Zhongyuan looked at me, his eyes were full of contempt. If Shinzai and Meng Wantang were not here, I am afraid he would not even look at me, and might even have someone attack me directly. Talk. Li Zhongyuan seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, you are worthy of talking to me. Li Zhongyuan's undisguised contempt made me slowly clench my fists together. If it weren't for Miss Meng and Miss Shen, you wouldn't even be qualified to stand in front of me. Do you really think that just because you become the son-in-law of the Shen family, you can step into the upper-class society? Let me tell you, trash will always be trash and will never be presentable. Li Zhongyuan turned his head and looked at Shinzai. Miss Shen, I really can't understand why you would fall for such trash. Could it be that I've eaten too much good food, and now I just want to eat some nutritious junk? Li Zhongyuan's merciless sarcasm and ridicule made me clench my fists even tighter, and I wanted to punch him right away. Shinzai seemed to see through my thoughts and directly held my hand to prevent me from being impulsive. Li Zhongyuan, since you want to play, we will accompany you to the end. Shinzai said forcefully, I want to see how capable you are to make my husband close the door. I'll wait for you to beg me. Li Zhongyuan looked at Shinzai with a playful and frivolous look, you should know my conditions. Li Zhongyuan laughed loudly and said to me, boy, do you know your wife? Li Zhongyuan's words made Shinzai's face darken. Before he could speak, Li Zhongyuan turned around and left in a cool manner. Chapter 40 Shinzai and Li Zhongyuan meet secretly. As soon as Li Zhongyuan left, Meng Wantang said to me, Chen Fan, are you okay? I shook my head gently, it's okay. You two wait for me for a moment. I'm going to have a good talk with Li Zhongyuan. Meng Wantang immediately chased after him as he spoke, and I set my sights on Shinzai. Husband. What did he mean by that just now? My question made Shinzai's heart tighten, and his eyes became a little evasive, not daring to look at me at all. Shinzai's reaction made my face darken instantly, don't you want to explain? Hubby, he said that on purpose to make us quarrel. Shinzai explained nervously, I just made him lose face, so he naturally doesn't want us to have an easy time. When Shinzai was explaining to me, he didn't dare to look at me, but just kept glancing at me out of the corner of his eyes. Don't say that I saw Shinzai's little action, even if I didn't see it, I wouldn't believe her words. After all, I heard Lee Jong-yuan calling her last time. Shinzai obviously didn't want to tell me, but it was normal to think about it. How could she tell me? Should she just say directly that she cheated on her husband and had an affair with Lee Jung-won, and now Lee Jung-won hasn't had enough and wants to continue playing, but she doesn't want to? Shinzai dared to say this, which was equivalent to pushing himself into the abyss. Even if I thought of these things in my heart, I couldn't show it. I wanted Shinzai to think that I believed it. Otherwise Shinzai will start to be on guard against me. As for my inquiry this time, it was completely telling Shinzai that I knew nothing and I still loved her very much, so I asked. You villain! I cursed immediately, you're actually trying to get us to quarrel. I believe Shinji's opinion, and I immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then echoed, yes, he is a villain. But husband, we are not afraid. If he really dares to play dirty tricks on you, we will fight him to the end. I don't believe he can really make you close the door. As long as you are willing to help me, I don't believe he can do it. I stared at Shinzai, will you help me? Now I just want to use Shinzai and exploit Shinzai. After all, she may have cheated on me, and my divorce is probably inevitable. Is it possible that I don't take advantage of you or exploit you now, but wait until after the divorce to exploit you? Of course I will help you. Shinzai assured me solemnly, you are my husband, if I don't help you, who else can I help? Wife, you are so nice. I don't know why, but after I say this, I always feel a little sick and nauseous, but I have to say it. Just as I was talking to Shinzai, Meng Wantang came back. Wantang, how is it? Meng Wantang sighed softly, no hope, Lee Jong-yuan won't agree, he is determined to make Chen Fan close down. Meng Wantang glanced at me and reminded me, if Lee Jong-yuan comes openly, you don't have to be afraid of him. You should be afraid that he will play dirty tricks on you. Chen Fan, you must be careful and don't let anything unexpected happen in your club, otherwise he will definitely beat you to death. I naturally know this. With Shinzai helping me, it would definitely not be that easy for Lee Jong-yuan to deal with me openly, but if he wants to deal with me secretly, there must be ways to do it. Who is this Lee Jong-yuan? I asked curiously. Mayor Lee's son. My face turned pale. You said his father is Lee Shinyang. Lee Shinyang often appears in the media, and ordinary people also talk about him in private. Although Lee Shinyang still has the title of deputy now, almost everyone believes that Lee Shinyang will be able to remove this title in 2 years, or even 1 year at most. I really didn't expect that the adulterer that Shinzai found was so powerful. It's normal to think about it. Shinzai's family background is here. Shinzai probably doesn't look down on ordinary men. It seems that if I want to fight Lee Shinyang, I really need to rely on Shinzai. If she doesn't help me, I'm afraid I will die miserably. That's right. Meng Wantang nodded. I don't need to say more about Lee Shinyang, right? Need not. When you fight Lee Shinyang, you must be extremely careful and cautious. Don't be careless at all, otherwise you won't even have a chance to turn things around. When Meng Wantang said this, there was a worry on her face. How about this? You come with me, I will introduce you to someone, let him help you a little, this should be much better. Meng Wantang turned her head and looked at Shinzai. Zai, I'll take your husband away for a while, do you have any objections? No. Shinzai quickly shook her head. Husband, Wan Tang will take you to meet someone else later, you should talk to them nicely. I know. As soon as Meng Wantang took me away, she asked me, are you angry that Lee Jong-yuan shot you? It's more of a feeling of powerlessness. I laughed bitterly. I know if it weren't for you and my wife, Lee Jong-yuan wouldn't even pay any attention to me. Even if I appeared in front of him, he would have someone take action. To me, Lee Jong-yuan is like a mountain, pressing down on me and making it difficult for me to even breathe. This is society. Meng Wantang said lightly, a society that preaches that everyone is equal, but in reality there is no equality at all. Meng Wantang showed an admiring look as he spoke, but your performance was not bad this time. You didn't collapse on the ground, and you didn't wet your pants out of fear. My legs were actually weak, and I felt like peeing. I told Meng Wantang truthfully, but I held it in. I told the truth, which made Meng Wantang couldn't help laughing. Meng Wantang's smile did not contain any sarcasm, but gave people a feeling of understanding. No matter what, you did really well this time. Meng Wantang said softly. To be honest, I'm very surprised. I'm going to say something you don't like to hear. I've always looked down on you and felt that you were not worthy of Zai. Especially after you got married, Zai has been supporting you. I look down on you even more. Because of Zai, I can't say anything. After all, you are her husband, not mine. My sister is willing and she is not short of money, so I can't say anything. Your performance today has changed my opinion of you. You are good, and Zai has good vision. A trace of embarrassment appeared on my face. I didn't expect that Meng Wantang also looked down on me, but she just did it. You want to start a career now, which is a very wise choice. After all, you are a man, and a man should be upright and have his own career. You can't just rely on a woman to support you. After all, as a man, you have to think about what you would do if this woman doesn't want you anymore one day. Meng Wantang's words made my heart tighten. Could it be that Meng Wantang also knew something? Otherwise, why would Meng Wantang say such things to me? Just when I was wondering if there was any other deep meaning behind Meng Wantang's words, Shinzai had already found Li Zhongyuan. Li Zhongyuan seemed to have guessed that Shinzai would come to see him, and he had already made tea and was waiting for her. Zai, I really didn't expect you to shoot me for your useless husband. Li Zhongyuan said to Shinzai with a smile, I didn't expect you to let Meng Wantang date me. This is a really smart move. Your good-for-nothing husband won't be able to find out what you're hiding from him. Li Zhongyuan, what on earth do you want to do? Shinzai stared at Li Zhongyuan angrily. You really want to kill me, right? Li Zhongyuan slowly stood up, walked in front of Shinzai, stretched out his hand and pinched Shinzai's chin. How could I bear to force you to death? Li Zhongyuan sniffed his nose with an intoxicated look on his face. You know how I feel about you.